everyone to evacuate and is actually riding out the hurricane inside his boat. Listen.
I'm worried about, everybody wants me to get off the boat, tied up to the cleat on the dock there, and it's secured in the concrete, which is secured to all this thing. I have a secured anchor point.
I mean, it's hard to even hear what he's saying because of the wind, right? He says he's actually not concerned and is anchored right by Bayshore Boulevard. Well, he should be concerned. This is exactly what you shouldn't do. If you recall, just yesterday, Mayor Jane Castor issued a dire warning telling people that if you stay in your evacuation area, you are going to die. I mean, this guy is literally riding out the storm inside his boat. Well, let's show you some other videos that we got from viewers.
Yeah, no, they're going through the same reported stuff that we had up earlier. It's with the story that became the whole Lieutenant Dan thing, and again, Joseph is his real name. Joseph was thought to be evacuated because Tampa Mayor Jane Castor said that he had evacuated from his boat. Clearly, that is not the case. That is a story that has gone viral on TikTok, I'm told. I'm not. Are you on TikTok?
I am not.
I'm not on. Well, I'm on it, but I'm not on it.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
It does.
I don't use it all that much. Yeah, there was a time when we were doing some stuff for news on my WFLA-JB TikTok account. I haven't checked it in a very long time. Mm-hmm. Maybe I have followers there. Maybe I don't. Maybe there is.
You do, JB.
Maybe there are great videos that are. I'm sure there are. TikTok is a vibrant place. I think vibrant's a fair word. But I'm unfamiliar with the massive TikTok sort of story that has become Lieutenant Dan. But we can confirm that he is still there in his boat, not listening to evacuation orders. Again, that's not flood zone A, B, or C. That is flood zone like 0. I don't even know if that technically even falls on in the flood zone area. But look, if you're in that area, if you're Lieutenant Dan, you got to get out of there, because even though there has been favorable developments with the track, Justin,
yes,
Tampa is still going to see significant impacts from the storm. Just look at radar here. Do you see everything on the north side of the storm? Look at that right there. See the north side?
Yeah.
That's heading for southern Tampa Bay, and might be heading directly for where Lieutenant Dan is going. Might be heading directly where we're located in downtown Tampa.
And that is a concern. That's one of the reasons we have our backup location that we just heard from Josh and Eric there in Wesley Chapel, and the station has done an excellent job. That was a point that you made earlier. I mean, you have to, if you're our viewers at home, to think about trying to move a television station, the undertaking that involves. Really, our hats off to our chief engineer here, our news director, and general manager for putting that plan in place. And it's all to keep us safe here at the TV station, and so we can continue to broadcast to our viewers and keep everybody informed as this dangerous storm is now moving into the Suncoast region. So as we look at the track,
I want to show you here something really quickly, Justin, because on the line we have from the Max Defender 8 storm vehicle driving in an unknown location. Let's bring in News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson. Jeff, that shot you just had showed the Max Defender 8 camera on top of your vehicle shaking quite a bit. Where are you joining us from, and how are you, my friend?
Good evening, JB. We are doing just fine. We just came off of Interstate 4. We drove past the State Fairgrounds and are now heading onto Bayshore Boulevard. I'll take you outside. I am starting to see a lot of water come down to the Bayshore, and it is not completely impassable at this time, but I would strongly urge people to stay off the roads. One thing I will tell you, JB, that I'm seeing, take a look at these homes over here, some of the beautiful mansions along Bayshore Boulevard. In all of my years, all of the years that I've reported at Channel 8, I have never seen the homes on Bayshore boarded up before a hurricane. At least I cannot recall it. And I saw this yesterday, people preparing, to get ready for this storm, boarding up these beautiful homes. And of course, several of them during Hurricane Helene suffered damage along the Bayshore. We saw a lot of storm debris, piled up on the curb. An amazing thing that we saw about an hour and a half ago is that there was a crew from the city of Tampa out with a debris collection vehicle, picking up the storm debris so that it would hopefully not become projectiles during this weather event. I'm going to have to use the windshield wiper on top of the camera here because you can see now that the water just from the rain, this isn't from the storm surge, this is just from the enormous amount of rain that we've been getting in downtown Tampa today. It's starting to come down the hill and starting to really kind of overwhelm the storm sewer system here along the Bayshore. But just take a look at that. All of these homes that don't have the impact-resistant windows have wisely elected to board up. And so people have been preparing here. The sad thing is a lot of the people who are on Davis Islands and other low-lying areas haven't even recovered from Helene yet. I know people who live on Davis Islands who have been working very diligently, very hard to clear out their home from all of the saturated items from Hurricane Helene. They've been cutting their drywall, getting rid of those things from inside of their home that have been collecting because of the damage that unfortunately they suffered during Hurricane Helene. And now here we go again. It's kind of a 1-2 gut punch, if you will, to the people who live here. The other thing I can tell you is that I do personally know people who did not evacuate during Hurricane Helene who are now out of their homes and on the road or hopefully to the location that they were going to go to. I know people who headed south to the Miami area. I know people who headed north to Georgia to get out of harm's way. I have to say I believe that's a wise decision, especially with the strength that we are seeing from Milton. So a lot going on here, and we are headed to a location ourselves to get you good coverage and yet stay safe. But you can just tell, thankfully, there's very few people out on the Bayshore right now, JB.
Hey there, Jeff. This is Justin Mosley back here at the station, and just had a quick question for you. I know I can see your camera driving along Bayshore there, and what an incredible image. So famous for the flooding that goes on with these storms every single time. But are you noticing any a drop in the water levels in Tampa Bay? I know you've seen a lot of that over the years covering the storms here at News Channel 8.
No, I have not seen, and I know what you're talking about. It depends on where exactly this eye wall goes over us. I know friends who walked out, onto the mud after the water got drawn out of Old Tampa Bay. I would strongly suggest that is not necessarily a wise decision because, the water goes out, but the water can come back in really rapidly. It's really muddy out there. You don't want to get stuck in a mud hole in, Old Tampa Bay when that water comes back in. So still seeing a good deal of water out in the bay right now along the Bay Shore. We are not seeing waves crash over the balustrade as we have seen in other storms yet, but of course we are hours away from the major intensity from Hurricane Milton. So, just beginning to see the downed tree branches and street flooding and things like that here. Again, I really admire the crew from the city of Tampa that was out collecting that storm debris, doing everything they could up until the last minute here in preparation for this really powerful hurricane.
Hey Jeff, it's JB here. First, I want to give a shout out to who's ever driving the vehicle. Always giving a shout out to our crews behind the scenes as well. If it might be, is it Joey?
It is Joey Capistran, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who has been with me now for a number of these hurricanes. Joey does an incredible job, and I feel very confident and very safe with Joey driving this vehicle, and we'll feel confident and safe when we are standing out in it as we get to our location here. But we just thought we'd bring you some of the images as we are driving along Bayshore, past the Academy of the Holy Names now, places that people are certainly familiar with. The amazing thing to me, JB, was just to see the level of damage even after Helene along the Bayshore. I mean, we saw, retaining walls that were blown out by the storm surge, concrete down, people's belongings from these beautiful homes along the Bayshore that were saturated and they suffered damage. So, we're not immune. Even people here along the Bayshore, and certainly we know a lot of people on Davis Islands who suffered a great deal of damage from Helene. And so everybody has been keeping a very close eye on exactly where Milton will hit, because where Milton hits is incredibly important in terms of that storm surge. Is the water going to be drawn out of the bay or pushed up into it? A few miles will make a huge difference. And so paying attention to Jeff Beardelli's wobble tracker is very important for all of us now. Real-time tracking of this storm becomes incredibly important. But of course, we hope that the people who are in harm's way are out of the way and not, not trying to be brave and ride it out into an area where you can't get out. I will tell you that unfortunately, I was out on the Barrier Islands after Hurricane Helene, and I talked to the neighbors of several people who had elected to stay. I can remember there was one woman who was in her 80s who told her son that it's her house and she's not leaving. And it was incredibly sad. She called during the storm and said, "Can you help me?" And by then there were 5-foot waves coming down her street. Waves coming down her street from the storm surge. It would have been impossible at that point to evacuate her. And so, unfortunately, she perished in her home. She stood her ground and passed away because of it. So I sincerely hope that the people who need to get out, especially the elderly or people who have special needs, are out of harm's way at this time, because literally you're down to the last few minutes here to make that kind of a decision to evacuate. And I just urge anybody who can get out to get out if you need to.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us with Behind the Wheel, Joey Capistran, a great team here with Jeff Patterson in front of the camera, Joey behind it, and of course manning the Max Defender 8 Storm vehicle. The Max Defender 8 Storm vehicle, folks, is a 1 of 1. So Jeff, I'm going to ask you this. What is your plan for the coming hours? We know that the worst is ahead for Tampa, south of Tampa, all the way through to Sarasota and the greater Sarasota area. So where do you plan on heading? And perhaps you can also, between live shots, here's some debris there in the roadway you got to get around. Perhaps between live shots on WFLA News Channel 8, you could check in with us, and perhaps we can bring you back on as the storm worsens in your particular area.
Yeah, happy to do that, JB. Our plan is to stay here in Tampa, and we have plan A, B, C, and D, if you will. It kind of depends on which way. I'm looking at some street flooding down here in the Inner Bay area. But we're going to keep a close eye on exactly where Hurricane Milton makes landfall. That will be incredibly important as to where we plan to go during this storm. We have places that we know that we can safely retreat to because, I have lived in this community for a long time and feel reasonably confident that we know areas that we can get to and that we can evacuate to if we need to remain safe and at the same time try to bring you the best coverage possible.
Jeff, I think the next upgrade that we got to make for the Max Defender 8 Storm vehicle, we're going to talk to our engineers about it. You ever been to the theme parks and they have the cars that can go in the water and then it becomes a boat? You know what I'm talking about? Why, Justin, why don't we have the Max Defender 8 Storm vehicle have the bottom of a boat? You know what I'm talking about, right? What's the name of those vehicles,
Amphibious.
Jeff? The amphibious vehicles, Jeff. Maybe we got to add that to the budget
So
next
last
year.
last thing I want to do is be in a submarine in the middle of a hurricane, guys. But thanks for the thought.
Of course, thinking of Jeff Patterson and Joey Capistran. Guys, be safe out there in all seriousness. We are going to be checking in with your shop periodically. Jeff, just be aware that if you see something on the roadway, something that I see on our grid here in the Stream Center, I'm going to punch up your camera and maybe without audio, but I'm just going to take that feed if we see something interesting.
I'll unplug my mic so you don't have to listen to my incessant chatter.
No, the incessant chatter is quite popular on social media from veteran storm chaser and journalist Jeff Patterson. Jeff, thank you for your time and all the best to you and Joey.
All right, thank you.
All right, we hope to check in with you guys later on. Let's go back to the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com. This is the critical window now for wobble tracker. This is what we have made this tool for. It is why it was created, exactly for this scenario, to understand when a storm is making its approach, its final approach to our beautiful home, to the state of Florida, whether or not it is going to wobble more towards Tampa and Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, or whether it's going to stay on track, perhaps for Manatee County, or is it going to wobble south, Sarasota County, and towards Venice?
And that remains to be seen. And that's the critical work over the next several hours is to try and figure out and pin down where that core does make landfall, because it really will dictate where the storm surge is the highest. And if it is over our southern communities, Manatee and Sarasota, it's at the point of landfall and points to the south. That is the area that we are concerned about for the highest levels of storm surge.
And we'll, of course, keep the Wobble Tracker streaming just by itself on WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker. Yeah, all of our reporters are using it out in the field. Our meteorologists have it up and ready to take at a moment's notice. As I understand it, it's being streamed solo by thousands upon thousands of people across multiple different platforms. So we're really grateful that we have created something here at WFLA that is of such great and tremendous use to people, and we will keep it up throughout the duration of the storm. The Wobble Tracker, by the way, is not going to be useful for just the approach, but as it moves across land too, Justin, I'm sure that there are people in the greater Orlando area, south of there, even on Florida's East Coast, that could use this tool because, yeah, the storm is going to move and shift a bit as it's over land as well.
For sure. And because of the frictional component of the winds and with these outer bands, they're already seeing some effects with the numerous tornado warnings that are coming out from the local National Weather Service offices all across the state of Florida at this point.
All right, folks. So we'll continue to monitor the real-time Wobble Tracker on WFLA.com. The time is now 3:34 in the Stream Center with WSNN Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley. Justin, anything you want to share, any observations in the last several minutes that you've been paying attention to from your vantage point?
Well, as of 3 o'clock, the storm was located 120 miles to the southwest of Tampa. So it is getting closer. And again, what we're concerned about is the core right around the eye wall there, as you see, with our Wobble Tracker, which does contain the strongest winds and the heaviest rains. And the outer fringes that we're dealing with right now across much of the Tampa Bay area, containing a lot of tornadic activity. We've seen numerous tornado warnings come out, and that will continue in that northeastern quadrant. That's what we look for ahead of the core of the storm, which we may see an advisory come out once it gets a little bit closer to making landfall.
Showing the max fender rate storm vehicle, going through some of the side streets of Tampa.
A lot of ponding on the roadways there, for sure. This is from our Jeff Patterson out there, just offshore from Bayshore Boulevard. And again, low-lying areas, water is already beginning to kind of pile up here, and things will just get worse from this point on.
So let's go back to WFLA.com/reported and show some of the content that is coming in from you, everybody out there watching from around the area. Again, please use this tool safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in harm's way for a photo or a video. It is not worth injury or worse. Let's continue on, and we showed this one from earlier from Kelsey. This is flooding in Northport from Josh as of 1:05 p.m., and it shows, pooling water here from Josh. And we've seen a lot of photos coming in like this one. Thank you for sending it along. Oh, wow. We've got a downed a palm tree. This is Fort Myers on McGregor, Justin.
Just speaks to these bands that we're already seeing. Tropical storm force winds already onshore across a good portion of the state of Florida. And we're looking for the hurricane force winds to be moving ashore within a short period of time. So now is the time to just be hunkered down. And that's unfortunate to see that down in Fort Myers there.
Let's continue on WFLA.com/reported and showcase next this shot from Jacksonville Beach. Okay. Yeah. I would imagine
on the East Coast. And again, they're going to see storm surge as well coming in off the Atlantic because of the circulation of the storm is so large at this point. As I mentioned earlier, it was a very tight, compact storm. And as it gains latitude, it's starting to feel those upper level winds and of the jet stream, and the storm begins to kind of broaden out. And again, Jacksonville, Northeast Florida, along the first coast, dealing with wave action like that. It's only going to get worse throughout the night as the storm traverses across the state.
Let's see here. Passing along the next one, and it is Ponding in Northport. This one coming in from Alexander on, let's see here, the Miami Trail around
Tamiami Trail.
Tamiami, thank you. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's got Miami in it, so it threw me
Tampa
off.
to Miami. That's where that originated.
Yeah,
US
no,
41.
See, I'm unfamiliar with that one, so
Yeah.
I know US 41.
Yes.
I did.
Commonly known as Tamiami Trail in that portion of Sarasota County.
And clearly significant flooding occurring here. Moving on the queue on WFLA.com/report it. The wind and rain in Tampa is what we're focusing on here from Major at 2 o'clock. Major, thank you for sending that one in. Yeah, it's showing a rain band moving through the area, no doubt. Next up, this is from Deep D, St. Petersburg downtown, high winds and rain. Thank you, Deep D, for sending that one along. Wow, look at this. This is, I don't know, what are we looking at here, Justin? This is from Bradley in Fort Myers. According to our viewer, now I have to be very clear. According to our viewer in Fort Myers, Bradley, this is an area that a tornado hit.
Gotcha.
Now, look, we can't independently confirm that at this time. It says aftermath of tornado. That was the comment that was put in. Not saying that we're not here to believe you, Bradley, but also at the same time, we can't confirm that until obviously, we have reports from the National Weather Service of a confirmed tornado in the area that you're sending this in from. But for what it's worth, everybody, that was the comment that was sent in with this picture. Gotcha. Let's continue on and show Philip joining us west of Lake Sebring, 3 o'clock.
Okay, Sebring Inland, that is Highlands County, and the water is already starting to pile up there. Again, when we were looking at these videos here coming in, it's interesting to me because it's a good way to get a handle on the rainfall amounts that we have been forecasting. So the swath is the thinking right now 5 to 10 inches with localized higher amounts. And that's going to be critical, again, where
tornado
the storm...
warning just coming in. Polk County, Highlands County, from 3:39 to 4:30 p.m. So passing that along. So if we have a tornado warning segment on WFLA News Channel 8, we'll be going to that next. So stand by. I just want to pass that along.
Warnings for Haines City, Lake Wales, Lake Alfred area, which is in central Polk County. These storms will be moving very quickly from south to north. And again, the motion could be upwards of...
Here's a live look at the aqua fence. We just want to show this while we have a live picture on it.
Gotcha.
This is the aqua fence that, as we understand it, actually, no, I'm sorry. That was a previous look at the aqua fence. That was not live video. The aqua fence was used by Tampa General Hospital in Hurricane Helene to tremendous success, blocking storm surge and really the flooding of the Hillsborough River from making it into the first floor of the hospital. A phenomenal invention and one that perhaps saved considerable damage to Tampa General Hospital. Because Tampa, like us, TGH, right on the water, right on the Hillsborough River in downtown Tampa.
Yeah, surrounded by water there. So also known as a tiger dam, from what I understand.
Yeah, I think we're looking here at the Riverwalk, too. This is live now. Now I can confirm this is absolutely live. And so this is the Hillsborough River in downtown Tampa. We'll monitor live cameras and live pictures coming in from around the area. Here is Jeff Patterson on Bayshore Boulevard, and visibility is decreasing at this very moment. I think they are either entering a rain band, perhaps we
Yes.
can say. I mean, let's bring up Wobble Tracker and show.
Yeah, there's a squall that's moving right throughout South Tampa there on Bayshore Boulevard. And that's where we'll get the strongest winds in the short term, JB. I mean, those were the hurricane force winds that we've been concerned about is during the period of these tropical squalls that'll be moving through the area. Again, our team is out there surveying what's going on. Experience of Jeff Patterson in good hands there. But again, this just illustrates what's going on across much of the Tampa Bay area, southward along the Sun Coast, and inland areas as well. Polk Highlands County, as mentioned earlier, that tornado warning continues for Polk County for the next few minutes with these very fast-moving tropical squalls and/or tornadoes moving through the region.
All right, let's bounce around. I want to show some of our older sources. Hopefully, these are still intact. This is Pier 22 Restaurant, Manatee River in Bradenton.
Yes.
You can see that things are picking up here. Let's go back if we can. I don't know if we have this anymore. Hopefully we do.
Before you do,
There's Key West. Things are improving in Key West, no doubt.
yes. On that Manatee camera, it was interesting to me. If we can go back to that for just a second. Want to show this is looking westbound. Okay, so towards the Gulf of Mexico. That is the Manatee River that you're looking at there. And notice the water elements are moving away from the camera. So this is blowing an easterly wind, blowing water out into the Gulf of Mexico, which is minimizing the storm surge currently for Manatee and Sarasota County. This is going to be a great tool that we'll have to illustrate when the surge does come in. You can see the water elements right now moving out. So water levels aren't bad, Manatee, Sarasota counties, but again, the landfall point is forecast to go right across this particular area that you're looking at. And again, with that east component to the wind is keeping the water levels down, but that's all going to change as the center of the storm is getting closer. At last report, again, 120 miles southwest of Tampa. That means it is closer to downtown Sarasota and downtown Bradenton at this point in time. And we're most concerned about that semicircle that is the eye wall or the core of the storm, which contains the strongest winds, heaviest range, and the highest levels of storm surge.
So I'm really honed in here on the next scan of Wobble Tracker because
Yes.
look at this motion that is currently taking place.
There's been a jog or a wobble
no doubt. And
to
so
the north.
I'm curious when the 3:40 p.m. It doesn't come in at the precise time. It takes a moment for the scan to load, the frame itself to load. And we've seen frames load on screen. It kind of goes black for a moment because it's loading in the next image. I'm really curious to see what it looks like at 3:40, where the eye is in relation to this, and whether or not we are getting motion more east or more north. Because clearly we're going northeast right now, but whether we're going north or east from here could have dramatic impacts over the area.
Absolutely. And that's why it's important to focus on that cone. Even though we are in, we're really honing this in, we're in the last approach, so to speak, of this storm making landfall, it's still within that forecast cone error, which I mentioned earlier does include the southern portions of Tampa Bay. So if it does take that northern portion of the cone, then that would obviously create a worse situation for the Bay Area. So Pinellas, Hillsborough counties, if you're in St. Pete downtown Tampa, do not let your guard down. Again, Jeff Patterson is out, bringing the pictures to you, and that's exactly that's the way you should view it. It's through the lens of what we're providing to you. Because it is still a very dangerous situation that could still play out for Tampa Bay and point to the south along the Sun Coast.
All right, we'll wait for that scan to come in. A quick moment to highlight something that I think is of importance to our audience, okay? This is a really tough job. We both have difficult jobs, but I'm going to highlight just why things are a little bit more challenging for me in a moment like this. I'm looking at a comment section that is demanding updates on this Lieutenant Dan person. And then I'm also getting a lot of, messages from people who are saying that is not something that they want to see. They don't want a spotlight to be on that particular individual. I was told by the WFLA newsroom that this is a story that was blowing up on social media, that you should address it, make sure that you just update people, because it came out of Mayor Castor's mouth that he had evacuated, and then, of course, he didn't. That has been there's been huge uproar apparently over this. on social media, especially on TikTok. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm making the decision now in real time. I'm making this independently. And here's how I'm going to treat this going forward. If there's an update, I'll pass it along. If we get an update on that individual who has refused to vacate Tampa, I will pass it along here briefly on stream and let you know what has occurred and what the source of that information is, where we're getting that information. Otherwise, if that individual has hunkered down in their boat and they are refusing to leave, that is their decision. I understand that he is on one leg. I understand that there's tremendous goodwill out there, people that are just trying to get him out, and people that really have just a tremendous amount of love in their heart for people and don't want to see anybody in the line of this storm in a compromising situation like on a boat in downtown Tampa. But we have to make the best decision, obviously, here. And if I get an update, I'll pass it along, but that's going to be it. If you don't hear any updates, that means I haven't received any updates, and that's where we're going to leave it with that particular story. Hope people understand and just know that we have commenters asking for more, and then others who are obviously saying we need to be focused, of course, on our mission here to keep the greater area safe and not honed in on one particular individual. So we completely understand what people are saying out there. Let's get back to the real-time wobble tracker, and now we do have that 340 frame, that 340 scan. And let's see what it does right at the end. It just, man.
There is a slight jog off to the north.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now, I don't know if that jog is enough independently in that one frame to call it a wobble. Maybe the 350 frame, if it moves north again, that might be
more of a significant turn.
I don't know if it's a turn, maybe a wobble north, right? What do you think?
Well, it's wobbling currently. So
Right.
What we're seeing, it's not following that red line exactly. And this is to be expected. That's why we have that cone of uncertainty. But again, we look at a trend. We have to wait and see, as you mentioned, for more frames to come in and kind of confirm if this is a motion that is going to continue and moving that towards the mouth of Tampa Bay. Again, this is all critical when we're working this real time. Watching the radar images from Max Defender 8 radar coming in. And it's critical to watch exactly those frames and how this is going to set up. Because right now, if you just follow that trajectory, that would push the storm a lot closer to the mouth of Tampa Bay.
No doubt.
Which has significant impacts to the forecast. And again, we're looking live here again from Jeff Patterson's camera as they are along Bayshore Boulevard, traveling southbound right now. And a lot of water is already ponding there on Bayshore. That's something else that we do expect to see in the Tampa Bay area here. And this is all going to just get worse. And you just have to take a minute to think about if that storm does continue on that track that it is now. All of this is going to come up rapidly, and it's going to be significant on Bayshore Boulevard. So again, we can see that a lot of homes are boarded up or they have their storm shutters up, but hopefully there is no one in those homes right now because things can change rapidly in this portion of Tampa.
Yeah, and the reason I brought up the Max Defender 8 vehicle, wow, I'm always blown away by how majestic some of these homes are. I mean, just folks, if you've never been on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, some of the homes here are just, but look at them. They're boarded up, as Jeff noted earlier. The reason I bring this shot up is because clearly we are seeing the ebbs and flows of Milton. This is a way less hectic shot from a weather perspective than 15 minutes ago when it was, it was raining pretty hard. The winds were really, picking up there, but things have improved there in just the last several minutes on Bayshore Boulevard. It's just not as chaotic as it was, and that's because we're moving through bands of this system.
Exactly.
Right now.
They're in between one of those rain bands right now, so it's not nearly as chaotic as you mentioned. But what a beautiful stretch. If you don't know Tampa, this is known for, if you do know Gasparilla, this is exactly
Yes.
where that plays out every year. One of the largest parades in the country, and this is that stretch of road that is really going to bore potentially the brunt of this storm, depending upon where it does make landfall. And that's why it's so critical that we do have that wobble tracker here at WFLA to monitor exactly where the core of this storm will move ashore along the west coast of the state.
Yeah, Gasparilla is an enormous event for Tampa. It's a celebration of Tampa, the rich pirate history that Tampa has. If you've never seen Gasparilla before, I'm just going to try to give everybody a perspective as to what this area looks like at its peak, because whoa, hold on, I'm loading it up here. Gasparilla, for those unaware, it's when Tampa, everyone gets dressed up as pirates, and a group of pirates, YMKG, Ye Mystic Crew of Gasparilla, they invade this area with a big parade, as Justin noted. So if you've never seen that before, I'm going to try to load that up on screen just so that people can see what this area looks like when it's not being impacted by a hurricane. Hopefully I have it.
When it's not being impacted by the hurricane, it's the place to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. And I'm trying to download it. Yeah, no, our server's not letting me get it. Okay, here's a look. Where are we now?
This is just offshore from Bay Shore. He just turned off of there and maybe kind of making their way back around. But certainly things will... That camera is going to change dramatically, but you can see on the Max Defender radar, the wobble tracker, they're in between one of those bands, JB. You notice that green over where it says Tampa? That's just light to occasionally moderate rain, but notice to the south and east of there, another squall is going to come right across the downtown area of Tampa. And this is the way it's going to be up until landfall, in and out of the bands, and yeah, it's going to be a rough go of it. Already, conditions are really bad. If you're listening or watching us in Sarasota and Manatee counties, Venice along US 41, known as Tamiami Trail. I mean, some of the worst weather that you've seen all day occurring there, northward through downtown Sarasota, that took so much storm surge over Longboat Key, Lido Key, St. Armand Circle, west bound along the Gulf of Mexico Trail there, northward towards Anna Maria Island. You're dealing with a pretty impressive squall, but again, the core of the storm is still positioned just offshore, those 130-mile-per-hour winds at last report.
And so as we look here at Wobble Tracker, all that activity, the reds and oranges at the north side of the storm, that's heading for Hillsborough County, is it not? I mean, even with it holding on the track, all of that is heading, and that's, we've been talking about this for days, Justin. This is a flood event for Hillsborough County being on the north side of the storm, Pinellas County as well. Surge event for the southeastern quadrant, no doubt. But, I mean, there's going to be an insane amount of rain that's going to fall over some of these northern spots.
We can see it playing out with the radar there. Southern areas south of Fort Myers, not nearly as much rain, and that's due to some drier air intrusion on the south side. Notice the western and southwestern portion of the eye wall, not as closed off as what we see in the northeastern quadrant. So again, it's somewhat front-loaded. As I've been mentioning, the heaviest rain occurring along and north of the center of circulation, the eye, and this is a great radar image there showing.
Hold on, sorry.
Showing that.
Yep.
That's good. And you can see those bands affecting the East Coast. So again, if you're watching or listening from Orlando, along the Space Coast, down towards the Treasure Coast, that is a concern. But again, the core of the storm is going to be working its way onshore and to the north of the core. That's where we're dealing with the potential of the heaviest amount of rain, and the flooding will be a big concern there.
All right, so this is what Bayshore Boulevard, downtown Tampa, right on the bay itself, what it looks like, now. Empty, wet, windy, and just...
Empty is exactly what we want to see.
Right. But what it looks like when it's not empty, folks, is this. This is Gasparilla. Quick 30 seconds on this, because people that are joining us from outside the Tampa Bay area are unfamiliar with one of the biggest parties really in the southeastern United States. This is basically Tampa's Mardi Gras that celebrates the rich pirate history that exists with Tampa. The ship there that you see is the Jose Gaspar, which has a lot of pirates on it. They invade the city of Tampa, and that right there, I want to go full screen here, that is Bayshore Boulevard. I mean, filled with people celebrating just Tampa and Tampa life and the Tampa Bay region. And this is a enormous party where everyone is dressed up as pirates and talking like pirates. So this is Tampa really on one of its happiest days. And so to see it now looking like this, it's just the complete polar opposite, right? Exactly. What you sign up for when you move down to Florida, you sign up for the chances of hurricanes arriving. You get all the great stuff. You get the margarita festivals, you get Gasparilla, you get Tom Brady coming down, winning a Super Bowl, the Lightning winning Stanley Cups. You get some great stuff in Florida.
Tampa Bay is
part of it. No income tax is a big thing. The beautiful beaches of Clearwater Beach all the way down through Sarasota, the theme parks, Disney. There's so much to love about Florida. But man, if you're signing up for the good, you're also signing up for that chance.
There's a bit of a price to pay.
A bit of a price to pay, and that's a hurricane, tropical storm hitting when it feels like it. You never want to see it happen.
That's so true. And as a meteorologist, it's our job to inform people that move here for all those wonderful things that you just mentioned, JB, to inform them about tropical cyclones and that threat that occurs every year during hurricane season. And as we mentioned, we thought this would be an extremely active hurricane season, and it only takes one to be active. And we've dealt with several now. And again, we're in the midst of this major hurricane that is going to be making landfall somewhere across the Tampa Bay area along the Sun Coast. Again, still remains to be seen. As we watch the wobble tracker, every wobble is critical.
The 350 scan is in. Yeah. And it looks like a bit of a north by northeast movement here, a bit of a jog north of the track. And every wobble, every scan, every frame that comes in from this point is huge.
It really is. And the wind field continues to expand as the storm is slowly weakening and gaining latitude. So again, the effects are already here across our entire viewing area.
A live interview. Let's listen in.
A mobile home too, so we just didn't want to be kind of blown over.
And family of 6 are all here?
Yes, ma'am. So we're all here safe and sound right now.
And here in Polk County, the conditions continue to fluctuate. We're seeing some of that heavy rain go steady back and forth, as well as that wind gust again starting to pick up. Keith and Stacy.
All right, that's Georgia MacArthur joining us, everybody, and we'll continue to monitor her shot as well. I'm sorry, Justin, I interrupted you there. Please continue. And whenever I see a live interview or a live camera, I'm going to punch it up as quickly as I can.
Yes, it's critical to get that information out to our listeners and viewers here. But looking at the spaghetti model plot, you mentioned this earlier, how the model data has really come into very good agreement with a landfall point somewhere between St. Petersburg and I'd say about Sarasota down into Inglewood area. Again, the exact track remains to be seen. We're watching and monitoring every wobble that you see on the wobble tracker, but the 4 o'clock numbers are in, JB, and you can see
look at that.
The storm is now Category 3.
Wait, whoa. Did we get a track update?
We did
no.
But
it's interesting. Okay, but we are down to a Cat 3. So we're down to a Cat 3 as expected at the 3 o'clock update. Or no, I'm sorry, the 4 o'clock update. I'm sorry, Justin, continue because
yes,
we have a positional update, and the positional update it's so significant that it looks like the track has shifted, but really the track update is going to drop in less than an hour from now.
Correct.
On the 5 o'clock update. That will be the final track update before landfall, by the way. There is no way that this system makes it through to 11 o'clock tonight without making landfall. It's just knocking and barreling through our front door. So let's look here. Max wind speeds 125 miles an hour. Justin, spaghetti models and consensus. This is the 4 o'clock advisory.
It's in, and again, the data still is honed in on the Sun Coast region. That is Manatee, Sarasota counties, home to Bradenton, Sarasota, Venice, Inglewood, and around Northport. And again, we can clearly see the eye of the storm with our Max Defender radar. That northeast quadrant is definitely the strongest portion of the storm right now. And that is going to be moving ashore somewhere within the News Channel 8 viewing area here along the coast. From there, it will march inland. So I want to talk to our viewers inland. Polk County, Highlands County, Hardy, DeSoto County will deal with extreme amount of wind. You're all under hurricane warnings right now, and you've been dealing with tornado warnings inside of the rain bands that continues, in particular there in Polk County. Those are extremely heavy cells. And as all this continues to progress to the north and northeast, weather will continue to deteriorate. So again, there's the latest information in 125, 100 miles west-northwest of Fort Myers right now.
Back up to 17 miles an hour, by the way.
Yes, which is critical. Again, the faster the storm is moving, the quicker we're going to get this in and out. And it also lessens the rainfall amounts, the totals that we'll see when this is all said and done, which is front-loaded. So again, talking to Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County, inland into Polk County, that's where we're going to find the heaviest rainfall rates and heaviest rainfall totals when this is said and done. Now, the storm surge that we've all been so worried about is going to be from the point of landfall and points to the south. So if that eye is able to make it over Tampa Bay, that storm surge will be extremely high. Again, we've been looking at values between 10 and 15 feet. That remains to be seen. But again, the confidence is higher at point of landfall and points to the south along that Manatee, Sarasota County coastline where mandatory evacuations were issued. Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, Casey Key, as well as Lido Beach, all those areas. Beautiful real estate, some of the best and prettiest beaches in the entire world being battered right now as the eye wall is closing in as we speak. Again, looking at the satellite review, it's a little drier on the southwest side, some dry air intrusion. If we had a water vapor imagery, that would really kind of illustrate that drier air that is being entrained in that circulation, and thus the wind speeds coming down with the 4 o'clock update. That is a position update from the National Hurricane Center. Again, as JB mentioned, we will get a track update at 5 p.m., which will be our last track update before the storm does move ashore, is the thinking right now. But again, I can't overemphasize these battering winds that are just beginning to move in onto the coastline of Manatee and Sarasota counties, and it will go like this for several more hours as the eye wall is beginning to make that approach into portions of Sarasota and Manatee. We are here. We're watching. We're going to keep live with all this as the data does come in, JB.
Yeah, and key messages have just come out from the National Hurricane Center. I'll read as follows. Heavy rainfall with tropical storm force winds are spreading inland across the Florida peninsula. A recent wind gust of 68 miles per hour was recorded at a mezzanette site located in Fort Myers Beach. There's also multiple tornado warnings in effect across the Florida peninsula. If a tornado warning is issued for your area, be ready to shelter quickly, preferably away from windows and in an interior room not prone to flooding. The next update will be with the full advisory package at 5 o'clock Eastern time. So that's the update from the National Hurricane Center. And we will get one more track. Now, what's interesting about the 5 o'clock track is that it might seem like a foregone conclusion for folks on the coast, Tampa, Sarasota, Venice, but inland and Florida's East Coast. Thinking about you guys too here, because this is you're on deck. This is coming your way next.
That is very good point.
Here's what's fascinating about this. There's going to be land interaction. So as the storm moves inland, what will land interaction do? How will it break apart? It's clearly going to weaken to a Category 1 hurricane. Will there be significant shifts in the track? Are we talking about closer to Jacksonville? Or are we talking about closer to the Space Coast? You know, what areas are going to see significant impacts from this storm?
So as it moves inland, we do know that it will weaken. Again, hurricane gets its energy from the warm water source, and once it is over land, you can't draw upon that. So the storm will begin a weakening phase once it does make landfall. With that said, you can see the forecast cone right there. The National Hurricane Center, and we'll get an update at 5, brings the storm across portions of Polk and Osceola counties and offshore from the Space Coast, that is around Melbourne, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral area. Anywhere south of there into Indian River County, Vero Beach, Sebastian Inlet, down to Fort Pierce, which are dealing with, as you can see with the Max Defender radar, numerous tornado warnings and severe weather ongoing there now, and tropical storm force winds. They will bore the brunt of those hurricane force conditions once the storm does make landfall and track across the state. So again, for our viewers in Polk County, in Highlands, Hernando, DeSoto counties, or I should say Hardy counties, will deal with these strong winds, heavy rain, and that risk of tornadoes from now until the overnight hours before the storm does make its way offshore from the East Coast. But again, we have to give some heads up to our listeners here in the interior portion of the state and the East Coast as this storm is headed for you later tonight and into tomorrow morning. So again, as we look at the satellite review, the high cold cloud tops indicative of the intensifying storm that we saw earlier now beginning to decrease in intensity as it gets a little closer to the coast due to sheer slightly cooler water temperature, some dry air intrusion. So right now working off of a Category 3 storm, which is still, I mind you, considered a major hurricane moving ashore right now. Again, the Max Defender radar doing an excellent job with each scan coming in, tracking that core, which is the most dangerous portion of the storm. We've seen lightning flashes around there, which is indicative of the intense updrafts and speaks to the intensity of the storm, which is holding its own. Again, down from a Category 4 to 3, but still a major storm working its way ashore of Manatee and Sarasota, JB.
All right, so we just launched the poll on WFLA.com because we have now this area of time between now and the 5 o'clock update. Again, if you're just joining us, Milton, a Category 3 storm lashing the state of Florida right now. Impacts being felt as south as Fort Myers all the way through up. I'm sure Bricksville is starting to feel impacts all the way up in Hernando County, Spring Hill, that area, I'm sure starting to feel it. Even inland all the way through to Lakeland and beyond. Polk County, we've seen some live camera crews reporting conditions there. In fact, let's get to Eileen Natchik, I believe, in Pasco County. Let's get to her next. Let's listen in.
Brought a few of them. I'm facing east right now. You can see this rain is coming down northeast. It's quite interesting. It picks up and then it slows down. So you get a big gust of wind, a big gust of rain, slows down a bit, picks back up. As you can see, my photographer here is going to zoom in on this palm tree just for a visualization of just kind of how much rain is coming down and how hard the wind is going. But we'll talk about the shelters here. Earlier today, my wonderful friend Brianna Villegas and her photographer Joseph are shooting Sun Lake High School, 5A High School, and River Ridge High School. These are some of the shelters you can go to that are pet friendly. People coming in and out. It's so important, can't stress this enough, to make sure your pets are okay and taken care of. But Rebecca's saying this rain is not going to stop here, and she's right. If anything, it'll continue to pick back up. We'll be out here all night and evening long, bringing you the latest coverage. You can see I've got the rain dripping from my hat right now, coming down to my left side, your right side. So stay inside. That's the most important thing. Hunker down and stay safe.
Eileen doing a great job. Let me explain. So Eileen, we'll explain this as a bit of inside baseball. Eileen, whenever a hurricane hits, it's all hands on deck.
Absolutely.
Eileen is used to covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not used to being in a hurricane. Yes. But doing a phenomenal job for us on WFLA News Channel 8. We asked a flash poll on YouTube Live what people want to see the most of. Models and Wobble Tracker is the #1 pick. Behind that, reporters and cameras out in the field. And then after that, reported photos and videos. So we will do it in that order. Let's look at the latest scans. The 4 o'clock scan from Wobble Tracker, the positional update. Now, okay, so if the track, this is where we are now in that critical. This is the critical hour for Wobble Tracker. This is it.
This is it.
We've hit, because what's going to happen at 5 o'clock, the NHC is going to update their track. And what's going to happen is the line is going to shift, and it's going to be basically arriving. So this is the most important hour for Wobble Tracker ever, because will, in these final few scans, basically the 410, 420, 430, and 440 scans from satellite and radar, I'm sorry, not satellite, this is radar now, will the storm be moving northeast, or will it follow the red line and jog east to Sarasota?
At this point in time, it's going to be difficult for the storm to kind of take a hard right and follow that red line.
But Justin, if that's true, this is heading to Tampa.
Yes. If this trend holds, it is headed towards Tampa Bay.
Because the
And
jet stream has picked it up,
that
right?
That is critical. Yes, it is. It's feeling the influence of the trough that we've been talking about for so long. And again, we're monitoring this minute by minute, but you can clearly see for yourself, and that's why your viewers want to see this wobble tracker, and rightfully so. This is really illustrating the track that this storm is taking. And we're showing it to you live on the air here, and we're going to continue to follow this wobble tracker. And the concern and is the water level rise, as we call it, storm surge in the bay, if this storm does go over Tampa Bay. Hopefully everybody is in there, away from the water in a shelter and can weather this storm. But that is the concern now over the next several hours. If that motion northeast, again, you can clearly see it, continues moving towards the bay, the concern is the storm surge that we've been so fearful of. And again, at one point, we saw the Hurricane Center's track. We saw the model data all emphasizing Sarasota and Manatee counties. But judging by the radar trends that we see, and this is what we do, is kind of nowcasting at this point in time. Sure, we're going to get a track update at 5 o'clock, but it's all about keeping an eye on that core and where it's tracking. And we can do that real time with the Max Defender 8 radar and our wobble tracker that you're seeing live here with us.
Yeah, so this, folks,
it's concerning.
For the next 45 minutes, we're going to really stay honed in on this as much as we can. I'll bounce around to here a little bit. Jeff is on air right now talking about wobble tracker.
Southern part of Tampa Bay. It would only push surge into the southern part of Tampa Bay. It's a big circulation. In fact, it's probably about 60 miles across the eye wall. Remember, a couple days ago, it was 4 miles across. So it's just really expanded. So on the eastern side, the circulation's really, really wide. Therefore, the center of the storm would really have to get this far north around St. Pete Beach in order for the counterclockwise flow to drive water into the bay. So we would have to see a wobble continue for the next hour or so, or two, so that it gets to this right here before it makes that turn. It's conceivable. So if it gets as far north as St. Pete Beach and Madeira Beach, then that water can be forced into Tampa Bay, and we'd be concerned about that. So far, wind gusts to 59, and that is it. But we're about to see those wind gusts pick up even more. There's the outer eye wall right there, and look at just on time. We said it would probably come in at 5. It's going to come in at 5 right there. That is where we're going to see those wind gusts, probably to about, I'd say, 90 miles an hour. And then the inner eye right there, when that comes inshore, probably about an hour or two later, we'll start to see those wind gusts to about 110 miles an hour, maybe even a little higher than that. And that will work its way straight across Sarasota, Bradenton, St. Pete, and Tampa. So Tampa, you are going to be in the eye wall. St. Petersburg, you are going to be in the northern eye wall. And the heaviest rain is going to be right there, which means it's likely to get into Pasco. It's likely to get into Polk County as well. So showing you the hour-by-hour radar, this is our model. And you can see, this is the latest one. There it is, the center of circulation coming right through Tampa Bay. So clearly, it is still possible that we could see that happen. That's why these last-minute wobbles really matter. But just as importantly, look at how heavy the rain is for hours and hours and hours in northern Pinellas County. Like I said before, we already have 4 or 5 inches in places. If you are in a neighborhood that typically floods, make sure you get your valuables and lift them up. Put them on the counter, because you do not want to lose your photos, your documents, whatever you have that's important to you, because this strip is going to see probably 10 to 20 inches of rain. That includes places like Wesley Chapel. Everything starts to get better. We'll get into an onshore flow tomorrow morning. Actually, cooler, drier air moves in. A lot of us won't have power, but at least that autumn air will have moved in, and it will make for much nicer conditions around here. You may not need the air conditioner for a few days. So we've already had 5 inches of rain, 4 or 5 inches of rain in places. We're going to add another foot in the red, and that dark shading right there is another 15 inches of rain. So you can imagine the flash flooding we're going to see. Flash flood warning is in effect for Pinellas County and also for Manatee County as we speak. So again, we're awaiting the landfall of this system. It's likely to come through, I'd say probably at around 7 p.m., 8 p.m. is when we're going to see the eye, the center of circulation, make landfall. It has weakened from a 5. Now it's a Cat 3. Winds are 125, just as we suspected it would be. That means, and because it's a weakening storm, you're not going to see sustained winds of 120, but you may get some gusts to about 100 and 125 miles an hour. All right, with that said, I'm going to wrap it up and toss it back to you, Keith and Stacy.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. You know, we
Back
have all
here
eyes
with you, and thank you to Jeff for breaking that down. Jeff's been working.
Oh, absolutely. The whole team has been all over this storm, and some takeaways from what he just kind of broke down there. The core of the storm, what we've been concerned about, getting into the Tampa Bay area. That eye wall that Jeff just mentioned, that's the strongest portion of the storm. So that will be impacting Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. That's number one. Second thing, the rainfall is just staggering that he just showed. 10 to 15 inches of rain. As he mentioned, already dealing with 5 inches of rain that's fallen in our northern counties, Pasco, Hernando, up into Citrus County. And the rain continues to pile up. He mentioned a flash flood advisory for Manatee County, down around Bradenton, Lakewood Ranch, Bayshore Gardens, down into Sarasota. And that's coming from that particular band that we're watching on the Max Defender 8 radar right there. But again, the core is still yet to come. Landfall somewhere between 7 and 8 is the thinking from our weather team. And we've got between now and then for this tremendous amount of rain to continue to pour over the Bay Area and points to the north. So flooding will be a major concern when this is said and done.
I see a line heading for Pinellas County.
With a track, you're mentioning.
With the jets, I mean, with the, no, I mean, I'm talking about the movement of the storm. Now, is it going to slither? I'll bring that word back. Is it going to slither back northeast or east by northeast? I'm using, my two eyes here, and I am seeing the storm moving at a northeast line that takes this through Pinellas through Tampa Bay. Now, there's going to be some shit. That's why I'm waiting for this 420 scan. But Jeff, are you seeing the same sort of line that I am seeing? What do you see?
Yeah, I've been talking about this on air, and you're not going to have me for very long because clearly I'm losing my voice. But that's okay. So I'm going to power through this, but clearly, Justin, this thing has moved north of where it was supposed to. There's no way it's making a right turn right now and going straight into Sarasota.
Yes.
So, although, again, the eye wall is like 60 miles wide now. So it doesn't really matter necessarily, except if this center gets north of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, and then it's a big problem
because of the circulation around the storm. You've got to have that southwest flow to push the water into the bay. So that's going to be very critical where it makes landfall, and can it get that far north in latitude? That's the question that we're watching.
If you extrapolate that, it is headed towards St. Pete Beach.
Exactly.
So it's got to turn. It's supposed to turn. We might see it all of a sudden turn in like 10 or 15 minutes, and it will move through Bradenton. But at this point, to get to Sarasota proper for landfall,
it's going to be very difficult to do.
Seems unlikely. And it may be a situation where it splits the uprights of Tampa Bay, and then the southern part of Tampa Bay gets a lot of surge, but it spares the northern part. Man, this is close call. We knew that we'd be on pins and needles, and the wobble tracker is really helping us to see this, with our eyes, like
in real time.
Jeff, this is. I mean, we're getting really close here to landfall, and we don't know if the NHC's track is going to hold.
Well, I don't see that it can, but we're going to get a new track in about 30 minutes.
I have to be fair. To be fair, we're really focused on that center
That's
line.
Right. But
the cone
was up to St. Pete Beach, and that's why we tell people
don't pay attention to the center of the line. Pay attention to the cone.
I wrote a post last night, just saying, listen, we don't know exactly where this is going to go. Just be safe, take care of your family, take care of yourself, make smart decisions, because we just, these are impossible. We've become so far, Justin, in being able to predict where these storms are going, and we're able to nail it 4 or 5 days ahead within like 50 miles, but that last 50 miles is so hard.
And it's been so critical that we've all been mentioning.
Look at the
tens
cone.
of miles.
I'm sorry. So look at the cone. Well, so the cone has really the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is being like the northern side of the cone. So maybe, just maybe, I don't know. There needs to be some northeast or east by northeast movement for it to stay in the cone. But that last movement, did the 420 scan come in yet? It hasn't. But we'll pay attention.
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
we're going to be
Justin.
doing.
I cut you off there.
No,
but,
you're good. You're good. It's very critical to keep an eye on this wobble tracker that we have here. at FLA, because it really, each scan that comes in is going to show the motion of the storm, and that really dictates where the highest storm surge is going to be. We know that the core is going to impact the Tampa Bay area. Pinellas, Hillsborough County, as I mentioned, into Manatee. Thanks, Jeff, for joining us. It took a second to get off TV to come join us here. Working really hard along with the rest of the team. But you can see that we do have that core that is moving off to the north. And again, the eye wall is going to impact us with those strong winds, but it's about that surge that we're so fearful of, JB. What will this do? And we still are having a difficult time kind of pinning that down at this point.
So I think it's fair to say, as Jeff noted, impacts are going to be impacts at this point, but the surge into Tampa Bay could be catastrophic if it does move north of Tampa Bay, really into Pinellas. If the line goes through Pinellas or even southern Pinellas County, you're talking about all of that momentum basically whipping into Tampa Bay and pushing waters of Tampa Bay, not out of the bay, but into the bay. And that's why I think the 420 scan is in. And okay, wait a minute.
Let's see what this does here.
Wait a minute there.
It's a wobble back to the east.
Wobble back east.
And this is what these storms do. So you have to be very cautious about a few scans. And I mentioned that maybe 20 minutes ago in this conversation. You need scan after scan after scan to look for a trend to kind of make a call. And this is still within the confines of that forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. And we stress that so often on television and through our social media posts to focus on that cone for the center of circulation. It has nothing to do with impacts. We can see the impacts are far-reaching across the state. But when you get down to it, that core of the storm is going to be so critical over the next several hours. And it's still, at this point, is within that forecast cone, that margin of error from the National Hurricane Center.
So that rotation, it is in a counterclockwise direction.
Correct.
Has the potential, and storm surge scenario 1 that we've been highlighting. Real quick, Eric Stone in the backup location.
Notice a slight deviation to the north on Wobble Tracker. So again, we'll see if the National Hurricane Center does deviate the track slightly to the north.
So many texts and questions coming into the site. I've just fielded some of my own, wondering for people in Tampa, it doesn't look good when any jog goes north. Does this thing still have time to make a dramatic move, or is it too late in the game? It's going to hit.
No, I mean, it still has time to stay on course. So we're not out of the woods yet in regards to storm surge in Tampa Bay. Of course, we are expecting a landfall somewhere in Manatee and Sarasota County. Again, we'll see the 5 o'clock update coming up in just about 20 minutes or so.
The good news is you said it's slowed down a bit. Cat 3 now.
It's weakened a bit, yes.
And with that, does it speed up?
Technically, when a storm becomes a little more extratropical, then yes, it does speed up. So this is going to race 17 up to 20 miles per hour through. So at least it's getting out of here faster, especially compared to Ian.
Right. And then we were out in the lobby. We talked to a lot of people. They're just kind of congregating. A lot of families, a lot of kids, a lot of pets hanging out in the lobby. We have a story for you we're going to air in a little bit with an interview with a couple from St. Pete Beach. But just talking to them, they're all in the same boat. They went through Helene, this couple that I talked with, and they said it ruined everything. They weren't taking any chances with this one, and I think that's what we're seeing a lot of. Helene was the wake-up call.
And I heard them say that they decided Friday, right? The storm was just getting going in the western Gulf of Mexico. They were very smart. They had the plans in place, and now they're going to be safe. It's the people that wait till the last second. That's what you worry about. You don't want to do that. You want to be prepared.
And we're about 20 miles up the road from that studio in downtown Tampa, so we're starting to feel the effects, as Eric said, outside right now. The rain's really piling up. Kind of worried about that parking lot. We're going to see how that's going to handle 10, 12 inches of rain, so we'll report back on that. But that's the latest up here at the Hyatt Place in Wesley Chapel, just off of I-75. We'll keep tabs on the situation here and give you updates as we have them. We'll send it back to you.
All right, so that was Josh Benson and Eric Stone in our backup location. Look here. All right, it's a little bit, that last frame. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this all, Justin, because the NHC's track still has it going through Sarasota.
And we will not get an update until 5 o'clock on that. That will not change. So at this point in time, it's about nowcasting, as I mentioned earlier. We're watching the radar trends. What is the storm actually doing right now? Aside from the model data, it's just watching the radar trend that we see, and there is a slight wobble to the north now in this last frame, a little bit further to the east. But that's exactly the nature of these storms. They don't follow a line. They do exactly what that the headline says there. They wobble. So if it continues to kind of wobble north in latitude, the question is how far north in latitude, how much latitude can it gain? So again, as we look at these images
cranes.
here.
This is from Brian Enton of News Nation. The cranes swinging in the wind. And Paola mentioning that you can send in videos to WFLA.com/report it. We will get to those in just a few minutes. Our entire team at WFLA uses Report It. I'm sorry, Justin, continue.
Yeah, we were just mentioning.
Those were power outage numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so these are just coming in. This is brand new, 70,000 in the area.
That's crazy. That's great. This early in the game, we're going to see a lot of power outages, and I think there's going to be a swath of power outages from the Bay Area throughout Central Florida, and then eventually over towards the East Coast, the Space Coast, the Northern Treasure Coast. So if you have friends or family over there, we're talking about Melbourne, Cocoa Beach, again down to Sebastian, Palm Bay, Vero Beach. Those are areas that will be impacted by Milton late tonight and through the day tomorrow. So this is not just a West Coast storm. In fact, storm surge will be felt on the northeast coast of around Jacksonville and St. Augustine because of the expanding wind field of the storm itself. This is not just a West Coast event. So it's certainly going to impact a good portion of the state.
All right. So Wobble Tracker is currently in the 420 Eastern scan. We will come back to Wobble Tracker upon the 430 scan. In the meantime, what I'd like to do is go to WFLA.com/report it to show what is being sent in from around the area. Again, please use this tool safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in the elements for a photo or a video that could compromise your safety. With that said, let's get to it. We had this one in earlier from Philip. Let's continue on. We're going to go through these pretty quickly, Justin, because we've got a lot in the queue, and I want to keep things moving here and get back to Wobble Tracker. This is Sophie, 99th Avenue North in Naples, says, great timing for road work. And clearly this road work, seeing significant flash flooding on this street. Let's move on. This is a street flooded. Lauren sending this in.
It's flooded.
Largo, Florida.
The dog had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, walking the dog. Yep. That's so many people.
It's a necessary thing. Right?
Yep. Let's see here. This is Daniela. Wow, look at the winds gusting here. This is Bradenton overlooking the Manatee River.
And at one point, we can pull up our Skycam once again in Bradenton and see what the winds are doing down the Manatee River, because it really illustrates that east component to the wind, which is
the Skyway Bridge or Manatee River in Bradenton. Oh no. Yeah, let me see if we have 22. That still. Let me see if I still have that. I can bring it up here live. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow, look at it now.
Yeah, a big difference in the picture from what we saw earlier. But again, as we watch the water elements blowing, this camera again positioned in downtown Bradenton looking westbound, the water is flowing still out of the Manatee River towards the Gulf of Mexico. So the water level rise, the storm surge that we're fearful of has not begun just yet in portions of Manatee, Sarasota, and into Tampa Bay.
Lance sending this in to report it. Wow. A big down tree in Cedar Lane in Brooksville up in Hernando County. We're going to be seeing a lot of this, folks.
Especially in the Nature Coast area. Jeff showed those rainfall amounts.
This is Steve from South Lakeland. Hold on.
Gotcha.
South Lakeland. Lots of rain right now. Strong winds.
All right, I'm sorry, Justin, continue. That was Steve in Lakeland.
Yeah, rainfall is going to be a big concern. North of the circulation, it's somewhat front-loaded with all this heavy amounts of rain. Already reports 5-6 inches of rain has fallen thus far, and we can see on the max offender radar trends how the rain continues to just pile up in our northern counties, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, and even in the northern portions of Hillsborough County. Somewhere in there is going to see a big bullseye of rain, but we're thinking 10 to 15 inches possible. The only good news, the forward motion of the storm, it is speeding up a bit. A faster motion would decrease those rainfall amounts. So
Bobby,
let's hope for that.
In Wauchula and Hardy County, I'm sorry, Justin, continue. I just want to shout out some of these as we get through them.
So inland areas, yeah, dealing with that.
Absolutely. Brandy on Ruby Lake in Winter Haven says video of backyard on the lake, very windy and flooding occurring here. And you can see visibility beginning to deteriorate. Let's continue on. This is Susan.
The water is already building up on the grass, coming down pretty hard.
Susan in Plant City sending this in, saying that the rain really picked up around 3:45 p.m. Going out of St. Lucie. Fort Pierce, flooding occurring here. Thank you to Tina for sending this one. Oh wow, look at the vehicle in the background. That's a big no-no, folks.
Absolutely. We always tell people, turn around, don't drown, don't drive through water of unknown depth. That is not what you need to be doing in a situation like this.
All right, high winds reported in, let's see here, this is West Chase, Florida from Tiffany. Next up, Wayne is joining us from Gestador Avenue. Flooding occurring here. I only have a street. I don't have a town or a county. But that's significant flooding for this stage. I mean,
and that's freshwater flooding. That is not storm surge at this point in time.
Current weather activity in Palm Bay on the east coast of Florida. This is from William. Sarasota downtown. You might know this area.
Very well. There is the Selby Library there. My goodness. And more than likely that was in a squall when that was taken.
Again, this is being sent in WFLA.com/report. Here is a locator and a timestamp. 3:52 p.m. Grove Park in Brandon, Seffner, Florida. And showing there, looks like patio furniture and a lot of rain coming down. I mean, look, gosh. Getting nasty out there, folks. All right, this is Megan in downtown Clearwater. Current conditions there, or near current conditions. This one came in a short time ago. You can see the wind whipping that rain around significantly. This is from a balcony in downtown Clearwater, not too far away from the Gulf of Mexico. Two more. Let's get to Kelly in Port St. Lucie. Flooding outside of her property there. Thank you, Kelly, for sending that one in. And this is Calendula, flooded roads in rain in Port Charlotte, Florida. No audio on this video, but you can see from the property. Back to real-time Wobble Tracker. We'll get to more of your videos sent into WFLA.com/report.
Which is really helpful with illustrating what's going on out there. And doing this safely is critical as well.
I'd like to give a moment to spotlight News Channel 8's Rebecca Barry. Let's check in with Rebecca.
Tornadoes. We can't promise that we won't see tornadoes during the overnight hours, but that consistent band of tornadoes is now out of our area. Now we're starting to get into the thick of things with rain in Sarasota, Bradenton, and St. Pete. You can see these waves of deluge downpours. These are blinding downpours. Yet this is another reason you don't want to be out in this storm, is because visibility is very low in these heaviest areas of rainfall. This is the eye right here. It does look, if the last couple of updates there make it look like it might be making that easterly motion just a little bit, or that might be wishful thinking on my part so that we don't end up with storm surge in the bay. Here's a look at our current winds. They're sustained at 44 miles per hour in Sarasota, 16 in Tampa and Lakewood Ranch, and 24 in Sarasota. So the winds are going to pick up very quickly. When you look at wind gusts, we've seen a 63 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete, 45 down in Sarasota, 49 in Venice, 38 mile per hour wind gust in Tampa, just updated, and 33 mile per hour wind gust in Zephyr Hills. Brooksville's seen a 45 mile per hour wind gust. The maximum wind threat is in our central zone here. We're talking Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, and Polk counties, and it does include Highlands, DeSoto, and parts of DeSoto County as well. That's where we're going to see the 110-mile-per-hour threat of wind gusts. And so this is where we're going to see the most widespread power outages as well. When you get into the red, your range of high wind gusts will be between 75 and 110 miles per hour. And then for the Nature Coast, it's a little lighter, but still hurricane force wind gusts in a lot of cases. So worried about extensive power outages, especially in our windier areas, you guys.
All right, thank you, Rebecca. A lot to take in. I want to give you a live
We're
look.
with you live here, folks. A live look at downtown Tampa. Yeah, let's show the Hillsborough River. This is right outside our studio. Check that. That's from our 4th floor. So that is our tower camera pointed at the river, and we'll monitor progress here. The real-time wobble tracker. We are still on the 4:30 scan. We'll monitor progress as to whether or not we are moving more towards Pinellas County or more towards Manatee and Sarasota counties. How's everybody doing out there? This is just a check-in. Facebook Live, YouTube Live. How's everybody feeling? Give me one word to describe how you're doing. Just type in a word in the chat, and I'm going to shout some words out. I'm just doing a temperature check. Want to know how our audience is doing, because this is a critical hour. We're waiting for the 5 o'clock update. The storm is hitting now, lashing many of our coastal counties. A lot of our coastal communities are experiencing a lot of the worst of what this storm can offer, even though the worst is very much ahead for many areas in line in the path of this storm. So let's see what we got. We got Kathy saying that she's anxious. We've got Fiona saying waiting. We've got Catherine saying concerned. I'm seeing people who are just putting in what beverage they're drinking. That's an interesting development. Joseph, Camara, scared. Let's go to Destroyer, says cringing. Let's go over to Facebook Live and see what people are saying over on Facebook Live. We've got not too many. Oh, the most recent comments: stressed, nervous, praying, blessed. Praying. A lot of prayers coming in on Facebook Live. Expedition says sleepy. Sergeant Mitch says disappointed. Lady says scared. Joe B says worried. I'm seeing a lot of concern out there in the area. Folks, stay with us. We'll keep you up to date as to the latest movements with this storm. If you stay with us here, we will make sure that you have everything that you need to know to stay safe from this storm. The system right now has made that jog so slightly to the east, but what does that mean as the eye gets closer to landfall? Will it stay on the current trajectory and actually hit southern Pinellas County into Tampa Bay, potentially bringing that scenario of storm surge rushing into the bay, or is it going to make that turn to the east and hit Manatee County, Anna Maria Island, Sarasota County? I mean, really, those areas are already being impacted, but we're really concerned about the surge. We're getting now to a stage in this where surge is our number one concern. It has been our concern for days. We've been talking about flash flooding. We've been talking about tornado warnings. We've been talking about downed trees and power outages and a lot of areas that have seen impacts from the outer bands of this storm. But our focus now is about the storm. It's on the storm surge, and whether or not the storm surge is going to be really focused to the bay itself, or is going to be focused to some of our coastal beaches to the south from Manatee County down through Sarasota County. So we'll see here when the next scan comes in, and we'll get to a few more submissions on WFLA.com/reported. These on Reported, by the way, folks, these are just coming in the last few minutes. So if you're sending in videos now, we can spotlight them. So we went to Port Charlotte earlier. Let's continue on in the queue. This is now Sandra. Wow, so things really picking up. This is the last few minutes. Sandra sending this in, 4 p.m., Wesley Chapel, Wiregrass Mall area, winds and rains picking up in Pasco County. Jeff Patterson out in the elements.
Behind me, as you can see, is the Marjorie Park Yacht Basin, and I will tell you, just looking over the edge of the seawall here, the water is really down from where it normally would be at this time, well down from where a high tide would be. When we were driving along the bay shore a short time ago, we could literally see the water kind of pushing out of the bay. That, of course, is great news for the people who live here at Davis Islands. Of course, during Hurricane Helene, they suffered tremendous storm surge here. You can still see all of the debris that is collected from these first 4 apartments as people suffered significant damage here, and they've been working very hard to clean up their property from Hurricane Helene. The crews that have been picking up this storm debris still haven't been able to get to all of Davis Islands just because of the huge volume of storm debris here. But I just want to point something out as we're kind of walking and talking along here. Photographer Joey Capistrand doing a great job of sticking with me. But if you'll look out into the street, starting to see, unfortunately, some of those things that have been in these debris piles kind of being pushed out by the wind into the middle of the street. Unfortunately, this makes it even more hazardous to be out here because these are boards that I can see with nails in them and things like that. So as we were driving on to Davis Islands, we noticed that there was some water coming up, and that is purely from the amount of rain that we've been getting here. There's been a lot of rain all day long here in Tampa, and so the water that we're seeing on the streets is purely from that, not from the storm surge, because as I pointed out over there in the Marjorie Park yacht basin here, I'm even seeing the water level on the vessels that is rather low, and then along the seawall and the rocks that are at the base of the seawall, we could see almost to the bottom of those rocks. So it's just really incredible to notice what happens when the wind is taking the water in the opposite direction. And as we've been talking about all day long, we expected the storm surge to be worse on the southern part of the eye wall of Hurricane Milton. And I would gather that the people here on Davis Islands have been very nervous, and people in Tampa have been very concerned about where exactly that eye wall would be, because of course they don't want to see any more storm surge or damage. But we're keeping an eye on the wind and the conditions here as we go along to try to bring you the best images possible. But right now the wind has been picking up, and as you can tell, the rain around me is becoming more intense. And photographer Joey Capistrand is a pretty big guy, and for him to try to hold the camera, even though he's shielded by a building in part, it's not easy. So guys, we're going to toss it back to you, and we will keep an eye on the conditions as they evolve throughout the course of the evening.
Hey, Jeff, I don't know if you can still hear me with that wind blowing, but it seemed like it was kind of, I'm not going to say calm, but it was not so bad. Now it's picking up again. You used to carry around that wind gauge, that wind meter. You don't have that thing with you anymore, do you? Because I'm curious to know what kind of wind you have.
I don't, Keith, because I've noticed over time that wind gauge wasn't 100% accurate, and I only want to be able to bring you the accurate details. I will tell you just from standing here that the wind is considerably picking up from where it was 20 or 30 minutes ago. There was a time when we were driving along the Bayshore where we could see a clear spot. You could see all the way across from Bayshore Boulevard all the way to Tampa General Hospital. Now those conditions have deteriorated considerably. The wind picking up, as we mentioned, and the rain just coming down much harder. So just the visual acuity that we have out here is deteriorating. And we are obviously keeping a close eye on everything around us, whether or not it's the water is coming back into the bay or not. But right now it just looks like it's a very, very low tide out there. So a very fortunate thing for people who live in Tampa. But of course, our hearts go out to those who are on the southern end of the eye wall and who may be experiencing a very high storm surge south of here in Sarasota and points south of that.
Jeff, I have a question for you. I know that all of Davis Islands, where you are, that's all evacuation zone A. Have you seen any people there? Because even though it seems like it was going to come into Bradenton, Sarasota, and it may still, we've seen a jog north, which is why they evacuate people, because none of those storm paths are a certainty until we see actual landfall.
That's very true, Stacey. And no, we have not seen people out here on Davis Islands. And I will tell you, because I do know a lot of people who live out here on Davis Islands, friends and others that I know, and just talking to them in my friend group and seeing posts on Facebook, a lot of people who did not evacuate for Hurricane Helene have for Hurricane Milton because they saw how bad it could get and they saw what the conditions were like. We saw how packed the roads were, the interstates were prior to this storm. A number of people evacuated to the north, some people evacuated to the south just to get out of the direct path of this storm. So many people took this storm very seriously, which is very fortunate because, as I have mentioned, Joey and I were out on the Pinellas County beaches last week, and we actually encountered some neighbors of a woman who passed away during Hurricane Helene because she did not want to leave her house and had called up during the middle of that storm to her son and said, please help, can you get me out of here? The water's coming up. And of course, by then it was just far too dangerous. There was literally a 5-foot wave of water coming down her street. I talked to her neighbors. They wanted to help her, but it would have become too dangerous for them to try to get to her at that point. So thankfully, I know a lot of people who may not have wanted to evacuate for the last storm certainly did for this one. So we will see how things go as this storm progresses and evolves throughout the course of the evening.
All right, Jeff Patterson reporting live for us out on Davis Islands. I want to get to Marilyn Parker because, bless her heart, I'm looking out the corner of my eye. I can see her on camera over there getting pelted over in Largo tonight.
Yeah, Marilyn, how are things? They seem to have deteriorated since we saw you last.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it has deteriorated.
We're having a little trouble with Marilyn's audio. Hopefully we can get that back up and we'll go back to her.
Yeah, hopefully that microphone's going to hold up out there. Maybe they can double check on that. But obviously she's over in Largo right now where the rain has really started to pick up. We've watched these rain bands come in and we've watched the winds and they come and they go. But I mean, this is something that's going to continue for a while and we're now a little bit, a couple of hours away from landfall still.
Right, about 2.5 to 3 hours. And tonight we're hearing from residents who have evacuated, who heeded the warnings. We're always happy to hear that. They're trying to escape the worst of Hurricane Milton. And Josh Benson spoke with several people who live on St. Pete Beach, and now they're riding out the storm where he is in Wesley Chapel.
All right, we're here at the Hyatt Place in Wesley Chapel. This is where our temporary studio is set up, and we're starting to meet some of the people who have evacuated along with us here to the hotel. Good to see you guys.
Hi, how you doing?
What's your name, by the way?
Gary Starr.
And what's your name?
Cheryl.
Okay, where'd you guys come from?
St. Pete Beach.
So you're not wasting any time or screwing around at all?
Right. No, no.
So when did you decide, hey, we got to get out of St. Pete Beach and get inland?
Probably last Friday.
Okay.
When we knew things were coming and figured we had to get out of town after we saw what Helene did, we knew that we couldn't stay. We're in the 6th floor of a condominium. Okay. So hopefully our condo's okay, but everything around was just devastation from Helene. So
how long have you been in St. Pete Beach?
About 8 years now.
How many hurricanes?
Oh gosh, a couple tropical storms, a couple hurricanes, nothing like this one's supposed to be.
What do you think about this one? I mean, it's been building up for a while, but it forms in the Gulf, comes right across the Gulf right at us. You don't see that very often.
Right. Well, at this time between Irma and this one, both of them we felt like we're losing our home. We're not quite sure what's going to happen, but we'll see.
Was it tough to get a hotel and get your way here?
No, it wasn't. That's why we started last week looking for hotels and everything, because we knew it was a possibility it was coming. Okay. So we looked at the hotels and then we decided to come on. I think it was Monday or Tuesday we came.
Do you have any pets or children or anything with you? Or?
No.
Okay. Easy. I didn't listen to that. I got 2 kids and 4 animals, so it's like there's a lot more to deal with there. All right, so what's your plan after this?
I guess we'll find out tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Are you worried?
A little bit. You know, everything was underwater with Helene, and it took probably half a week just to get back on the island. So we'll see what comes after this. Don't know.
Well, thanks so much for talking with us. Interrupt your lunch here. We're neighbors now, so good to meet you both, and we wish you well. Stay safe, and we appreciate talking to us. Thanks. They are just a few of several people who are at the hotel with us, so we're going to ride out the storm here tonight, and we'll keep you posted on everything that happens from Wesley Chapel. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Josh. And because we are down here in downtown Tampa on the water, we have that backup. Josh Benson up there in Wesley Chapel. So if something happens here and we lose power, as we did in Helene briefly, we do have a backup plan.
All right, we do. And we also have Kenny Morales standing by. And Kenny, you've taken some rain there. Poor George MacArthur. I mean, she was getting pelted with rain a moment ago. She's in Pinellas.
Yeah, guys, you could just tell the conditions here are starting to deteriorate very quickly. Myself and photographer extraordinaire Bob Hansen have been just kind of driving around through northern Pinellas County, and I would say within the past 30 to 45 minutes or so, the rain has just picked up incredibly intensely, including the wind, and just getting pelted with rain and wind to the point that it's almost impossible to drive. Honestly, we were driving very slowly, very carefully around the streets here in Seminole, but it's getting to the point where the visibility is almost zero. There'd be cars right in front of you. Thankfully, there aren't too many on the roads right now, but very, very scary scene so far here in Seminole with Hurricane Milton still, several hours away.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Kenny out there reporting, and I said Georgia MacArthur, she's going to.
All right, so back here with everybody in the stream center, folks. Let's go to the real-time wobble tracker, and let's show it. There it is, 440 scan, and we are moments away from the 5 o'clock advisory dropping, Justin. We are getting, of course, all the most necessary updates in this 5 o'clock update. It will be fascinating to see if the cone shifts north, but really that's almost a formality at this point. Key messages will come out as well, but the surge is our number one concern at this point in where we are with this storm.
Going to be dictated by where the storm ends up. The landfall position is going to be critical, and it's going to be very interesting to see where they place the center and then the projection out from that over the next several hours, affecting the Tampa Bay area and the Sun Coast. So obviously we're waiting this 5 o'clock advisory, watching the data coming in, but judging by what we see on the radar and also the wobble tracker, this storm is pretty much behaving itself and falling within that cone of uncertainty that we've been following from the National Hurricane Center.
So can you bring up the track graphic? Because if we can, that will show when the 5 o'clock advisory drops, and we can show exactly what the wind speeds are, the movement speed, if that's something that you can toggle there on the laptop.
Let's see what we can do here.
And if not, we'll stay with wobble tracker. I'll let you work on that, by the way.
Yeah,
and
I'll get that track up here for you.
Okay, so in the meantime, folks, the 450 scan is in. Let's evaluate. And it looks like absolutely easterly movement. Thumbs up in the comment section if you see this easterly movement. The jog to the east. A true wobble to the east. I have to point out, Facebook Live, we are beginning a new live stream for the 5 o'clock update. The current live stream will cease. We have, of course, eclipsed just a long live stream on Facebook Live, so we have to restart. Facebook Live, if you're joining us, we will be back with a new post here momentarily. And we'll do that with the 5 o'clock update when it drops. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I see that movement to the east. A lot of others see that movement to the east. Is this going to mean perhaps surge? Where is that surge going to go? Where is that counterclockwise motion in the southeast quadrant of the storm? Is it going to be able to rush into Tampa Bay, which would be a catastrophic scenario, an unsurvivable scenario for anybody that is left in a flood-prone area? And look, we highlighted an individual earlier who would not leave their boat, and that person, look, could be significantly impacted by the wobbles happening in the next, hour or so. Justin.
Absolutely. It's critical. I'm looking at another radar source here behind the scenes, and it's interesting to see to watch this because the eye on the eye wall on the southern portion of the storm is somewhat open, and I'd have to look at the aircraft data to see exactly what they're reporting. But because it is open, the storm itself may be broadening out. So we may end up with a very big eye wall or eye that'll be kind of wandering over the Tampa Bay area. That's going to be critical as well because the position north in latitude is going to dictate if we get that southwest flow, meaning the wind has to come up into the bay to drive the surge in here. So it's just going to be really interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center does here at the 5 o'clock advisory, which Looks like we're just getting in right now.
Yeah, it is. It is just dropping. And yeah, Justin, do you have the ability to bring up the track? If not,
that up, if I have it graphically here. Okay, so
There
we
it
got
is.
120.
Yep.
Intensity's come down a bit. There's the forecast track.
The track is basically going. No, I mean the track.
It
is
has
staying
been changed. It absolutely has been changed.
It's now
and it
going
has been adjusted
through,
north.
It has adjusted north through Anna Maria Island, and the southern tip of Pinellas County is in the red forecast cone. And it'll cycle back here in a second. There are the new spaghetti models showing where they're going to be going. But really, it's interesting. I remember saying on stream on Sunday night that Anna Maria Island was in a really bad spot. And now that we are in this final couple of hours before landfall, Anna Maria Island is looking like it's about to get an insane amount of surge, right? I mean, Anna Maria Island and the areas, the areas
south of it,
right south of it.
Yes, so that would be Longboat Key and St. Armand Circle, if you're familiar with the Sarasota area, Lido Beach, and even into downtown Sarasota. Sarasota proper, the downtown area, sits on Sarasota Bay, which took a tremendous amount of storm surge with Helene.
Those barrier islands, I'm just shouting them out. Anna Maria Island, Bradenton Beach, Longboat Key, Lido Key Beach, down to Siesta Key, which of course makes up the Sarasota market. I'm sorry, Justin, continue. Just those are some areas that are about to get massive amounts of storm surge rushing in.
Yes, that is correct. As the storm moves in, right now those winds are offshore, keeping the worst of the surge off of the beaches of Manatee and Sarasota. And we looked at the camera out of Bradenton earlier, the Pier 22 camera showing the wind flow, which is from the east, and that is helping to keep the surge from coming up and into the Manatee River and along the coastline. So as long as we see those winds blowing in the direction that we are looking at here live, JB, this is good for Sarasota, Bradenton for now, because the storm has not made landfall. We're just dealing with the eye wall or the core that is getting closer to those metro areas of Bradenton and Sarasota. However, things are going to go downhill over the next several hours as that core that we've been talking about here and on WFLA as well, and on at WSNN TV, that is going to move ashore here across our southern portions of the area.
All right. We're about to reset for Facebook Live and introduce our new Facebook Live audience. Unless we already have. I'm waiting for our digital content team to let me know. But in the meantime, folks, I want to, I have a note to pass along, but I don't know if now is the time to do it. I'm waiting for my team to get back to me and let me know. Perhaps it will be abundantly clear to me if I just check for myself. Let's see. And I'm looking here. Okay, no, we are not live on Facebook. So really quickly, let me pass this along. Justin, I think we're staying put. I don't think that there's a scenario now where you and I would be leaving in these conditions. So correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, there's been talk of you and I going to the backup location.
Yes, that's where you've been seeing Josh Benson and Eric is over there. That was put in place should this storm wander or wobble a little further to the north, affecting Tampa Bay, because this station, WFLA, sits on the Hillsborough River. If that surge were to come in to the bay, it would back up into the Hillsborough River and put WFLA at risk of dealing with water in the building once again. So we have that backup location. The question becomes, does that scenario actually play out?
We have a new open for Facebook Live.
Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Right now, Hurricane Milton nearing landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. We are getting updates on Wobble Tracker, updates from the Max Defender 8 radar as this system gets closer and closer to a landfall event. Much of the Tampa Bay area experiencing impacts at this hour. JB and Justin Mosley, WSNN Chief Meteorologist, here with you in the Stream Center, introducing a new live audience. And Justin, we're monitoring this on Wobble Tracker, streaming live on WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker. And this is the critical hours for this storm as we get closer to a landfall event and determining whether or not the storm surge is going to be able to rush into Tampa Bay, or if the storm surge is going to be exclusive to areas such as Anna Maria Island and south all the way through the Sarasota beaches.
That's correct. The Wobble Tracker tracking the eye of the storm and the eye wall, which is the worst portion of the storm. You can clearly see with the radar echoes, this is what we call reflectivity, highlighting the strongest portion of the storm here, the oranges, the reds on the northeast side, and that's relative to the heading of the storm. And again, the 5 o'clock advisory now in, and I'm just looking at that data as we are kind of pouring over it as it is coming into our weather center here, and the wind speeds have come down a bit. It is a Category 3 storm, and as we look at the information that is...
That says Cat 4. I just want to be clear with our audience. It does say a 4 there on the symbol, but it is a 3, correct?
That is correct. That was an older satellite image that our team is working this as we speak. But the max winds 120. There's the minimum central pressure 948. That's come up a bit. Motion northeast at 17, and look at the track.
Yeah, the cone has moved north.
The cone has moved north. The line has moved north into Manatee County. It was over Sarasota, and in between Sarasota proper and Bradenton, that's about a 15-mile difference. So everything has been shifted to the north in response to the trend that we have been watching with our Max Defender 8 radar has been a little further to the north. The concern, will that trend keep up and get this storm at a latitude where that water will rush into Tampa Bay out of the southwest? That is still not out of the realm of possibility. So everybody should continue to shelter in place. We're really starting to get into the heart of this storm right now, JB. At last report, the storm is under, under 100 miles, 60 miles southwest of Sarasota right now. So that means the core, those strong winds that we've been showing you with our Max Defender radar, is going to be working its way onshore. And that's what we're fearful of for damage from the wind, in addition to the storm surge at the point of landfall in areas to the south.
So here's the thing. As I've been paying attention to all of our talented meteorologists, Justin included, again, Justin coming up here from Sarasota, the chief meteorologist at WSNN, our sister station in Sarasota, Florida. Here's the thing about that line, is that if that line holds, if that track holds, it's not north enough to push all of that unsurvivable storm surge. Basically, scenario 1 is not necessarily at its maximum potential. So, I mean, if it moves north of that line, every movement north
is not
worse
good news
for Tampa Bay.
Correct.
It's
now,
south. Yeah.
Exactly. It depends on how far north the storm can get.
Right.
If it doesn't get far enough north, we could see that water level rise, the surge, get into the south side of Tampa Bay. So again, we'd be talking about places like Apollo Beach, the Big Bend of Hillsborough County. St. Pete would deal with the storm surge, because keep in mind, St. Petersburg downtown is on the east side of the Pinellas County area, the Pinellas Peninsula. So it would bore the brunt of that surge if this scenario plays out, if the storm can gain enough latitude and the winds go southwest. And that's what we're continuing to monitor. We can't emphasize the importance of the Wobble Tracker, because each frame that comes in tells us a lot about the motion of the storm. So much so, with the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, we saw, I would call, a significant adjustment to the north with the official forecast track. What happened with that, it actually put our area back in the cone, much of Hillsborough County and into Pinellas County in that cone of uncertainty. So that means there's wiggle room for the storm to move within that window of possible of movement. So everybody, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota counties must continue to shelter in place and brace for the worst of this, which might include a storm surge to get in the south side of Tampa Bay, affecting downtown St. Petersburg at that beautiful pier there. And if it gets enough latitude, this water could get up into downtown Tampa. Again, not out of the realm of possibility with this new update from the National Hurricane Center.
Looking here at the line going through Bradenton, but really those coastal communities that we flew over with Eagle 8 HD in the aftermath of Helene.
Where the sand was completely overtaking beautiful Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, some of the most pristine real estate in Sarasota County, down towards St. Armand Circle, John's Pass, Big Pass. And water made its way from the Gulf of Mexico, salt water, all the way into downtown Sarasota when it came to Helene. So we're fearful what this scenario could be with this storm so close to our coastline and with such great intensity. This is a Category 3 storm, JB. This is a major hurricane making landfall in the Tampa Bay area.
All right, so looking here at various tools that we have right now at our disposal. That weather computer, by the way, I do not have access to it anymore. But I want to get back to the road. I want to get back to Jeff Patterson. He's clearly in Tampa. Let's look at live conditions from the Max Fender 8 storm vehicle and show everybody what it's looking like out there right now. He's clearly off of Bayshore, and maybe there's a street sign there. We can get a locator. It's really hard to see because of all the raindrops on the camera lens. Perhaps we can get Jeff to join us here momentarily. Oh, actually, no. That's not the Max Fender 8 vehicle. No, this isn't the Max Fender 8 vehicle. I tapped into the wrong feed. Let's come back out to Wobble Tracker and show the 5 o'clock scan, which does show more of that easterly movement. And Justin, I'm trying to figure out, look at all of that activity on the north and northeast side, all the reds and oranges. There's going to be just a tremendous amount of rainfall coming in, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a multifaceted storm. We're dealing with the issue of storm surge that we've been talking about for quite a few days when it comes to this storm. But as it's getting closer, the rain bands, that rain shield now, is beginning to move into Bradenton, southern portions of Pinellas County, and into Hillsborough County, encompassing much of Tampa, over to Brandon, Carrollwood. You can see Clearwater, all the way down towards Treasure Island, areas that got hit so hard, as we know, from the surge with Helene. Now dealing with some of the worst from this storm, Milton. And in the eye wall, it's going to be very difficult to escape the fury of this eye wall impacting Manatee, Sarasota, and into portions of Hillsborough counties.
All right. We have Jeff Patterson calling in, but I don't have a source for him. So I'm trying to bring him in, and hopefully we can get Jeff. Jeff, I know you can hear me. We're trying to bring you in live. You're just not available right now as a source. So we're going to try to load you up into the program. Again, Wobble Tracker streaming live right now on WFLA.com. The path of the storm, of course, is of paramount importance from this point forward as to whether or not the storm surge is going to be able to rush into Tampa Bay, how much of it is going to be able to rush into Tampa Bay. But the Sarasota beaches, basically the beaches all the way from Anna Maria Island all the way to the Venice beaches, are going to be experiencing a significant impact. This is a Wobble Tracker image that is outdated by several hours, Justin, so I'm going to deviate from this. Let's come back to the live Wobble Tracker and monitor progress. Oh my goodness! So here's a shot.
The Skyway Bridge. Yeah, just pull that up. My goodness! I mean, look at those waves over Tampa Bay right now. This is live, and we're looking north across the Skyway Bridge where there's nobody there. It's been shut down, but you can see the cameras beginning to bounce around. That's indicative of the strong tropical storm force winds, but the wave action is incredible. But JB, take a look at this. The direction the waves are moving, that is blowing out of the bay. Sure, there's a lot of white caps a tremendous amount of wave action there, but the wind is blowing it out of the bay. So right now, the surge from the Gulf of Mexico is definitely not happening because the way the water is flowing is out and away from downtown Tampa.
Standing by, News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson with Joey Capistrand behind the wheel of the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. Hey there, Jeff. Do you have us?
Hey, good evening, JB. Yes, I do. We are on Davis Island, specifically at the Marjorie Park Yacht Basin right now. I want to show you a look outside. Take a look at that. And very interesting things we've seen. Last time we talked to you on Bayshore Boulevard, we noticed that the wind was pushing the water out of the Bayshore. Now I'm starting to see a shift. Frankly, we're starting to see, literally, you can see the waves starting to come back in. As I was standing on the seawall a short time ago, I could look down and it looked like it was lower than low tide. But now we're starting to see some of that water coming back in. Not saying that we're going to see that enormous storm surge that we were afraid of at one time, but we are observing that the water's starting to come back in. Now, the other thing we've seen is that the wind and the rain have picked up considerably from about a half hour or an hour ago. And I'm going to ask photographer Joey Capistrand to kind of pan over to the left and take a look at that. You'll see this all over Davis Islands. Unfortunately, this is the storm debris. This is the things that people have torn out of their homes or their furniture, their belongings, their drywall, all of the above that they have piled up on the side of the roads here from the storm surge and the damage from Hurricane Helene. Now what we're starting to see is because of the wind and the water that is coming onto Davis Island, some of that debris is starting to wash into the streets. So I would say that it's particularly hazardous right now to be driving around because some of this wood has nails protruding and other sharp objects. So it could really be hazardous for your car, your tires, and everything like that. So the city of Tampa, unfortunately, the contractors have not been able to get out in time to pick up all of this storm debris because who would have expected another major hurricane back to back from Helene and now Milton? So it might be a little bit dangerous to be driving around for some time until the city crews can get out. The thankful thing we have seen is not a lot of traffic out here, not a lot of traffic up on the Selman Expressway and not a lot of traffic out on Interstate 4 275 as we have been driving around. But that's the fortunate thing. The other fortunate thing that we have observed is haven't seen hardly anyone out here on Davis Islands, as a lot of people who may not have evacuated for Hurricane Helene have now chosen to evacuate for Hurricane Milton just because of the expected intensity of this storm. So a lot of things going on out here that we are keeping our eye on to let you know what is going on as these conditions develop and emerge throughout the course of the evening.
Jeff, I hope the answer is no. Have you seen any people walking about or, I remember when you were up there at Cedar Key with Joey and you were doing that live shot with the waves crashing up and we couldn't believe it, but behind you there was somebody just casually kind of walking behind you as if to not have a care in the world. Have you seen foot traffic at all of any kind? Again, I hope the answer is no.
Well, no, we haven't really. I mean, as I was driving into work, I did see some people out, having a personal photo op out on Bayshore Boulevard, with the wind and the water behind them, but really haven't seen anything like that, JB, out for this storm. We have seen some other crews out up on Cedar Key. We noticed that there were some, I would say, streamers that people have their own YouTube channels and things like that. But because I suppose of, where the storm was spread out to be, we're not seeing that right now here in downtown Tampa or on Davis Islands.
Jeff Patterson reporting for us. Any observations and what's the next step there, Jeff? Where are you heading?
Well, we're going to keep an eye on things as they develop. Right now, we are not heading down to Sarasota where we're expecting landfall to occur sometime in the next 15 to 20 minutes with the initial landfall of the eye. We expect that the worst of it will be down in Sarasota, unfortunately, between 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. And so we're just kind of making an observation here in Tampa. There was a great deal of concern as this storm was approaching that it might come straight up Tampa Bay. Not seeing that happen, and unfortunately for the people who live south of here, it looks like the worst of it may be down in Sarasota and south of there. So we will continue to monitor the conditions as they evolve.
Just because I'm curious, Jeff, how are you monitoring conditions? And I have Justin in here as well if you need any kind of an update or if there's any questions so that we can keep you safe and point you in the right direction. But are you listening to updates in any capacity? Do you have anything up on your phone? What are you using to stay informed?
I have apps on my phone, as you can imagine, JB, a variety of apps on my phone that I am monitoring. Plus, we have the assistance from our news desk and others, who are out in this storm, kind of observing things. I have a friend who lives in southern Hillsborough County and was just texting with him about what the conditions were. At one point, it looked like the storm would be going well south of him. He's now concerned because he's keeping an eye on the wobble tracker too, that the storm might be headed more northerly now. So it's kind of a minute-by-minute thing that we're keeping an eye on here to observe the conditions so that we can react accordingly.
Jeff Patterson, Joey Capistrand, be safe out there. We'll monitor your progress in the Max Defender 8 storm vehicle. Appreciate you joining us. We're going to move on now to a live interview taking place. Let's listen in.
All of the people prepare, really taking caution and being really vigilant about the severity of this upcoming storm. So it's been very interesting to see how people have stayed calm, have taken care in terms of staying close to their home or staying in a close location where it's safe, as we are in a hotel. It's actually a ghost town right now. And I think that's a good thing because people have really taken caution and taken it seriously.
We like to see that. And when you were driving around, even yesterday, you saw gas stations out of gas. You saw people preparing. Talk to me about that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everybody was just making sure that they had enough gas to get to their ultimate end destination. And stores were closing early. We were cognizant of the schedule when stores would close so that we had a sufficient supply of food and necessities, medication, or whatever we need.
That is so smart, doing everything that you can, and we like to hear that. That's what people should be doing right now. We know that Milton is about to make landfall very soon. How are you doing? I know that this is taking an emotional toll on everyone. How are you doing?
Yeah. Well, we're staying in a very good hotel, and everybody's sort of coming together. It's like family. Everyone's talking to each other, trying to keep people calm. And some people are in a much more serious situation. They left their homes behind. Some of them have already had damage from Helene. So, trying to support each other, be more comforting to everyone so that we all work together and be safe together.
Thank you. And we've been reporting on the aftermath of Helene. We've been seeing those massive debris piles. People have been gutting their homes. They're in that process of starting over, rebuilding, and now Milton. It is beyond devastating. Is that what you've noticed?
Oh, absolutely. It's just so frightening and traumatic for so many families who've made their lives here, who have families here, their pets, all of their belongings, and there's so much destruction that has happened already, and now this is imminently going to be probably one of the strongest storms we've had in quite a long time. It's really record-setting, I think.
And to be here, I know that we're inland, but we know that coast, I mean, it's such a special place here in Manatee County.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful place, and people love coming to the coast, the Gulf Coast, the beautiful beaches that we have, and I hope that someday, everyone will work together and try to rebuild, because it is so devastating to have the third storm in such a short amount of time. So we'll just have to stay positive and, hope for the best.
Ida, thank you so much for your time. I'm so appreciative, and thank you for being a longtime Channel 8 viewer. So thank you for your time. So we just got off the phone with Manatee County officials. We also know that 11,000 people evacuated their homes. They're taking advantage of the 16 open shelters here in the county, which is great news. People are heeding those warnings and listening to those officials. So we'll be out here monitoring the conditions. Of course, this wind is picking up, but for now, reporting live in Manatee County, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
Brittany reporting for us there in the elements and doing a live interview. Justin Mosley, WSNN chief meteorologist, joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. This is live radar getting updated here on the center of your screen. I want everyone to pay attention. It's, you know what? I'll go full screen because you can see it a little bit better here, Justin. Does everybody see the very small white symbols that are popping up on the north side of the storm? Those are lightning strikes. And of course, as you would expect, Justin, on the north side of the storm where the precipitation and the activity is heaviest, we're getting a lot of lightning in that area as well.
Yeah, a lot of updrafts around the eye wall, and that really speaks to the intensity of the eye wall itself. In general, you don't see a whole lot of lightning with a hurricane. A lot of the energy is kind of dispersed or displaced throughout the entirety of the storm, so you don't have a whole lot of updrafts to kind of get those charge separations. So when we do see it, it jumps out at us, that's for sure, and we are watching that eye wall approaching the coast. I was just looking at the report from the Hurricane Center, and the hurricane force winds, that's winds of 74 miles per hour or greater, extend 35 miles out from the storm center. That's the eye that you see rotating around. We've measured that eye here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center to be about 60 miles in diameter. The tropical storm force winds extend out 255 miles from the center point of the storm. So much of the area right now dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts, that's 40 miles per hour up to about 74, with the core of those hurricane force winds still offshore, still waiting to come ashore of Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, Sarasota, and up into Pinellas and Hillsborough County. So we still have a long way to go. I know weather conditions are rough out there right now, but just stay with us. We're continuing to broadcast here as well as on WFLA and giving you the latest information as everybody hunkers down. But again, it's going to be critical, JB, where the storm makes landfall. The National Hurricane Center, with the latest update as of 5 o'clock, adjusting the track a little further to the north throughout Manatee counties. That window of possible movement, or the forecast cone, does include Hillsborough and Pinellas. So that's something we're going to be watching very closely over the next several hours with our Wobble Tracker.
There it is. And as we look here at Wobble Tracker, it does not appear, barring a massive wobble north, which is, per the cone, absolutely still possible. But barring a massive, push north, the surge, that counterclockwise motion, will not lead to worst case scenario impacts for Tampa Bay.
It will be very difficult to do that.
Yeah, at this stage, this late.
Yes, because of the circulation that you mentioned. So even if the storm kind of wanders over the bay, what has happened, you have to change the wind direction around to the south and west to push water up into the bay. In order for that to happen, the storm center needs to be either to your west or to your north. And it's going to be difficult for it to gain that type of latitude. So we'll be monitoring it over the next several hours. And again, that cone that you don't see on the screen here does include Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. But even if it did jog a little further to the north, I think that surge would still be southern portions of Pinellas County into northern Manatee County, where we'll be able to monitor it minute by minute with that camera in Bradenton there, overlooking the Manatee River.
All right, so quick programming note. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on. I can confidently look into the camera and say that the Stream Center is going to be staying online for as long as possible. Basically, what I'm saying is that we are not going to be going to the Wesley Chapel backup location that WFLA has set up unless we lose power, unless we have a drastic change of events. So somewhere out there on X or on Twitter, someone's got that Leonardo DiCaprio, GIF. I'm not leaving. Yeah, we're not leaving. We're staying. We're staying here with you on the stream across all platforms. So we can confidently look into the camera now and say that. And we are in this for the long haul. Yes. We lose power, things change. We might try to get out, but right now, lights are on in the Stream Center. Microphone.
We're working hard.
Microphone's working.
Yes.
We're staying.
And we're very thankful to all of our viewers that are watching us. It does mean a lot to know that people are depending upon you, and it keeps us going, that's for sure. And we want to take a second to thank everybody for joining us here as we watch this major hurricane here. Time now is 5:25, and it is closing in on the Tampa Bay area. Southern areas bearing the brunt of the storm first. So again, Manatee, Sarasota counties, Bradenton, Sarasota, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, inland to Lakewood Ranch will take this storm sooner than Tampa and St. Petersburg, closer to the core. So again, those winds of 120 miles per hour still sitting offshore. They extend out, I believe, 35 miles was a report from the National Hurricane Center from the eye. The eye right now being measured at about 60 miles in diameter. And again, the tropical storm force winds, 40 mile per hour winds or greater, extending out 255 miles from the storm center. So a lot of our region starting to deal with the brunt of the storm is just starting to happen across our area. We've been looking at different cameras from the Skyway Bridge. We have one from Bradenton, as I mentioned, and at one point, I'm sure we'll be able to get our WFLA tower.
This might be. This is from the White House. We might be getting a special address from the President of the United States. We'll monitor that. Also, right now online, the backup location.
A little bit further to the north because the storm was
backup location.
Shifted to the north, but the key is it is still south of Tampa Bay itself.
Right.
And if it stays to the south, it will continue to push water out of Tampa Bay.
Wow, some signal breakup here. Now this is, I believe,
to make sure this thing stays on track, because if it keeps going north, then the potential of that storm surge in Tampa Bay is there.
But based on speed and how fast this thing is, it's a Cat 3 at this point, is that right?
Right.
And tracking the timing of it, does it have enough oomph to get up to reverse that trend, bring water back into the bay?
I mean, it's got enough time to at least move off to the east, which would be a lot better for us, or it could keep tracking to the north. So that's when we'll really know.
All right, so what we're doing here is we're actually checking in with our friends in the lobby. We have a lot of evacuees in this hotel. Their spirits are very, very good at...
Shot died.
The shot died.
Wow. They went away from them. The signal was breaking up so much on air that our News Channel 8 team, the control room, went away from them, and Josh and Eric clearly quite confused in that moment. I believe that's either coming in via satellite or that's coming in via microwave live truck, or microwave signal from one place, from one point to another, from Tampa to Wesley Chapel. And regardless, whatever technology breakdowns are going to occur, that's why I'm hoping that the Stream Center stays online. During Helene coverage, every room at WFLA went dark except the Stream Center. We were the last room with lights on literally in the entire building, Justin.
Yeah,
so
I remember watching that.
Hope we do not lose power. Hope that we stay on, and hope that the lights are going to be bright and allow us to do our jobs here for you on stream. That's right. Look at the real-time wobble tracker, latest scans. Let's see what we got. 520, I believe, coming in here. So what are we seeing on wobble tracker?
Okay, so we're looking at the storm motion still northeast at 17 miles per hour, and it's not. It appears to be following that line in the last couple of frames, and I hesitate because we really need several frames to be able to really make a call on this. But as we can see with the last few frames, the center of circulation is following that line pretty well. Now, it's interesting. I was just talking to Jeff Baradelli about if you look at the radar, at the beginning of this loop, it looked like you had a tight little eye, right? And that may be a mid-level circulation in there. And there's a broader circulation, which is the actual eye wall, and it's undergoing some shearing in the atmosphere. That's from the trough that we've all been talking about. And it may be helping to tilt the storm. So there's some radar interpretation there that you have to kind of have some skill and be trained to kind of know what you're looking at. But the broader picture there is what we think is the eye wall of this storm. And it's very large. 60 miles is what Jeff Baradelli measured it at. As it travels to the north and east. All right, JB, what we got?
Live cameras. This is the Tampa skyline on the right. I mean, back there somewhere. I mean, behind all that, all the incoming precipitation.
Is that from our WFLA tower cam?
No, well, top left is. And let's actually showcase, if we can, the tower camera. There it is.
Yeah, wow.
And
visibility greatly reduced as these bands come through. In the distance, you could see Amalie Arena, home to where the Tampa Bay Lightning play. And we can see that conditions are definitely going downhill in the metro of Tampa as these bands that we mentioned earlier are becoming a lot more frequent, and we're getting into what we term the rain shield from this hurricane, meaning that the steady rain is going to keep up. All right, this is looking over the Skyway Bridge.
Does anybody else see it? I'll give the chat a moment to see if you can see what I see. Yeah, I'll just I'll share with our audience. I don't know if you catch it, Justin, but wow, look at that. So what do you notice about the waves on the right side of your screen from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge? They're not moving. That's because this freeze frame on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, I believe that this camera has stopped transmitting.
Ah, goodness. I mean, what we saw earlier, that would support that.
There's no movement on the right, folks.
It was starting to shake around pretty good. And the wave action, yeah, I've been here for quite a bit of time. I've never seen that type of wave action from a camera, in Tampa Bay like that. It's
I wish that the text had a timestamp so we could know when this froze.
Last frame was, yeah.
But this is not live. This was the last image from this camera. And so Wobble Tracker just updated. You saw it there in the bottom left. Let's go to it. 5:30 Eastern time. This is the new scan and absolutely Eastern movement. No doubt.
Yes.
You see it.
Yes.
And the eye wall expanding. You said 60 miles earlier?
60 miles in diameter.
I would imagine it's growing beyond 60 miles now. You can see it
broad.
widening. And of course, this was largely expected. Pun not intended.
Yes, as the storm moves north and is encountering the upper level jet stream winds, it is broadening out. The wind field is expanding, and it's just kind of the physics of what happens with a poleward or northward moving storm. This is also helping to bring in that eye wall into places like Longboat Key and Anna Maria Island. Some of the worst of this storm right now is occurring in Manatee and Sarasota counties, at the coast and at the beaches. So this is going to continue to spread inland. Bradenton, Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, all are going to bore the burden of this in the next hour or so.
Folks, we are going to fly through the latest. And I got something stuck in my throat here for a second.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try to take it away
for 1 second, Justin.
Let's see if I can read this. We're looking at some video that is coming in.
I'm good.
Okay, he got a bottle of water and quick swig helps, right?
We're in good shape.
Okay.
Trying to do a lot simultaneously here, everybody. So, all right, report it. We're going to run through these as quickly as can be to get through as many submissions. These are photos and videos coming into our website, wfla.com/report it. Please send them in safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in harm's way to send in a photo or a video to capture something on your phone. It is just not worth it. This is Nick in St. Petersburg. Next up, we have Judy sending this in from Lakeland, Florida. Cindy Lane showing flooding in or near her property. We've got Mo sending this in from St. Pete, Florida. Here we have Kyle, Plant City. Next up, we have James in Jensen Beach.
It's Martin County on the East Coast, and man, look at that sky there.
Yeah, no rainfall yet, but that's going to change. Nick in Palm Harbor. Things really whipping in Palm Harbor as of 4:50 p.m. Next up, Paul.
4 o'clock.
Lutz, Florida. Next up, we've got what is this? Cindy says Sarasota County Flatbush Avenue, because the county failed to clean the ditches in the back and along the side of the house. This is how water sits so far without the storm. He's proving a point. That's what the point of Cindy's video is, that the water is so deep that he can cast a fishing line. The President of the United States is speaking. Let's listen in here live on Tracking the Tropics.
No, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people of Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are survivors, any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. There are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation? Why do you think Trump is...
Okay, a lot of, well, you know what? We're going to stay here with our coverage of the storm. This is a critical hour. There's going to be a lot of questions that are asked to President Biden. He is staying at the podium. We're streaming the press conference on WFLA.com. You can watch it there. We have it for you. But we are, this could, I don't know what the back and forth exchange in the aftermath of that is going to be. President Biden looking into the camera and saying that he is supporting the people of Florida. Says that the White House and the current administration, they're backing the people of Florida. Let's get back to the coverage at hand, because this is a critical hour, Justin, as we're monitoring real-time updates on the real-time wobble tracker.
That's right. And we see the center of the storm at last report, and we're getting hourly reports now from the National Hurricane Center. At last report, 60 miles southwest of downtown Sarasota. I can tell you by looking at our Max Defender radar, and you're watching this with us at home as well, that red band that you see is a part of the northern eye wall, which is battering Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, and Sarasota. And it extends about as far east as the Tamiami Trail, which is known as Tamiami Trail, which is US 41 down there. And it's going to continue to work its way further to the east over Lakewood Ranch Parish. And now this is getting into Hillsborough County. So again, around Ruskin, Sun City Center, the Big Bend of our area, Gibsonton, Apollo Beach. Weather is very rough right now, and it will only get worse from here as the core is now beginning to impact the greater Tampa Bay area. Again, the worst down around Manatee and coastal sections of Sarasota at this point in time.
Yeah, to echo what Justin's talking about, look at the oranges and reds approaching Bradenton into southern Tampa Bay itself. I mean, even some dark reds between Bradenton and Sarasota. I mean, that's really, I think, like Longboat Key, that area.
Yes.
Probably getting some really...
Getting battered right now on Longboat Key up to about Anna Maria Island. So the cities of Holmes Beach, city of Bradenton Beach, around Cortez, also around, as you work your way down towards Whitney Beach on Longboat Key. Those are the areas of concern. Bayshore Gardens, Talavast, Whitfield, you know what I'm talking about. We're here watching for you as well. I know we have a lot of viewers down there, and that's why we're here working the storm from a safe location. Our studios are in downtown Sarasota, and we made the call on this to protect our employees of the television station to come up here to Tampa. We're all a Nexstar family, which is critical in moments like this, and we all work together. And I have to thank our parent company, Nexstar, as well as WFLA, for allowing us to get that message out to our viewers in Manatee, Sarasota, down into Charlotte and DeSoto counties, as this storm is impacting the entire region. We're all caught in this together, and we won't leave you as this storm continues to move into the Tampa Bay area. And it's going to be a rough go of it, JB. I'd like to stress to folks that maybe have never experienced a hurricane. Here we are getting closer to nightfall, and the core of this storm is going to be moving in. It is going to be a scary event. There's going to be a lot of rattling of the windows. A lot of folks have storm shutters up or plywood to protect themselves from the strong winds. It's going to be a rough night, but we're in this together, and we're going to stay here and continue to broadcast and stream the information to you as we're all in this together as the storm kind of travels inland across the state.
Event canceled. Tornado watch, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County. The watch is canceled, meaning that things are beginning to clear up there from a tornado perspective, which is encouraging news that from Southwest Florida, from that region, things are beginning to improve. Probably not completely out of it just yet, but
yes, it's heading in that direction. If you split up a hurricane, many times you may have heard us talk about the different quadrants. So the northeast quadrant or right front quadrant is the strongest portion of the storm. It also is the portion of the storm that contains the most tornadic activity. A few hours ago, that area you just mentioned was going through it with tornado warning after tornado warning because they were positioned in that northeast quadrant. The storm is moving along as scheduled. Motion northeast at 17 at last report, and it's seeing some dry air intrusion on the south side. That's why you don't see those radar echoes with our reflectivity as much on the southern side. It also goes to show you those quadrants are working out the way they should. The southeast and southern and southwest quadrant just not conducive for tornadic development as much. So we're not seeing the type of tornado warnings, and now the Storm Prediction Center allowing that watch, meaning the conditions are favorable to expire in those southern areas. But they'll maintain it for the Tampa Bay area, inland to Polk County, and throughout Central Florida, Orlando, Daytona Beach, and the Space Coast.
At this point, you know, there are a couple things that make me nervous. You know what makes me nervous? Construction cranes. They make me nervous. This one coming into WFLA.com/report it. If you're going to send in photos and videos, do so safely, responsibly. Do not put yourself in harm's way. Brian says this comes from Top Golf in St. Pete. And I swear this just...
It's eerie.
It's eerie, and it gives me that tingly feeling down my spine that you hope that one of these don't come down in hurricane or tropical storm force.
The idea with this, JB, they unhinge those cranes like that so that they can spin around in the wind and create less resistance. If it's locked down, there's a higher probability of it tumbling.
It's gonna come
down. But watching it, that's a different thing.
It doesn't give me that good
warm,
feeling.
Cozy, safe, secure feeling. That's for sure.
Not at all. Moving on WFLA.com/report it. Let's get to some of the photos, videos coming in. This is from Kathy. and it doesn't have a location. If you're going to send in photos and videos, you guys, please let us know where it is. That's like one of the most important things. You can be as specific as possible. Timestamps and locations are really big, but for what it's worth, this is Kathy's backyard, and it's
filling up
currently
with water.
Underwater, no doubt. All right, this is a big down tree from Juan in Sefner.
Okay, so this is going to be a big concern. Let's hang on this for a second.
It's on a power line.
Yes, that's where I'm headed with this. So we have a lot of saturated ground across the entire Bay Area. This has been an extremely wet summer, as we know, and we've had storm after storm. Now this one is moving in. The ground is saturated, and you have these very old oak trees and other trees where you get a quick wind gust to come through over saturated ground, and we're starting to see these trees fall inside these intense rain bands that you're seeing on our Max Defender 8 Doppler radar. So at this point, power outages are going to become a big concern across that swath of Manatee, Sarasota, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and into Polk County. So it's important to spread the word about what we're doing here in the digital center. To have your devices charged up so you can continue to get the information and see exactly what is going on. Because I tell you, I've been through a storm in my life here in Florida. Native Floridian, grew up in Vero Beach, seen my fair share. If you're in the dark, you don't have power, and you don't hear or see the information, it is extremely frightening. So we are going to be here and continue to broadcast and stream to get you through this storm. We will not leave you. And it's important to note to charge up your devices right now while you still have power, because we are starting to see those trees go down, which will quickly cause power to go out across a good portion of the Bay Area.
Getting in one last charge on my phone. A reminder.
Very good idea, G.
Yeah. You got a charger over there? You got something?
I do, actually. I will go ahead and do that.
There's you got there's power over there. Feel free to use it.
You got a great setup here, by the way. This is really cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Justin joining us here, everybody. Chief Meteorologist, WSNN, coming up north from Sarasota to Tampa. I hope your station's okay, and I hope that everything, your home, family, if they're in the area, everybody, I hope everyone's okay.
Yes, we're all in this together. I like to stress that as well. We're one big family, across the Tampa Bay area in moments like this, because we're broadcasting to you. We're in a safe location, but I was putting up storm shutters and sandbagging my home down in Sarasota 24 hours ago. So I know what it's like. It's stressful. I like to tell people to also take a breather. Hopefully at this point in time, everybody is just kind of hunkered down and the work is behind you, and we're just going to ride the storm out. But it can be very mentally taxing, and your mental health is extremely important in moments like this. So let's just take a minute, take a breather. We're all in this together, and we're going to get through it together as well. I know. Very
Got
good.
this,
There's
folks.
that Zen, JB.
Zen.
Yes.
Moment of Zen. I encourage everybody out there. I'm not even kidding. Just take a moment. Take an enormous inhale.
Yes.
You'll feel better, I promise. Back here with you in the Stream Center. The Yoga Center is going to be the nickname eventually if we continue to do breathing exercises. Let's get back to the coverage at hand. As we look here at Max Defender 8 radar, I want to point out something that is astute observation from Justin. We are getting into real power outage territory. And I want to mention, we didn't lose power here until hours after Helene was well north of Tampa Bay. Helene was up in the, basically east of Tallahassee in the Big Bend when we lost power. So the storm moving inland will cause rolling power outages, of course. But if the storm enters the greater Orlando area and you think, oh, we made it, we didn't lose power, do not relax yet. Power outages can occur even in the aftermath of a storm.
There's a backside of the storm.
That's right.
A lot of it you may not see on our radar because of some dry air, but the winds will remain elevated for tonight. It will be gusty all night long. We're on the forward side, which is the strongest portion of the storm that is moving into the Bay Area right now as we speak. And this is the evidence of it as JB pulls this back up as we work the storm together. Look at this old tree that is just on top of the power lines. It's also over a roadway, which obstructs a vehicle to try to get into, to fix that power line. So this is a process that's going to be playing out all across the Tampa Bay area and across Central Florida, southward along the Sun Coast as well. This is from Lutz, right?
Lutz, Heather sending this into WFO.com/reported saying rain coming in across the lake. So this is not all water that has pooled as a result of Milton. This is all water that was, look, this is a lake is what you're looking at is what I'm trying to say.
Correct.
Next up, thank you, Heather, for sending that in. Next up, we have...
Intense rain in Lithia, Florida.
This is from Preeti, Lithia, 5:15 p.m.
Neighbor's yard filled up with water. Intense.
Next up, thank you, Preeti. Kelsey showing flooding on Strema Road, Largo, Florida, downtown Largo to be more precise. Thank you for being specific. Really do appreciate it, Kelsey. Also coming in right now, Kevin from Vero Beach. Oh yeah, the waters are rising and are going to start to take cars.
That's my hometown.
Down. Yeah.
Vero Beach, East Coast, that is known as a treasure coast over there. And they've been dealing with band after band. I've seen tornado warning after tornado warning earlier today along the treasure coast. And that water is just incredible. And again, you don't want to venture into water of unknown depth. Turn around, don't drown. That's the National Weather Service message to everyone. And this is a scene that you're going to see across a good portion of the state of Florida as Milton cuts across and heads towards the East Coast tonight.
All right. Thank you to Kevin for sending this one in from Vero Beach. Moving on. I want to point out there have been people that have been tagging me in videos on Twitter. I can only use it if it's been sent into WFLA.com/reported. It also has to be a video that you took. If you screenshot or screen capture, it will not work. It's got to be your video that was shared to you. You have the of course, you have the rights to be able to basically send it to us and share it with us. So, screen recording off of Twitter or X. Yes, what you got? Yes, thank you. All right, so that note passed along by our executive producer, Nathaniel, saying that the conditions, if Jeff Patterson says conditions are deteriorating, he's not as dramatic as I am.
It carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, it means a lot coming from him. So Jeff apparently says that they are in the thick of it right now, and our team is trying to load him up as a shot. So
and that's understandable, judging by what we see with the Max Defender 8 radar. The downtown Tampa is really going through an intense band right now, and it's going to continue to progress to the north, and it is also affecting Pinellas County. This is one of the biggest and strongest bands that we've seen. Another shot, this is of a tornado in Royal Palm Beach.
Look at the resolution on this video. I'm going full screen with this so people can see it better. You can see rotation. Look at that. This is Anthony in Royal Palm Beach, Justin.
It's on the East Coast near West Palm Beach, to be familiar with that area. But yeah, well-defined tornado. This is almost textbook. You can see the wall cloud, which is that dark area that's kind of hanging. And then you have the actual funnel, what we call the condensation funnel, rotating around. You can see the winds feeding into the storm as well. Now, tropical tornadoes are typically brief. They're usually weak, EF0, as we say, and they're short-lived. As quickly as they develop, they can just kind of dissipate, which makes it very difficult to hop on TV and warn everyone. That's why the tornado watch that we're under is very critical in a moment like this. It's conditional or situational awareness that everybody should be in, because this can briefly happen just about anywhere within the tornado watch area. But my goodness, incredible shot from Royal Palm Beach.
Yeah, and this, if I have that correct, that's that's near Palm Beach.
That is correct. It's just to the
that's a far
west. Yes,
way away
it's
from
on the
here.
east coast of the state of Florida, in South Florida there. And it just shows you the breadth and depth of the storm and the far-reaching effects as Milton continues to expand its grips and wind field across the state of Florida. But that is really impressive. We saw these types of scenario, these images, I should say, in portions of Lake Okeechobee area near, I believe it was Clewiston, I saw a warning in Glades and Hendry County. So, yeah, crazy stuff earlier today.
All right, more submissions coming in, photos and videos to WFLA.com/report it. Please send in your photos from a safe location. Videos, do not put yourself in harm's way, folks. And I have to repeat myself over and over again. It's because we are always engaging a new digital audience. This is Cynthia from Riverview in Progress Village. Look at these wind gusts. Listen, How about, you know what? Even better, let's just listen. Yeah, so that's what it sounds like to be in a storm of this magnitude. And these are just wind gusts, but you can see the water racing across the parking lot. Significant impacts there. And I think that brings us to the end of the queue. So we'll get in more reported videos coming in. Let's check in with the real-time wobble tracker and look at the 5, 30, 40, and 50 scans. The eye wall expanding and expanding in an eastward direction.
Towards
again,
Sarasota, towards Bradenton. They are in the eye wall now. And I feel confident to say that. And that is, unfortunately, some of the strongest portion of the storm. So again, Bradenton, Sarasota, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, Lakewood Ranch, Parrish, Duet. Those are the areas. Siesta Key, going through some of the worst of the storm right now. And there is the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, which brings the center of this storm through portions of Hillsborough County and north and east of Polk County. So if you're watching us in Lakeland, Bartow, Winter Haven, this is headed in your direction, and we're going to stay with you throughout the duration. This is not just a coastal event. Now, we will watch the water level rise occurring before too long around Bradenton down into Sarasota. Judging by the radar echoes that I can see right now, they still have an offshore wind. Once those winds come around to the west or south west, that's when we'll see the storm surge that we're so concerned about once again, I might add, for those places I just mentioned, like Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key, Siesta Key, Casey Key, and down to about Venice. So again, that's really the focus in our viewing area right now. We have extremely heavy squalls moving through downtown St. Petersburg with the wind directly off of the bay. It's unrestricted over Tampa Bay, moving into St. Pete, all the way out towards St. Pete Beach, including downtown Tampa. Now, we were, I believe, JB, trying to effort Jeff Patterson's shot, and I think we're still working on that. He's kind of
Jeff, I know you can hear us. We don't have your shot up at the moment. I'm getting our team to work on it because I know you're in the thick of it right now. We're trying to come your way, so stand by, Jeff. Yeah, things are pretty rough right now in Tampa.
Correct. And now because the storm is gaining some latitude and moving north, I don't want to forget about our viewers along the Nature Coast. We're talking about Pasco, Hernando, and up into Citrus counties. We've got a heavy band moving through Pasco County. So from the Suncoast Parkway inland towards Zephyr Hills, Dade City, also along the coastline, Newport Richey and Hudson, dealing with these bands as well. And as they come through, that's when your weather will go downhill and become a lot more squally. And the winds are going to pick up over Pasco and eventually northward towards Spring Hill, Weeki Wachee, and into Brooksville before too long. So the entirety of the viewing area is really starting to see the big impacts from Milton here. A little drier if you're watching out in Highlands County, Polk, and into Hardy and DeSoto counties. Not as much echoes on the Doppler radar right now. But again, the tropical storm force winds do extend inland. So if you're watching us in Sebring and Lake Placid, northward towards Lakeland, Winter Haven, also around Bartow, again, turbulent conditions, but the worst weather is coastal sections of Pinellas, spreading into Hillsborough, but by far the worst right now for our viewers in Manatee and Sarasota County. Very concerned because they are moving into that eye wall, as I mentioned, the strongest portion of the storm right now.
Yeah, and the surge is going to be the theme going forward at this point.
Exactly.
Again, here with Justin, JB here with you. Jeff, we're trying to get... I think we now have Jeff Patterson. No, we don't. I thought I saw a shot on that source. I don't have it. Jeff, we're trying to find a home for your shot. Stand by. Trying to come your way as quickly as possible. Oh, no, wait. There he is. I got you, Jeff. We're loading you up. You're on. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, good evening, JB. Well, as you guys have been talking about, the conditions here are kind of deteriorating right now. We're on East Davis Boulevard, and I want you to take a look at this. The water is coming up, I'd say about a foot. And this is just from the intense rainfall that we've been having here in Tampa over the last several hours. This is not storm surge. I want to make that clear. Thankfully, we're not seeing it get into homes as it did during Hurricane Helene because the water has not risen to that level yet. But if you'll look behind me, just down Davis Boulevard, you can still see the damage, the debris from people hauling the things out of their homes that is still on the side of the street. And unfortunately now, if you look in the middle of East Davis Boulevard, some of that debris is starting to blow out into the street or even just to float out into the street because of the flooding that we are experiencing here. So I'm in front of Fire Station 17. Even the Tampa Fire Station suffered damage from Hurricane Helene. There is no one in here right now, no fire rescue units, no vehicles, no personnel because of the damage they suffered during Hurricane Helene. As you might be able to tell, the rain is coming down harder where we are right now. We saw some heavy bands of wind a short time ago, but we're now starting to see what Hurricane Milton is bringing to this area, and we fully understand that the worst part of this will probably be south of here. With the eye wall coming in over Sarasota, certainly they'll see more storm surge, but this is one of the things we've been keeping an eye out for all day long is where's the storm surge, how high is the water going to get here. Right now on East Davis Boulevard, this is just from the rain, and you can tell the ground is saturated here. It's been raining for hours. We've seen the wind ripping through some of the top of the trees. Just some minor limb damage right now, nothing major. We haven't seen any trees topple that weren't toppled during Hurricane Helene, so we're keeping an eye on all of that too. But JB, you can tell it's not exactly a picnic out here on Davis Islands right now. The one thing I will be thankful for is that it seems that there is still power on the island and we are not seeing any people out here because people seem to have heeded the warnings and evacuated as it has been appropriate to do.
Jeff, this is Justin Mosley once again here with you. And question for you. You covered Helene. You're covering this storm, Milton, now. As far as timing is concerned, when you started covering Helene, did you see the same amount of water on the ground as you're seeing now with Milton or vice versa? Is this more of what you're seeing this early in the game, or would you say it's a little less?
Well, I was in Cedar Key, Justin, when Hurricane Helene brushed by. Keep in mind that storm, as you know, was 100 miles offshore. It went in just north of Cedar Key into Perry, and so we saw some of the worst winds there. I would say winds where I was standing in excess of 100 miles an hour, not seeing anything like that here. As you know, each one of these hurricanes, each one of these storms has kind of a different personality, a different manifestation, and so this one right now seems to be a rain event where we are here. South in Sarasota, when the eye wall comes on shore, could be something entirely different. As you know, this storm has been very compact, the most intense winds around the center. I would compare it somewhat to Hurricane Charlie, although Charlie had different characteristics as well, but Hurricane Charlie was a very tight, very compact, very powerful hurricane, and that seems to be what Milton is. But, you know, as we've seen the eye wall we've seen the eye wall exchange and things dissipate for a time, it's all a matter of timing as to when this storm makes landfall. I understand now it has been downgraded to a Category 3, still a very powerful and intense hurricane, but there was a time today when we were seeing it as a Category 5, a very strong Category 5. There was a lot of anxiety here in Tampa for where would this storm come on shore, where would the storm surge be. So far what we have seen out on the Bayshore is that the water was being drawn out, not pushed in.
And so, Tampa, once again, so far has fared very, very well. That isn't to say that there aren't people outside right now in the city of Tampa that are probably experiencing some great difficulty because of this storm. But when you talk about catastrophic wind damage from a Category 4 or Category 5, we haven't seen that in Tampa yet. Of course, as the evening progresses and we're able to get down into Sarasota later tonight or tomorrow, we may see that kind of intense catastrophic damage. Right now in Tampa, we're not seeing that.
So the winds so far, Jeff, that you're seeing out there doesn't look to be entirely too windy. You're in a squall, as we can see with the heavy amounts of rain. But as far as wind is concerned today, is this the strongest you've seen this afternoon into the evening?
I would say within about the last hour or so, the winds have picked up to about the strongest we have seen so far. Again, not the intense, powerful hurricane that we know Milton can be, so we're kind of on the outer edge here in Tampa. You hate to say best case or worst case scenario, because while it may be good for people in Tampa, it's not good for people in Sarasota. We fully understand that. I've talked to some of my friends. There's almost, this guilt feeling, if you will. You don't want to wish it further south because you don't want to wish it on your friends and neighbors and family who might be living further south. At the same time, if you live in Tampa, you're hoping to not suffer a direct hit. The best thing would be is if the wind shear kind of dissipates this storm as it makes landfall, and it's a less intense storm as it makes landfall and has a downgraded effect on everyone in its path. I know that we're going to be out surveying the damage tomorrow and the next day, and I know that we're going to see some of the more catastrophic effects of this. But right now in Tampa, even though the wind is definitely picking up behind me right now, we haven't seen major tree damage or tree destruction. We've seen some down limbs, but frankly, there's more debris from down tree limbs that are on the side of the road from Hurricane Helene than we have seen falling from the trees during Hurricane Milton.
Jeff, we'll let you get back to, of course, your myriad of responsibilities. Please be safe. But before we do, we like to leave our reporters calling in with any information. Justin, you're looking there at Max Offender Rate radar. Can we provide Jeff with an idea as to what to expect in the minutes ahead?
Yeah, so you're in a squall right now, Jeff, as you know, with the rain falling, and the breeze is certainly there, but weather conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as far as strong winds are concerned for Tampa proper here. And we're kind of zoomed into the water there, and my goodness, what do we got there? Is it some bubbling going on behind you?
So that's one of the hazards of driving around here, is that this water's coming up from the manholes from the storm sewer. And so when the pressure becomes so intense underground, it shoots up. We've actually seen manhole covers in other instances, not today. We've seen manhole covers blow out of their setting. And so when you're driving around, it's something you really have to be cognizant of to keep an eye out for things like that. It's why we advise people don't drive out into these conditions, because what we're seeing is the storm debris with wood and nails come out into the road. And then you see these manhole covers kind of lifting up, and it can become a very dangerous situation. The one thing I would ask Justin right now is, when will we see things start to decline? When will we see that we are finally out of the storm here in Tampa?
Okay, so that's an excellent question. What we're following, Jeff, is that eye on the wobble tracker that you've heard us talk about, and it looks like the storm is going to go somewhere between Sarasota and Bradenton. So the eye wall is going to be battering Tampa for the next several hours here. I think it's really going to take until 9, 10, 11 o'clock, somewhere in that window, before things begin to kind of begin to abate in Tampa itself. But you're just starting out with the rain bands and the squalls that are going to be more persistent, as the strongest portion of the storm will be moving over you, I'd say, in the next 2 hours or so.
Very good.
It's already
Thank you.
begun
That's
in
good information
Sarasota.
to have out here.
Yeah, it's already begun down to your
Yeah.
south. A lot worse conditions, as you mentioned, for Sarasota and Bradenton, looking at our Max Defender radar. But it's nothing to sneeze at in Pinellas County, but Tampa, still, the worst is still yet to come.
Very good. Understood.
Jeff Patterson, Joy Capistrand, be safe out there, my friends. Be well, and perhaps
Thank
we'll
you.
check in with you guys later. All right, let's bring back in
Thank you
Wobble
very much.
Tracker. And guys, look at the latest few frames. Watch that movement.
It's a wobble off to the east. And again, the National Hurricane Center maintaining their forecast track there, which has been working out nicely, I might add.
The National Hurricane Center deserves a moment of just some credit because, look, this was a track that was at one point going through, we didn't know if this was really going to have that storm surge scenario 1 potential. And, the line was going through to the south of Tampa Bay. And if these wobbles are to be believed, and if this is accurate, then the storm surge in that counterclockwise direction would mostly miss Tampa Bay. Now, it's awful news for our friends to the south. It is terrible news for the Manatee and Sarasota County beaches all the way through down to Venice. Storm surge is going to be washing up on those barrier islands. It is going to be just beyond terrible. But
it's a catastrophe on top of a catastrophe.
It
really
is. After Helene, I made a boxing reference yesterday, Justin. I said that Helene being 100 miles off of the coast of Tampa Bay was the jab, and this is the uppercut to the chin, and for that area. And so Tampa Bay might not have that scenario where an unsurvivable amount of storm surge is rushing in and plowing through downtown Tampa, Davis Islands, MacDill Air Force Base, and causing that storm surge that we have so long feared. But that storm surge is going to be impacting from Bradenton basically all the way down through the barrier islands of Sarasota County.
Absolutely, and we're starting to see that happen right now, unfortunately, JB. That core, or the eye wall that I've been speaking so much about as of late, and will continue to do so because it's now moving ashore of these areas that we were really fearful of that storm surge with. So Bradenton in the eye wall right now, Sarasota in the eye wall, the northeast quadrant. So the strongest wind gusts will be coming out of that area, and we'll go and check on those winds here before too long to see exactly what it is going on. But you can see with that last frame that little jog to the west, or to the east, excuse me, is holding with that track from the National Hurricane Center. I like to say no one on the planet does it better than them. I mean, they look at this stuff day in and day out, year round, and they are nailing it with this track forecast, which we know has gotten so accurate as of late. The intensity forecast, there is still some room for improvement there, but they've done an excellent job with maintaining this storm with its forecast, moving it into portions of Manatee and Sarasota counties tonight.
All right. I don't believe that we've gotten this far without taking questions. It's been a long time since we've taken questions, but it's time to do so. Hashtag Hey Justin, hashtag Hey JB to ask your question here on Tracking the Tropics interactively. Whitney, hashtags Hey JB and Justin. Is the storm breaking up? So many people keep saying that it is.
So the storm is undergoing a weakening process, and it's due to a few things. It is entraining some drier air aloft on the south side, and you can see that by that open nature of the radar returns that we see. It is also undergoing a bit of shearing in the upper atmosphere with this strong winds aloft that are picking the storm up and moving it northeast into the Bay Area and the Suncoast and across Central Florida. Also is shearing the storm a bit. So you put all that together, the intensity is coming down with the storm. There's land interaction. We're getting closer, I should say, to a landfall. And yes, the storm is weakening, but still a major hurricane. You have to keep that in mind. This is a Category 3 storm moving ashore in Manatee up into Sarasota and the Tampa Bay region.
All right, next up. So Callie Direct on YouTube Live says, JB, it looks like they're getting the worst right now. Can you explain how it gets worse from here? They are getting storm surge on the Manatee County and Sarasota County beaches, Justin, but the storm surge impacts are not ending now. They're going to continue through the storm passing through the area.
Yes, because of the circulation about the storm. So as it moves onshore, our wind direction is going to shift onshore. Okay, so that water is going to be driven up against the coast with hurricane force winds. And that's one of the reasons we're going to see that water level rise. Now, fortunately, this doesn't appear, at least for Tampa Bay, to be coming in during the period of high tide, which would work to exacerbate the conditions that we're already looking at in the forecast. But nothing to sneeze at here. There's going to be a tremendous amount of damage along that Manatee, Sarasota County coastline, and maybe as far north as the mouth of Tampa Bay. Again, that remains to be seen, just how far the storm can jog off to the north. But more than likely, I think with each passing hour, Tampa Bay will be spared from the tremendous amount of storm surge that we were so fearful of.
The show goes on, SCM. Will you stay on air during landfall?
We're not going to leave you.
We will not leave you.
We are here for you, and we will not leave the air for the duration of the storm, to keep everybody ahead and to keep everybody informed and let everybody know that they are not alone in this storm. Even if you're there in your home, you got your shutters up, we are here for you to walk you through this storm.
I'll say this. If we see a power outage occur at WFLA, believe me, you'll hear me talk about it. Whether the newsroom goes out and we lose power out there, or if the generator kicks on or battery backup kicks on, if we are on backup power in any capacity, I'll tell you so that people know that we've lost power and we've had to reserve to backup power. It's interesting because it would be really interesting, a twist, if you will, if we lost power during Helene, but we stayed on during Milton. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I'm probably getting ahead of myself. We're going to stay on for you. The show goes on. We will stay on with you as long as we can. We're not leaving. Okay, back to this one. The nameless one. Okay. Hashtags versus both. Can you give an update on Newport Richey?
Okay.
I mean, Newport Richey, things have you're not staring at the worst of this. No way.
Correct. So Newport Richey, that is Pasco County along the Nature Coast, north of Tampa and Hillsborough County. As we look at the Max Defender radar, it's important to talk about the entirety of the viewing area, and I appreciate those types of questions. So there is Newport Richey on the map. You can see the bands that are moving through there. Tropical storm force winds likely happening in Newport Richey. As these bands do move through, that's when the winds can kick up even stronger. And rainfall is going to be a big concern because you're positioned on the north side of the storm. Let's watch this loop together. You can see the eye, and notice all that orange, all the red. It's been persistent as we look at this radar loop for Hillsborough, Pasco, and into Hernando counties. The big concern around Newport Richey will be flooding. So again, hopefully you did any mitigation, that you have sandbags, things of that nature. You have to shelter in place at this point in time. But the thinking in that portion of the viewing area, 10, maybe up to 12 inches of rainfall when it comes to this particular storm, with higher totals embedded in that.
So looking in at the questions that are coming in literally at this moment, I do have Facebook up. Let's take some questions from Facebook too. And let's go to Stephanie. That's the first one I see on Facebook Live. Stephanie says, hashtag hey JB, hashtag hey Justin. What about the Nonasassa, Seffner, what they can expect in that region?
Okay, so that is inland sections of Hillsborough County. And again, much like what I mentioned for Pasco, you're dealing with these bands that are moving through as we speak. The rain is heavy. We saw our shot in Tampa from Jeff Patterson 10 minutes ago at this point in time. Much of what you saw there is what you're dealing with in eastern portions of Hillsborough County. But as the night does progress, the eye of the storm will be tracking over or very close, or I should say the eye wall, which is the strongest portion of the storm, will be tracking closer or near over you. So your winds may get up to hurricane force. That is 74 miles per hour or greater. And I think that's what you should plan for, you should brace for, in that portion of Hillsborough County and much of the Tampa Bay area.
All right, next up we have, let's see. I want to get to Valrico for Ivy. That's a big deal because we've had a few comments coming in from Valrico. Ivy, hashtag hey Justin, how bad is Valrico getting it?
So currently Valrico, as I look at the radar here, there are rain bands again moving through there. There are the oranges and yellows, and those colors represent the rainfall rates that the radar is able to detect. So we look at that many times on TV. You'll hear us as meteorologists talk about, rainfall rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. So these rates are very high. The rainfall amounts are going to continue to add up. This radar image that you're seeing is it's in what we call tropical ZR. That's something with the National Weather Service. It's a mode in which they change the radar estimates because it's a tropical rain, and it changes the totals around a little bit. That's some meteorological jargon there, but the bottom line is it's raining in Valrico area, and weather conditions will continue to go downhill. Hurricane force conditions are expected there tonight.
A few more before we get back to WFLA.com/report it. Nikki, hashtags for us both. Will downtown Ruskin be at risk from being hit by the eye? It's a great question.
It is an excellent question, and I think that it is at risk. You will be in the eye wall in Ruskin, and it's an interesting place because that's where the National Weather Service Tampa Bay is located. The radar site is located there as well, which might take a direct hit from Milton. It's in a fortified area, so hopefully we'll keep the NexRad radar, as it's called, there, or National Weather Service Doppler Radar 88D, up and running. And yes, you might get into the eye. If the eye continues on this track a little further to the east, like we're seeing now, you may not get into the eye itself. You may just stay in the eye wall, which would mean you would just be battered by winds for an extended period of time. Places like Sarasota may actually get a break, more than likely will get a break, when the eye moves over Sarasota. The winds will calm, the rain will come to pretty much an end, and you will be in the eye of the storm. And then there's going to be the back half of the hurricane to go through as it moves off to the northeast.
All right, next up, Red Diaz, hashtag HAB, is Winter Haven, Florida, going to be in the eye.
Okay. Winter Haven, Polk County, that is in central Florida, east of Tampa. Judging by what we see with the forecast track, Winter Haven may not get into the eye itself. You may be in the eye wall, meaning the strongest portion of the storm, again, battering you for maybe a few hours. So it's going to be a close call for Winter Haven. Again, that is north of Lake Wales. If you're familiar with central Florida there, it is just east of Lakeland, out in Polk County, south of that I-4 corridor.
All right, and let's get one more in. It's an important one. Amber wants to know about Charlotte Harbor. Says, of course, her dad wouldn't leave, and he's there now.
Okay, so Charlotte Harbor, south of Venice and Inglewood there. You can see it on your screen where it says Gasparilla.
Yep.
That's Gasparilla Island. The storm surge is going to be highest at the point of landfall and points to the south. Now, obviously, Charlotte Harbor, excuse me, doing a lot of talking here. It's just south of that landfall point. So I do expect a water level rise and storm surge in Charlotte Harbor, but you're pretty far south from that point of landfall. So if you're up in the harbor, yes, storm surge will be an issue. Will it be catastrophic? More than likely not, if you're on the harbor there around Punta Gorda or Port Charlotte. So that's the best answer that we have at this point in time as we watch the radar trends and watch the buoy reports and see what the storm surge is doing there.
All right. Let's go to WFLA.com/report it. I actually want to back up Report It really quickly and show some of the videos in case those that missed the two previous ones, because this one was significant. This was from Royal Palm Beach. Anthony sending in, this is a high-res video with rotation. You can see a well-defined tornado on Florida's east coast. And then we had this one coming in just showing just how bad things can get. Waiting for it to update. Actually, no. Okay, we're moving on to Marie in Plant City, Florida. Winds and trees moving.
Wow. Okay, so that's inland, again, Hillsborough County. This was from earlier where we were just dealing with tropical storm force winds. Now conditions are getting closer to hurricane force. Not there just yet because those hurricane force winds at last report from the National Hurricane Center with our 5 o'clock advisory. We will get an update in what we call an intermediate advisory at 8 p.m. And in between that, we're getting position updates. So they update exactly where the eye of the storm is located. But yeah, things are going to get a lot worse than what you just saw there in Plant City.
Wow. So again, from West Palm Beach, John sending this in. Let's listen. From Royal Palm Beach to West Palm Beach, this is probably the same tornado, Justin. What would you say your confidence level is? It's the same one.
More than likely that is the same tornado there in Palm Beach County. West Palm and Royal Palm very close together off of State Road 80 there. And again, judging by the video that I'm seeing, you can see the wall cloud, the condensation funnel, very similar to what we saw from the shot from Royal Palm Beach, just a different perspective.
We saw this one already from Marie. Let's continue onward and show, oh wow, Wellington, Florida, tornado as a 5P. Let's listen.
Again, this is the same tornado.
Oh, it is the same area?
Yes.
Looks like we're just getting in right now. Yeah, it is. It is just dropping, and we'll... Yeah, Justin's got the ability to bring up the track. Not.
That's you and I talking in the background
Earlier.
there.
Yes.
Thank you. That's coming in from Batuhan in Wellington. Thank you for sending that in. Frida at 6:20 says this is from Sarasota.
As of right now. Ooh. It is pretty bad. All right, I gotta go inside.
Frida, yeah, thank you for being safe there and realizing the conditions were poor and going back inside. Please be safe. Do not put yourself. There could be debris flying in that air, folks. So please,
very cautious.
Use caution with report it. Let's go to Jerry in Dunedin.
Really windy. Tree went down on the car, but at least it wasn't the house. Really strong winds, though. Dunedin, Florida, almost 6 p.m. Really windy. Tree went down on the car, but at least it wasn't the house.
Okay, so that was
really
at 6 p.m. in Dunedin, which was Pinellas County. And an east wind, offshore wind, any ponding that you see that is fresh water. And you can see the soils are saturated. So these trees, it doesn't take very much to get a tree to topple down over on a car or a vehicle or your home. So hopefully people, did what they could to kind of mitigate these concerns around our area, because we're going to see a lot more of this, JB, as the night plays out.
All right. Let's move on and show next. And Jerry, yeah, it looks like the car will be okay or can be repaired. And I am grateful it did not fall on your house. Mayaka State Park, Zachary in East Sarasota County.
It's always incredible to hear the roar of the wind associated with these tropical systems, and just to look out your window if you were able to do so earlier before this, we're headed towards sunset here, and with all the heavy rain, it's getting dark, but it just is that feeling, at a tropical cyclone is nearing or nearly over you. This is just a sampling of what we saw earlier today. We know from that area of Sarasota County how bad things are right now because they are in the eye wall of the storm.
Kathy sending this in to report it. Clear water near Curlew and 19, she says. Next up, Jaden in Safety Harbor, I believe, says flooding here. Listen. So clearly you can see a lot of standing water there and looking out onto the street. Thank you for sending that one in. One more. This is Jaden. No, I'm sorry. That was Jaden. This is Carson and St. Pete. says this is a baseball field doubled as a retention pond filling up quickly. Ow.
When you pulled that up, I almost thought it was a lake. But
then you see the baseball backstop.
Yeah, exactly. My goodness. St. Petersburg, so low lying, they're going to deal with a lot of water there. And when I say water, a lot of water just falling from the sky, fresh water from the rain. The rainfall totals really beginning to add up now at this hour across much of the Bay Area and the Nature Coast.
Gowrie sending this one in from Lute, 6:27 p.m. Pasco County. This video was taken 4 minutes ago. Let's listen. Wow. So let me point out, clearly we are up to date in the queue. These are all videos that have come in the last 5 minutes. You can send in your videos to WFLA.com/reported. Please do so as safely and responsibly as possible. I don't care how many times I say it. I don't care if you're sick of hearing me say it. The bottom line is that if we're going to use people and their photos and videos, use people to send in stuff and display it on stream like this, it has to be done safely and responsibly. We encourage that you do so. Do not put yourself in harm's way, folks. One more that literally just came in 2 seconds ago. They're being hot loaded in. Let's go to this one. This one's coming in from Mark in Palmetto.
All right, Palmetto, Manatee County, where the eye of the storm will more than likely be making landfall. At some point, you may
Mark
get into
says
it.
in the comment, Justin, he says he's in the eastern eye wall now.
Yes. And that is accurate. He is. Not sure when this is taken, but I would expect the weather conditions in Palmetto to be a lot worse than what you're seeing there right now, judging by what we can see with the Max Defender radar. And at some point, we should get to that because that eye wall, you can see it. So Palmetto is very close to Bradenton, and it's just over the Manatee, north of the Manatee River. So if you're crossing the Hernando de Soto Bridge or the Green Bridge takes you into Palmetto, up into 8th Avenue there, it is tremendously strong wind that is going across that portion of Manatee County, and it is stretching inland. Lakewood Ranch, also as you work your way down towards the Concession, Panther Ridge area, if you're watching us out towards Saddlebag and Duet, and don't see a whole lot of radar echoes there over Sarasota proper, but we can tell that you're in that eye wall. It's breaking up, but certainly things are not good in Sarasota northward into Bradenton right now. And JB, if you have an opportunity to pull up the camera Pier 22 in Bradenton, that would certainly be helpful to illustrate what is going on down there in those southern communities. And we'll take a look at that. I know it's getting kind of dark, but yeah, the water is pretty high there in Manatee County. This is at Pier 22, downtown Bradenton as we look westbound. Yeah, the Whitecaps is a rough go of it across that portion of the viewing area.
All right. So I want to point out something else about Report It that can be helpful, folks. So here's the deal. We are now entering a stage of this where power outages are going to become a primary theme. And we would like for you to use Report It as a means to send in power outage information. If you are without power, show us. We've had people send in, selfie videos and stuff like that before, but this is different. We want to see exactly, where you're watching Tracking the Tropics from. But let us know that you've lost power in a certain area. We can use the YouTube chat to do that. That's a little bit less reliable, obviously, because it's just comments flying all over the place. But if you have lost power, shoot a picture, a video, something, send it to WFLA.com/reportit. Include your location and the approximate time that you lost power. We can start to put a picture together, pun not intended, of the power outages impacting the area. And we also have power outage information on WFLA.com. Yes, I see Josh in our comment section. There's the TECO outage map. Very helpful if you're a TECO customer. There's more than TECO. There's a lot of different power providers in the area. So TECO's one great resource, but there's other resources out there to let you know what the power outage situation right now is in Tampa. So please use WFLA.com/report, and we will share it with our audience in real time. Back to the Wobble Tracker, Justin.
There it is, wobble tracker on it, and the storm appears to me to be maybe even speeding up even further, and the eye is pretty broad and pretty ragged on the southern side due to the drier air intrusion that I did mention. Now, all the effects from this it continues to march northward, so we haven't talked a lot about our viewers along the Nature Coast. So, again, Pasco, Hernando, up into Citrus County and into Levy, weather is going to continue to go downhill for you. Now, you may not get into the hurricane force winds north of Pasco County. So if you're watching tonight in Brooksville or Spring Hill or Weeki Wachee, along the coastline north of Chassahowitzka, all those areas there around Crystal River, you may not see hurricane force conditions, but tropical storm force winds will be felt as far north as our northern counties. And we
just got an alert coming in.
It's an extreme wind warning. This is for the eye wall that is beginning to move in to coastal communities. And I fully expected this. Didn't expect that alert to come off on our broadcast. But again, and I'm sure you probably are getting this information at home as well if you're in this Tampa Bay area. This is issued for the eye wall of the storm that I've been just hammering away talking about. This is it. The storm is moving in now. Bradenton, Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Pete. You're in the northern eye wall of the storm. So now is the time to really hunker down as this storm is moving ashore. You need to think about that safe place that we tell you about during a tornado warning, an interior room, a bathroom, a closet, a hallway, anywhere away from the windows. The idea with that is to keep as many walls between you and the outside. But now is the time. This is the storm that is moving in as we speak with that eye wall that you're seeing on our live Max Defender 8 radar.
You want to know where the extreme wind warning, Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas counties. Just look at radar here, folks. I mean, look at the north to northeast quadrant of the storm. You can see those shades of red moving into southern Pinellas, into Hillsborough, and of course the eastern sections of it already impacting Manatee County. Please be safe out there, folks. Whatever you have to do, moving into an interior room, talking about putting a mattress over your head if necessary. This is not to be taken lightly. Certain areas will get sudden wind gusts that could be, and what speeds? I mean,
I would say 90 to 100 miles per hour are certainly possible within that core of red that you see in Manatee County. And working its way north on 75 and 275. The conditions over the Skyway Bridge, we saw one of the last images we do feel from the Skyway Bridge earlier. Some of the worst
there, by the way.
is ongoing there at the Skyway Bridge in southern portions of Pinellas County. So again, right there as you come off the bridge, south side of St. Pete, Terra Verde, out towards St. Pete Beach, they're just getting into that eye wall. And that's going to be the strongest portion of the storm from here moving forward. Here's a camera shot. This is
I-275, 22-mile marker, 5th Avenue North, and we're going to see this
bouncing around quite a bit.
We do not have the Sunshine Skyway Bridge shot anymore. That was a bit of foreshadowing, I suppose, earlier, ominous foreshadowing when I said, I don't know how long this shot is going to last. And for the first time, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge camera is out. So we don't know what conditions are like there, but I would imagine pretty rough at the moment. This is, again, I-275, 5th Avenue North. That's, of course, 275 is the main, interstate artery that goes through Tampa and
Pinellas
County as well. And this is, again, at the 22nd mile marker.
Just showing how the wind is, or the rain is being wind-driven as this storm is coming ashore here in the Tampa Bay area. And we are on broadcasting here live and streaming live with you. Time now is 6:40. Justin Mosley alongside JB Buono. And again, we're watching this as this storm is impacting a historic storm here in the Tampa Bay area, southward along the Sun Coast. So again, Manatee and Sarasota counties bearing the brunt of this. And if this track continues, Sarasota County will work its way into the eye where the conditions will actually begin to calm and the winds will begin to calm down. It doesn't look like you're going to clear out is from a cloud cover standpoint, but the winds are going to come down considerably. The rain will come to an end, and this is all temporary because there's a backside of the storm to go through. But the eye is fairly large. When we measured it about, I'd say about 45 minutes ago, it was at 60 miles in diameter, a very large eye that we're looking at with this storm. But again, we're going to continue to stream and broadcast throughout the duration, through landfall, and thereafter as this storm is battering now portions of Manatee, Sarasota, northward into Pinellas and Hillsborough County with the extreme wind warning in place. And so everybody should shelter in place as this storm continues to move through.
Easterly jog. It is a hook. I'm serious. Look at this hook to the east. This hook.
It'll be interesting when we get the update, JB, from the Hurricane Center. You see where the icon is.
Yeah.
That icon needs to be moved over because the center of the storm now is a lot further to the east. And we get a new position update at the top of the hour. So we've got just over 15 minutes to go to get that icon moved from the National Hurricane Center. The track will not change, but the icon that you see will be considerably further to the east as we see the storm with our Max Defender radar. This is our severe weather tool that we track this hour by hour, frame by frame. One of the strongest radars anywhere in the state of Florida, an S-band radar, able to penetrate through these extreme rain bands and see out to the eye of the storm. And we can track that northern eye wall battering Manatee County, getting to southern Hillsborough County, Ruskin, Sun City Center, going to be going through some of the worst of this storm over the next hour, and you should brace for it as it works its way northward along 75, places like Gibsonton, Apollo Beach, Sun City Center, getting into Fishhawk, and up around Brandon. That is our area of concern, and before too long, if this trend holds, the south side of Tampa will deal with some of the strongest from this hurricane in that northern eye wall here.
So Justin focusing very much on the northern eye wall, and you can clearly see all of the activity that we're picking up on Max Defender 8 radar at the north section of the storm. It's obvious. I mean, you're looking at it, right? What is interesting to me as well is that, correct me if I'm wrong, please chime in here if I am wrong, is that at this point, it is scientifically impossible for storm surge in Tampa Bay to the catastrophic levels that we have been talking about over the last several days, that the counterclockwise motion cannot, right? Correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, we aren't anticipating those type of levels of storm surge. Will there be a water level rise in the bay? Absolutely. I do think that the levels will come up, but the catastrophic surge that we've been so fearful of, and we thought that the potential this would be the storm that we've been talking about, I don't see that materializing right now. Given the trend on the radar that we see at this point in time, the storm is moving ashore as we speak. Sarasota and Manatee counties, the heading still northeast, 17 miles an hour. I mean, it would really have to change drastically. And at this point, we're kind of running out of time to get a drastic motion to the north. As far as I can see, with everything that we have back here in the Weather Center, the storm is beyond that heading that the National Hurricane Center has put out for us, and that track has been very accurate. And that heading is going to continue. And with that in mind, that battering northern eye wall is going to do just that. It's going to continue to batter Pinellas and Hillsborough counties, in particular southern Hillsborough and southern Pinellas County. Again, there's another live shot here in Pinellas. We're looking north on 275 where the winds are extremely strong. They're beginning to pick up as that northern eye wall is beginning to move in and batter portions of Pinellas and southern Hillsborough County. So that's what we'll be working off of over the next several hours here as the eye moves in.
I know Jeff's probably resting his vocal cords. Can I ask Jeff one question here? Because this pertains to storm surge scenario 1 that we have been talking about, Jeff, for the last several days. Storm surge, the water levels likely will rise per Justin. But, here's what I wanted to ask you, Jeff. What's interesting about this, I'm looking here at Charlotte Harbor. Is there going to be that same, Eric Stone called that mini Tampa Bay. Is that inlet going to see storm surge with the storm jogging this far to the east? I mean, with Wobble Tracker showing this movement to the east, is Charlotte Harbor expected to see significant adverse impacts from this last-minute movement?
So first of all, again, excuse my voice because it's
basically.
yeah,
you really lost it.
Yeah, well, mostly. If I start talking louder, then I get it back.
If I knew.
No. Listen, I listen. Duty calls. It's okay. I can answer this question, and then it's fine. Because here it is. Cape Coral is the only gauge that we have. Fort Myers. It's the only gauge we have down there. There's a desert of NOAA gauges from Fort Myers all the way to Tampa Bay. There are no gauges anywhere, which is ridiculous. But so their level is going up fast. It is about 5 feet above what it should be right now. 4 feet. 4 feet. So it's just a little less than 4 feet of surge in Fort Myers right now. So you can imagine that it's much higher.
A little
Port
further
Charlotte, and then
with a title. This is Andres, and this is Sebring hurricane gust winds. Thank you for that video and really putting the work in it to add the title. Daniel says that this is happening now in Bay Pines. This is the current snapshot. And says that this garbage can, he says in the comment, the garbage can's name is Albert? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I guess what Daniel is getting at here is that there is sheer and utter shock that garbage can is not rolling down the street. I don't know what physics are at play here, that garbage can is just kind of laughing at Milton, but clearly not rolling down the street. Maybe it's because it's just filled to the brim with water.
With water or sand or something like that.
Yep. But Daniel, thank you for sharing. This is Megan in Clearwater.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh.
Yeah, the pup's not going to want to go out in a hurricane. Please be safe with your pets. Please, Megan, just be safe. I see the pooch out there, Justin, and I just get nervous.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't know if a piece of debris could fly down the street that's a small dog.
Use caution.
Doesn't matter if it's a small dog or big dog, but I just, get very, very concerned. Next up in the queue, this is Dave from Bee Ridge, 6:30, flooding and wind.
That's in Sarasota County, near just south of downtown Sarasota.
Yep. I was waiting for the pickup truck to just kind of, plow through this like we always see. In every video, there's a flooded street and a pickup truck saying, you know what? Can I say the H word? To H with it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word.
H-E double hockey sticks.
Yes, H-E double hockey sticks. Let's see here. This is Kemuel says this is Tampa Bay McMullen Booth Bridge, Clearwater. Thank you for that video on Report It. Winds picking up in Mayaca City, Gopher Hill Road. Jeff, we'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping in. This is from JP. Yeah, things picking up there in Mayaca City. JP, thank you very much. Next up in the queue on WFLA.com/reportit. This is a picture coming in from Dalton, branches falling onto a van. Yeah, this is going to be widespread across the area.
And we're awaiting a position update as of 7 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. But we can see with the radar trend here that the storm is moving along. And there is the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. It's following it pretty closely there, JB. But again, I draw your attention to that northern eye wall that you're hearing a lot about. And that's one of the reasons we saw that alert come out from the National Hurricane Center. We all got it on our phones. For the high wind warning that is going on for Manatee into Sarasota, Southern Hillsborough, and Pinellas counties. And that's due to the eye wall battering that area. So again, in Bradenton, Palmetto, getting into Tampa now, the squalls, we'll have to check back in with our own Jeff Patterson before too long, as weather conditions will continue to deteriorate. But I'm most concerned about that area of red that you see highlighted on the radar. Those are the high reflectivity values. That's the strongest portion of Hurricane Milton, Category 3 storm. It is now coming ashore in our viewing area. Just think about that. Another landfalling system here just south of Tampa Bay proper, but affecting the Suncoast tremendously with a lot of heavy rain and wind.
Let's also point out that we are nearing a landfall event, but the eye wall, the edge of the eye wall reaching land is not landfall.
Correct.
Landfall is when the center of the eye, or what the NHC says is the center of the eye. I mean, try to draw an X in the middle of that eye and pinpoint the center. That's when that moves over land, that is when they declare a landfall event. It usually comes with a special advisory being put out by the NHC. They declare landfall. They usually give a location, not always, but they always do let us know about it and usually provide a location. That is probably going to occur. The time is now 6:55. I'm going to say before 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I would say between 7 and 8 o'clock, somewhere in that window, we'll probably see landfall.
So you think in the next hour?
I mean, looking at the radar, I mean, it's very possible. The storm is moving along. I believe the last report I had was 17 miles an hour as of the last advisories, if I can find that.
Yeah, but clearly, really, in the next hour or so, we can say for sure
northeast.
There is going to be a landfall declaration by the NHC. We're in the thick of it right now, folks. This is the real-time wobble tracker, and
we're going to adjust that wobble tracker to a little further to the north so we can get a better picture of the rest of the viewing area, because the storm is moving in, and there are more effects for our Nature Coast listeners and viewers up there. So again, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, bands of rain moving in. Tropical storm force winds continue to increase from south to north. So Pasco County dealing with those tropical storm force winds inside of those rain bands. You can see that Zephyr Hills, Dade City, over to Newport Richey, Holiday, and all those areas are dealing with these bands that are rotating through. A little further north into Brooksville, as well as Spring Hill and Weeki Wachee. Again, the winds will be not as strong a little further north you go, but again, as the storm progresses to the north and east, weather conditions there will continue to deteriorate. Polk County, at least the eastern portions of the county, catching a little bit of a break right now. We don't see the extreme amount of rain band activity there around Lake Wales and down into Frostproof, but western sections of Polk County around Lakeland and down into Bartow, again, there's a pretty significant band over you, and that's when you can get those stronger winds and also a little more turbulent conditions moving through there.
All right, back to WFLA.com/report it. Your photos and videos coming in from around the viewing area. This is Annette saying Lake Placid Tropical Harbor said that these are the damage photos after the tornado alert hit Lake Placid. So, yeah, this could be the aftermath of a tornado. We'll wait for confirmation from the National Weather Service, but there are some images coming in there. It looks like it was some significant
damage. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and what we look for is that twisted nature of the damage as well. So you have straight line wind damage, and then you have wind damage from tornadic activity, and it's pretty evident when you go out and survey that damage.
All right, this is Rachel in Valrico. Says video of conditions deteriorating in Valrico. Let's listen. Pretty dark there. I wonder if she's lost power. Again, any power outage information, please send in to WFLA.com/report it with a photo or video. Moving next onward to Willie in Tampa.
Power outages are going to become a big concern across that swath of Manatee, Sarasota, Pinellas, Hillsborough, and into Polk.
There's some sparking there off in the distance. Can you see it?
Rain bands that you're seeing.
So clearly,
that's transformer more than likely blowing there in the stronger wind gust, and that's something else that we should make mention if folks are looking out their windows tonight as these strong winds do move through. Associated with the power outages, these transformers blow and the sky will light up. It almost looks like a lightning flash.
Wow.
Green and red and that sort of thing. But yeah, a lot of wind here. Where is this from?
This is East Lake area, Keystone Road and East Lake Road. Says wind and rain increasing. Let's listen in from Tyler and Jade. Thank you, Tyler and Jade. Next up on Report It, this is Jesse in West Chase. Jesse, thank you for sending that in. We're moving fast here. In Clearwater, this is from Din. And next we have Barry on Rowan and Main Street in Newport Richey. Again, you can safely, please be safe, send in your videos, your photos to WFLA.com/report it. This is, wow, the beach. Bonita Beach, early storm surge, says Alex. Yeah, interesting to look here at the beaches and see the water moving in and closer to those vehicles that are parked in that parking area.
Yeah.
Next up, sturdy palms and gusty winds in Bradenton. Really descriptive text here. October 9th, 625 Bradenton near Lockwood Ridge Road and State Road 70. Look at those palm trees.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible the amount of wind that they can take, you know, compared to other trees, like, you know, oak trees, many times will topple over before a palm tree does.
What do we got here? This is Jordan. Oh my goodness. Check this out. Tree hitting power lines already. Venice, Florida. Oh my goodness. So she captured that moment and sent it in.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty
nuts.
wild that she happened to be rolling at that moment. And again, please be safe. You can see this gentleman in the foreground opening up the door, slowly looking out there like, what is going on? And then seeing, that's, again, preaching safety out there, folks. Please be as safe as possible. Next up, tree. Nope, that was the last one. Waiting for the queue to refresh, and there it is. Mitchell, downtown St. Pete as of 6 p.m. Let's listen. Mitchell, thank you for sending that in. Yeah, that's Pinellas County, folks. That's right there on the water.
Yeah, that's the bay.
Meredith from Armenia and Azeel, flooding wind gusts in South Tampa. Thank you for that. Oh, wow, we've got a screened-in porch area here. This is Wilderness Lakes Preserve, Land O'Lakes, Hurricane Milton from Jason. Look at all that rain.
Those trees just bearing the wind. Man, incredible stuff there.
Next up, this is Michelle, Bradenton, Cortez and 43, 6:33 p.m. And last one up here in the queue, this is Andrew in Tampa, Egypt Lake. No audio on this video, but wow. Look at that. They're up to beyond their ankles in water, and it's rising on that vehicle and rising fast.
And clearly this was earlier because of the daylight that was there, and the water continues to pile up in Hillsborough County and points to the north, and that is a big concern. You may not see storm surge there, but freshwater flooding is going to be a major issue. We were thinking on the order of 10 to 12 inches of rain. So I was just looking at some of these reports.
Really quick, hold that thought. Live interview coming in from Brittany Muller. Let's listen in.
During a crisis.
It's been really nice. Like you said, I have a dog, I have a German Shepherd, and usually people are afraid of them, but this hotel has been remarkable. Everybody in the lobby, friends, I don't even know people. They're talking to us like we've known each other forever. So I've been really welcomed here, and it's been nice.
Jerry, what do you expect to go home to tomorrow?
Some flooding and water and debris and junk, and hopefully, to be honest with you, I had a boat, and the boat was in the backyard, and I hope it's still there.
So many people feel the same way, but again, materials, their items. I'm so glad that you're safe. Jerry, is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
I just hope everybody's safe and okay, and we wish for a better tomorrow. You know, everybody take care.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for your time. We're glad that you're safe. We're glad that you're here with us. And obviously, we're inside right now, just riding out the storm. Like so many of you, we're keeping safe, and we're hoping that you're keeping safe as well. For now, reporting live in Manatee County, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
And a thank you to Brittany coming back here, everybody. Fixing the earpiece. We're going to get, apparently we are getting in we have never seen the volume of photos and videos coming into WFLA.com/report. Our team is going through them right now, and we'll hopefully be able to share them with you. Let's check in with meteorologist Rebecca Barry. She's down in the broadcast studio. Let's listen in.
And I'm hoping we've seen our last surprise with that 10-mile to the north jaunt, moving from a Sarasota center of the track to a Bradenton center of the track. And there's nothing to indicate that that would change at this point. Now, all of our areas experiencing rain at this point. The tornadoes have basically moved on, which is good news. And so what we're seeing out there with the latest 120-mile-per-hour sustained winds, it's 35 miles west-southwest of Sarasota, Florida at this point. And so it's moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. So that's what moves it to the north of Sarasota in terms of the official landfall. But when it comes to impacts, they're going to be the same in Bradenton and Sarasota. The storm surge may be a little higher in Sarasota because the eye wall is a little bit closer to that Bradenton area. But it's going to maintain Category 1 hurricane strength as it crosses the state. That means flooding from rainfall to the north of the eye. We're looking at flooding from storm surge to the south of the eye. This is our wobble tracker, and this gives us the first indication that we're seeing something change. And so this is the path that the system has taken. This is the current location. It's still Category 3. And this is the center line of the forecast track for the National Hurricane Center. And so when we see the satellite image and the radar images not quite line up with the center of that track, that lets us know that something's going to be a little different. And so right now it does look like a slightly southern wobble. The northern edge of the track is along, the northern edge of the eye wall is along the track, but the eye itself is all to the south of the track. And so we may still end up with a more Sarasota-ish landfall, but this is only about a 10-mile difference here. And so we're looking at anywhere between Sarasota and Bradenton for that actual landfall, which is the center of the surface eye, because we're kind of looking at the upper level eye right here, and then the surface eye is running a little bit further behind. The top of the storm is moving faster than the bottom of the storm at this point. And that's pretty typical once portions of the storm get over the land, because they've been out over the open Gulf, you know, nice warm water fueling them, but also basically a friction-free environment. And now the surface parts of the storm are moving over trees, moving over buildings, moving over hills, creating a lot of friction. So that slows the surface of the storm down a bit, while the upper levels of the storm continue to race on in that more friction-free environment. And so we're seeing that wobble looking like more of a Sarasota track. This is River Watch. So this is out in front of the station. It's the Hillsborough River. It feeds into the bay, and you can see here the water still feeding out. And so we expect that along the current trajectory. The nightmare scenario for the Tampa Bay area would be a jaunt to the north that would bring the onshore winds into the bay. We would see the water rushing the other way and also getting much, much higher very quickly. I think what some people don't really understand about storm surge is how quick it is. It goes from not everything's okay because you're in the middle of a hurricane, but this is all manageable and this is all survivable, to water rushing in your home, water rushing on shore and not receding, and it just keeps going up and keeps going up and keeps going up. If you talk to storm survivors from some of the last serious storms that had to run up into their attic or had to run up into their second floor, it's very, very fast. This has been one of our better cameras, and the rain has cleared out from Lakewood Ranch, but these are the eye wall winds. The surface eye wall is moving on shore in Manatee and Sarasota counties, and we've got whitecaps out on the lake there. And so it's just been incredibly windy there. These wind gauges don't pick up on the severe winds, so please don't just ignore that number. I'm keeping all of the stats up because the rainfall numbers they're okay. When you have this much wind, it's hard to get an accurate gauge of rainfall, because, oh man, our Manatee Skycam went down. That one was of the marina. And so we're starting to see those power outages. We're starting to see the internet outages, and that's going to continue, unfortunately. We were talking about the rainfall to the north of the eye. This is what it looks like. Very heavy radar estimated rainfalls in coastal Manatee County, moving up into Pinellas County. But when you look at what we're going to see moving forward, it's really a swath from and it's about a 20-mile long swath, 20-mile wide swath from Pinellas through northern Hillsborough and into Pasco County, where we're going to see upwards of another foot of rain. And so we're going to see rainfall flooding in these areas, because when you get a foot of rain, it all runs into the low-lying areas, and it's going to run there very quickly, and we're not going to have time to drain. And so in between now and about 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, it will continue to rain as heavily as it is right now in Pinellas County, in northern Hillsborough County. We're also sampling the winds on the backside of the eye. So the eastern edge of the eye, the northeastern edge of the eye here, these are the upper level winds. And so they're packing a punch in terms of wind speeds that are going to be moving on after the eye does. So this is the eye right here. And so we've sampled some of those very heavy wind. The heaviest of the winds are on the northeastern and upper levels of the eye here. So that's all going to move on shore within the next 2 to 3 hours. And so the upper levels of the eye have moved on shore. This is the lower level starting to make its way on shore. And so that makes sense why we just lost the Manatee camera there, because that's those potential sustained winds of 120 miles per hour with gusts of even higher than that. And so the areas that will experience that are Bradenton southward down, maybe Northport could see those sustained winds as well. Once the winds start to make their way on shore, we'll see some wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour across the central parts of our area. We could see it in southern Pinellas, could see it in Hillsborough, could see it in Polk, definitely could see it in Manatee, Sarasota, and Hardee counties as the system continues to race on. And this is Max Defender 8, so we're getting updates by the minute of this very heavy rainfall. And this is the rain that I'm worried about right here for flooding. But we're talking 10 to 18 inches of rain total, but it's 10 to 15 feet of storm surge to the south of the eye that we're looking at from Bradenton southward. And so especially Fort Myers is probably feeling more surge than they thought they would with this more southern landfall, because it's driving all of that water down into Punta Gorda and Bonita Springs. Areas like Mount Lachey that were very hard hit with previous hurricane are now seeing insult to injury, with Milton bringing 10 to 15 feet of storm surge possible. The only good news is that Milton's moving very, very quickly. Zooming in on some of the heavier areas of rain, now the heaviest of the rain has shifted past Sarasota and Bradenton, and that's good. Now they're experiencing those hurricane level winds, just like our Lakewood Ranch camera we just looked at. It wasn't raining heavily there, but we could tell how windy it was. But you get the wind and the rain mixed in Pinellas, as well as Hillsborough, parts of Polk County and Pasco County now. And so our I-4 counties and northward, just in the middle of a deluge. I don't know if you were woken up by the rain early this morning like I was. It was raining really hard for a little while. It's going to do that for hours upon hours upon hours for these counties. And so that's what we're anticipating moving forward. So let's go ahead and move on in your forecast, because we do have a high risk of excessive rain. This is the additional rainfall. So on top of what we've already seen, where we were already looking at those radar estimated rainfall totals of 8 or 9 inches, we're expecting another 8 to 12 inches of rain on that swath that we were talking about from Pinellas County northward into northern Hillsborough, into eastern Pasco, and Hernando. Eastern Hernando could get in on that as well. The theme park's getting lots of rain in Orlando as well, but to the south of that eye, almost nothing. We're talking 4 inches of rain, maybe 5 inches of rain to the south of the eye, and so that's certainly a manageable amount of rain. But along the coastline there is where we see the storm surge. I like to check in on our current wind speeds, although they never really reflect how hard the winds get. It's just kind of a glimpse of what the wind speeds look like right now, sustained in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range, starting to see some 66 mile per hour wind gusts in St. Pete, but we've seen some higher than that earlier. This is our in-house forecast model showing that landfall in between 7 and 8 p.m. this evening, and it could be a Sarasota landfall at this point on the in-house model. This is updated since the last time I showed this last hour. And so it did shift it a little bit further south back to where the track had it earlier this morning, right over Sarasota. And so potentially splitting the difference for landfall between Bradenton and Sarasota, but no huge net effect on that based on or for storm surge to the south or north of that. So that's what we're looking at in terms of landfall, guys. We will get a notification when the National Hurricane Center declares landfall, and we'll let you know when that is.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much for that update. I know people want to see the maps constantly. They're looking for the areas that they live in to see what they are in for and if it's the same in other places.
And exactly where it's going to make landfall is the big question.
Polk County is very much inland, as you know, but lakes and rivers there are rising from all the rain. We also know that some of the roadways are becoming impassable in places.
So we're going to go to Polk County now. News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur is there. Georgia, I know you moved because of some of the bad conditions. It's really coming down there. Update us, please.
Yes, I moved from the Mulberry area to here downtown in Lakeland. As you can see, the winds are really packing the punch, as well as that rain has started to pick up here. But as we were driving throughout Polk County, we did see quite a few roads that were impassable. We are also hearing that there are a few power outages in the Mulberry area. We do know that the east part of Polk County at one point was under a couple of tornado watches, but I'm going to show you the downtown area here as the wind gusts start to kind of pick up. We are still seeing some of that rain come down very heavily, but it appears to be like a ghost town here throughout Polk County. We see that most people are heeding those evacuations. We spent time at a nearby hotel where we spoke to quite a few people who came from Pinellas County area who said that they came here inland to try to get away from these conditions, as well as we talked to a few people who lived in mobile home parks that are, evacuating at local hotels because they know how serious these conditions can get as they start to deteriorate. Stacey and Jen.
Georgia, thank you so much. I continue to get updates and texts and questions from my friends and family in the Lakeland area. So while I'm sorry for Georgia to have to stand out in that rain, it is very helpful for folks to see, oh yes, okay, it's here, it's coming. And we are starting to see power outages, I'm told, in the Lakeland area as well. But we want to show you some video. This is from Rob T. in Northport, much further south of Lakeland, as heavy winds continue to sweep through that area. Rob says his neighbor has blue tarp on their home, and the winds almost blew that away.
And we want to show you some security footage from a home in Bel Air over in Pinellas County. You can see that storm just shake the camera. It's bending that palm tree. And these are all videos sent in by our viewers by going to WFLA.com/report it. If you have some good video, it's very easy to send it to us and we'll get it on the air for you. I know it's getting dark now. It's going to be harder to have video. And of course, we want you to stay safe. Don't put yourself in harm's way to get pictures or video.
Yeah, this is video from Tampa over at Carillon Park. Justin Keeney sent us this video of the winds just rocking the street signs in that neighborhood, and that is going to be a common sight across the Bay Area tonight.
And don't forget, if the power goes out and you can't watch on TV, you can still tune into our radio partners. We are expecting some widespread power outages. Several stations around the Bay Area are partnering with us to keep you informed. They're on your screen right now.
Our team coverage continues right now. We have reporters staged across the Bay Area monitoring the conditions. One person we've been watching is Kenny Morales. Are the lights still on behind you? Is that what I'm witnessing?
Yeah, you're in Seminole, so that might be a good sign, although I imagine you're undercover.
Exactly right. So the lights are still on in the house right now, but I think the light you're seeing is the little camera light that we have being held by our cameraman extraordinaire, Bob Hansen. But yeah, like you mentioned, I'm live here in Seminole, and I'll let Bob kind of pan over here. I was talking about it earlier with you guys. The conditions here, they kind of deteriorated quickly, but they've been in waves, right? We get a band here of rain and wind that would go bad for about 5 or 10 minutes. Then it kind of calmed down. You see the trees weren't, flooding around as much. The rain was a little lighter. That's pretty much gone to the wayside. It's been a constant flow of heavy rain and really strong winds over the past 30 minutes or so, I would say. And we've just recently noticed, we've started to hear those kind of howls, those roars of those really strong hurricane winds that you hear from powerful major hurricanes, right? I do want to say I got a couple of updates from Pinellas County officials. Officials said they have more than 11,000 people hunkered down in shelters around the Pinellas County area. Really encouraging to hear that so many people have heeded those evacuation warnings and found a safer place. Also, a Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Hi, we have just lost Kenny Morales. We apologize. That's going to be happening a lot throughout the evening. We want our crews to stay safe, of course. And now we welcome in meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Everybody really wondering about where it's actually going to make landfall.
I think it's going to split the difference between Sarasota and Bradenton based on the current radar, how it looks. And, that's probably not going to mitigate too much of a change in the effects that we told people to expect. It would lower the surge for Bradenton just a little bit because they wouldn't get very long of an onshore wind there. And it wouldn't change the forecast very much for the areas parts south of there.
Where it is starting to have the biggest impacts, folks are starting to lose power. Kenny is among the lucky folks in Seminole who still have power. I'm looking at some of the outage maps. Duke Energy has 74,000 people just in the Pinellas County area. And then also TECO is reporting 62,000 people without power this hour. I'm kind of speculating at this point. I think a lot of that probably has to do with the high winds that we're seeing.
Yeah, and so 60 miles per hour is kind of a threshold that we use for that, because that starts to knock down branches and compromise structures and that sort of thing. So whenever we see swaths of 60 mile per hour wind gusts, we actually have a power outage tracker, and that's what it's solely focused on, is when the winds go above that 60 mile per hour range.
And we know all the power companies in our area were bracing for this. So FPNL, Duke, TECO, they've all got multiple crews out there. They will try to restore things as soon as possible. But we've seen in big storms like this, a Cat 3 major hurricane, you could be without power for an extended period of time. Not everyone, but
yes, and
some.
Jen and I were talking about this, I think, a couple of days ago, the way that different power stations work. If you're in a smaller group of power outages, you might be addressed later. They try to address the greatest need first in terms of restoring power, and so the more widespread areas might get the attention first. And I feel like you experienced this with Helene a little bit.
I did.
You and only a couple of neighbors were without power, and so you were one of the last to come back on.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, when you look at this, I'm looking at the map behind you, if they want to put that back up, the reflectivity map, where do you think we're going to see the strongest winds and for how long?
And so from Bradenton southward along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties, you're going to get two durations of the highest winds. The first is occurring now as the eastern eye wall moves over the coastline of Manatee and Sarasota counties. So the highest winds are closest to the eye. Now, the second half of that eye, the western edge of the wall, has some of the strongest winds within the storm. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli was sampling those upper level winds over 100 miles an hour. And so a lot of times as they mix down, they're not quite that strong, but we could see sustained winds of 120 miles per hour along Manatee and Sarasota's coastline.
That's why they evacuated all those folks in mobile homes, even if they were in more interior areas and not in a flood-prone area, because those manufactured mobile homes cannot withstand those winds.
Yes, and your homes are built to specifications. Modern homes are. Now, very old homes didn't have codes and that sort of a thing, and you may not have the same robust structure in some of the older homes, but mobile homes are not built to withstand these types of winds. And so that's why they call for evacuations of RVs, mobile homes, modular homes, and those sorts of things, because those are where we see the most roofs ripped off. You know, those carports that come attached to them, it doesn't take much wind to take those carports at all, and a lot of them are attached to the roofs, and it just peels it away. And so we don't want someone riding out the second half of the storm without a roof.
No doubt.
And those sheds and things in the backyard, they're also not built to withstand.
Sheds and secondary structures oftentimes aren't as maintained as your home is, or as robustly built in the first place.
Well, maybe we can check back on the wobble tracker here in a few minutes, but right now we want to ensure that we can continue to bring you the coverage that you're expecting. So we're going to have much more on the storm coming up. Jen.
Yeah, actually, the way that we are ensuring our coverage is able to be brought to you, we have a secondary location that's up in Wesley Chapel, and we have our team up there, our backup team, Josh Benson and meteorologist Eric Stone, who are standing by in that location. And guys, you are monitoring that wobble tracker as we speak.
Yeah, we're going to bring it to you right now, and we don't have to wait for it. So yes, thank you guys. We can finally hear you, which is great. It's been a challenge to just piece by piece get this up and running the way we want the studio to work. So as part of a storm that's expected, but we got it finally, right?
That's right.
Feeling a little bit better.
And you know what? We're getting really, really close to landfall. And the good news is,
take a look.
With the wobble tracker, we got nervous here with this wobble because it was moving more to the north, and we thought, if it continues that, we're going to get a lot of water in the bay. But
look
what
at
happened?
that dip. That's
right here, we had this little wobble to the east, and then another little wobble to the east. So I actually think this may move a little bit south of this track, right around SRQ Sarasota Airport. But either way, that is going to spare over 1 million people that live in and around the bay from that storm surge.
So you're thinking landfall right in this region?
I'm thinking landfall right around Sarasota, Manatee County border, right near the airport.
What time are we talking about? Because right now,
really close. It's after 7, so I'd say within the hour. Yeah,
within the hour,
around 8 o'clock or so.
Okay,
definitely.
so within the hour, expected landfall. Now we're obviously 20 miles inland from you guys who are on the coast or in downtown Tampa. What kind of effects, given the fact that it is south, and obviously we're going to talk about Sarasota because they're going to feel a lot more.
Right.
But for downtown and all these people that would have been affected by storm surge, no storm surge at this point.
No storm surge, but notice, see these deep reds to the north of the storm. This is extremely heavy rain. We're talking a good 4 inches an hour, and we're going to be in that here in Wesley Chapel too. All of Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and points eastward. So we're looking at 12 to 18 inches of rain. Same thing in downtown Tampa, and the winds are going to be borderline hurricane force, at least sustained, and well over 80 to 90 miles per hour in the gust category.
Okay, so as you can see, we finally got our maps and our models models set up here, guys, so we can actually monitor it along with you back in the studio. I can open the lines up so we can actually talk to each other, which is nice. Have you had any issues back in Tampa downtown, or is everything pretty smooth sailing? Because we're trying to be the overflow in the event that there is problems downtown.
Well, we like that you're part of the coverage, period. And I did want to ask, we've been good down here so far. Let's hope it holds. But Eric, can you explain a little bit about that storm being so top heavy now and how maybe that recently impacted it and could further impact it?
Well, earlier it was really top heavy. It kind of leaned it a little bit further to the north. And I do think that might have accounted for this northern wobble and even the one to the south that you can't see. But again, this is being picked up by the jet and riding along a front. So it can't really move too much further to the north. So again, that's huge news
you run out of space
for the Tampa Bay. That's right. There's not much more space left. So again, we are expecting the water to continue to come out of Tampa Bay. I know you have a camera that's aimed right on the Hillsborough River.
Yes,
so.
right at my desk, actually. I set up a time-lapse camera, so it'll be interesting to see the water levels. I know you guys have been taking live shots from our tower cam. But
yeah, so the water's being taken out of here. But I know Stacy and I have been in contact the last several days, and this is what I really have thought would happen, that this would move south and be right around that Sarasota-Manatee County line.
You have been calling that for several days, I will say, but those wobbles make a lot of people nervous for obvious reasons.
Hey guys, while we have you, I want to ask you, because we're getting a lot of messages from the folks up in Pasco County who are obviously just getting hammered right now by those heavy winds and those strong rains. Some folks still do have power in that area, but they did just get word that they should shelter in place and that emergency responders will not be out on the roadways anymore. They're pulling all those first responders back in for their own safety. And do you get the sense that folks up there are heeding the warnings?
Well, based on what, I mean, we're not getting much intel based on the people in outlying counties. What we're seeing is more people that we're stationed with. I mean, we have some of the reporters that have come in. Eileen Natchik was here. Brianda Villegas is here. So she's kind of getting some of those stories and bringing them back to us. But what we're hearing is, yes, I think they are heeding the warning, especially with the people we've talked to here. They've already been through Helene. That was their big wake-up call. A lot of them who were in, like, St. Pete Beach and the beach coastline communities said, we're not going to do it. Our house has already been either affected or destroyed from Helene, so we're going inland as much as we can just to get out of town. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're going all the way up to Tallahassee or down to Miami. These people just need to get inland 20, 30 miles to get out of this mess.
But we're still going to get a lot of flooding rain. So low-lying areas, if you are inland, if you flood on a rainy season day, there's going to be a lot of inland flooding.
Yeah. But the mood here, I think, guys, is pretty good. I think a lot of people are positive. They're happy they left. We're watching the parking lot to make sure the flooding isn't too bad. I mean, we're seeing, what, 12 to 18 inches of rain we can expect.
Our cars are getting pressure washed right now.
Pressure washed, yeah. But everything is much better than they were before. So hopefully the signal will stay strong and we can talk to you guys a lot more.
Sounds good. Great to see you guys. Thank you very much. And of course, Sarasota expected to see major storm surge, and right now wind gusts really starting to pick up down there.
News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers is in downtown Sarasota for us right now. I'm happy to see that you've moved inside. I was getting worried about you.
Jen, we have definitely seen these weather conditions deteriorate, so we have come inside for our own safety, and what I can tell you is it looks like a fireworks show right now in downtown Sarasota. We are seeing transformer after transformer blowing, and we even at the hotel we're staying at just heard them come over the intercom and say if you get stuck in an elevator because the power went out, it's very important you can press the emergency button. But right now, so far we've had reported here in Sarasota 90 miles per hour gusts and 60 mile per hour sustained winds. Why is that so important? Because the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office said after 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, deputies will not be responding to emergencies or calls for service because it's simply not safe. And that's why we evacuated the areas of A, B, and C, all those zones ahead of time, and they were driving through those barrier islands, and they were over the intercoms telling people it might get to the point where if you need help, someone can't save you. And we might be to that point right now. As I said, those 60 mile per hour sustained winds, and they said they would not come out after 45 miles per hour. So we will continue to keep you up to date on everything going on here in Sarasota County, but Right now, we're really starting to see the brunt of that weather, the worst that we've gotten throughout the day. We're starting to see the wind really pick up. I don't know if it's as much water and more wind that we're probably seeing these transformers blowing, but I wouldn't count it off that within the next hour or two, we're going to have a lot of people out of power. My story here in Sarasota is going to be a lot different. What we're going through here, what people are going through here, but we will, of course, keep you informed every step of the way. Live in Sarasota, Nicole Rogers, 8 on your...
All right, thanks, Nicole. We are waiting, by the way. The governor is about to have a press conference, so we will go to that when we get it. But we're also keeping a close eye on the Hillsborough River right here in downtown Tampa. During Helene, many neighborhoods and roads greatly impacted by flooding and came close in a lot of spots, and a lot of houses, of course, as you saw along West Shore, wiped out in South Tampa.
They were. We had water here under the station. We're right along the Hillsborough River, and we had about 4 feet of flood surge come over the banks of the river. News Channel 8's Ty Russell is live for us right here at the base of our television station in downtown Tampa. We are in Evacuation A. We have a fortress of a facility down here, but we wanted to know what it looked like there. We were prepared for a terrible storm surge had this storm made landfall a little further north.
And thank goodness, Jen and Stacy, that water is continuing to move outward. Now, I know it's dark, but we're going to try something. We're going to try to, I'll step out of the way. We're going to try to turn up the gain here on the camera. So excuse us if the picture looks a little fuzzy, but we want to just give you a clearer picture of what we are seeing. Again, it is dark, but this is a look at the Hillsborough River. That water is continuing to move outward. But why is that also important? It's because here in downtown Tampa, like our awesome meteorologists were saying, we're expecting a lot of rainfall, especially in the eye wall of Milton. So as long as this water continues to move out, that makes business owners and some of the neighbors who live along this area, even though most of them should be out or sheltering elsewhere on higher ground, but that makes them feel easier. So when they return to this area, they will be able to say, okay, I still have my home, I still have my business, I don't have to go back to FEMA, because many of these folks were afraid that they were going to have to go back to FEMA and file even more claims, because many people are dealing with claims from Debbie, claims from Helene, and then Milton. But as we look up at downtown Tampa, you can see the power is still on. That is a good sign, although we are expecting that to change the later on we get into the night. You can see that it is raining right now. In the parking garages, you can see some of that steam when it falls. You can see some of the rainfall there. It's been raining sometimes heavy, sometimes a little softer, but we have been experiencing this continued rainfall for the last several hours. So I'm pretty sure some of the neighborhoods in this area are definitely concerned about flooding. And I know outside the camera view, which you guys can't see because we are sheltered in a little corner here to try to protect us and our equipment. But I've been looking at some of the major roads around downtown Tampa. I haven't been seeing many cars, thank goodness, traveling. I'll see, of course, first responders travel throughout the area. No lights on, no emergencies as far as this area, as far as I can see in this area. But right now, the winds are slightly calmer. Again, we're expecting that to change as we move into the night. But so far, so good. I've been monitoring reports with Tampa officials and Hillsborough officials. Again, they're dealing with some of these shelters that are at full capacity. But I'm going to send it back to you guys because Governor Ron DeSantis is getting ready to speak.
All right. Thank you, Ty. We're going to take a listen in right now.
It's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. There isn't, you see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the West Coast and eventually on the East Coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local. It's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us.
Audio would be helpful. Back here with Justin Mosley. JB here with you live, folks, on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com. A little bit of food in the belly, a little bit of water as well will go a long way. So we are back here with you live. Let's get back to our coverage. The real-time wobble tracker, folks, valuable tool, has been extremely valuable all day. You see that slithering snake, as I called it earlier, Justin, making its way to the coast, and it will appear that a landfall event is going to come in the area between, well, look, for map purposes, it's the area between Bradenton and Sarasota. But if we kind of hone in there on what is actually between Bradenton and Sarasota, if they declare a landfall on a barrier island, it would be perhaps. I mean, look, the center of the eye, Justin. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking about. I mean, all right, call me crazy, but could that even be Siesta Key?
I'm looking at a different radar map right now, and
Let's bring up Max Fender 8 with it. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that shows that a little bit
I mean,
better.
it just kind of cut east.
Yeah, if you're trying to add a landfall point, if it does jog a little further to the north, then somewhere Siesta Key, Sarasota, Vamo is an area.
You're saying if it jogs north, we're
Yeah.
talking about Siesta Key. That's wild, given where we are with this. So maybe Nokomis?
The center point, I think it would go north of Nokomis, so Vamo, Osprey,
Osprey yep.
area. Gulf Gate Estates is another area there that could be declared, but we're getting closer with each passing hour because they're on the eastern side of that eye wall, and it's fairly ragged at this point in time. So Sarasota is not dealing with a tremendous amount of heavy amounts of rain, but the winds are very strong. We had a gust, I believe, of 90 miles per hour. Just looking at some of the winds all across our area, 77 mile an hour wind gust at last report there at SRQ. That's where the reading is taken for Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, which is that area there. And it's been gusting like that for quite a while, 77, 67, 64, 60. So they've been dealing with a lot of wind across the southern portions of the area. And this is going to continue to build further to the north. St. Pete dealing with strong wind gusts as well. I was just looking at the report out of the airport there. If I can locate that. It was at 66 miles an hour. So again, that wind is unrestricted off of the bay, so that can exacerbate things as well. So yeah, it's all happening. And what we see on the radar right now, JB, this
Yeah, I mean,
is great that we
talking
have this
about Eric
Max
was talking about
Defender.
it being so top heavy. Look at the top heavy nature of the storm. It's wild.
Incredible. That band that you see over south portions of the bay, getting into downtown St. Petersburg, where our observation point there is at Whitted Field. This is going to be really interesting to see the report. Unrestricted winds coming in out of the east into downtown St. Petersburg. So yeah, it's a rough go of it tonight across the southern portions of Tampa Bay and getting into that northern Suncoast area. So Bradenton, you're going through it. Sarasota as well. Some of the worst and the heaviest rain is off to the north, up around Palmetto and getting into Ruskin, Sun City Center. And again, this is going to also work its way north into downtown Tampa. Lakeland is involved with that as well in Polk County. A little further out from the storm center, so the winds aren't quite as strong, but certainly something that we have to continue to monitor here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center.
All right, so we're asking our audience on the WFLA YouTube page how we can be of best service to you. We are, of course, in landfall coverage, preparing for a landfall event now and getting ready across all platforms. But really, landfall at this point is just a formality. It's just a declaration, to tell you the truth. And we're really honed in on Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, and even into Polk County, areas that are seeing significant impacts at this hour from Hurricane Milton. Can we get a check? Still Cat 3? Because we're
still Category 3.
We're probably getting closer to Cat 2, no?
It is weakening, judging by what I can see on the radar. But then there's again, this is kind of deceiving because the trough is picking it up. So we're dealing with the radar that there's an inner eye wall. It's difficult to explain, but the storm may be tilted a little bit because of the stronger winds aloft. So there's a mid-level circulation versus a low-level circulation. But nonetheless, the eye is still very much intact as it's moving ashore in Manatee County. And the northern eye wall is actually intensifying over those warm waters of Tampa Bay. You can see how we go from the oranges to a lot of that red popping on your screen. Those are high reflectivity levels indicative of the strength of the storm that is moving through right now. So it's a really rough go of it from the Skyway Bridge into St. Petersburg and south into Manatee County around Terracea, Bradenton, and again, southward into Sarasota at this point in time.
All right. So we've run a poll asking folks how we can best serve our audience. They really want for us to hone in on radar, and they really want for us to talk about impact areas and shout out some impact areas. We will do our best. Also, what people are really looking for are live reporters and cameras. We will work on getting you that as well. Right now, our reporters are catching a breather. They've been out in the elements, and the sun has gone down in Tampa Bay and really across the state of Florida. So we're now transitioning really from a night or daytime event to a nighttime event. And once again, Justin, we're talking about a landfalling hurricane
at
night. What gives?
Everyone asked me about that, and it is incredible, I have to say. I've been here a really long time, and these storms seem to always hit at night when it's the most frightening, part about it, because you lose power and you can't even see what is going on outside. And a lot of folks are hunkered down. They have their storm shutters up. That's great. But again, you can't even look out your window to kind of survey the noise that you're hearing, that constant wind that's going to keep up across our area for this evening. All right, looking outside.
This is our tower camera located about 60, 70 feet above our heads right now, where Justin and I are located in the Stream Center in downtown Tampa, Florida. And, it's interesting because you see that activity there. Look at the wind pushing the rain around like that. That's it's interesting to see it from our tower camera. Do you see it there, Justin, a little bit?
Yeah, that's the Hillsborough River being driven by the strong winds that are ongoing here in downtown Tampa. So we can see this is a great camera shot, because this will give us an idea of any type of water level rise or surge that may be ongoing. I just saw Ty Russell's report, WFLA anchor reporter here, and he's outside of our studios here along the Hillsborough River, and the water is doing okay. We're not in any bad shape here on the Hillsborough River at this point in time. Of course, we're in the midst of this hurricane that is trying to make landfall just to the south of downtown Tampa, but really the onslaught is ongoing in our southern zones right now. But you can see even on the northern fringes of the eye wall, which is where we are here in downtown Tampa, it's a rough go of it. The wind is really buffing it around here.
Yeah, so we have other live cameras that we'll be bringing you. In fact, I'm just going to kind of cycle through them, and hopefully we hit on a few. That one is currently down. Let's go to this one. That one was, that's the YouTube page for the southernmost point. And now that it's a little bit safer and calmer down there, people taking pictures next to Florida's southernmost point in Key West. We also had this shot earlier, and I believe, we still have it. St. Pete, right? I-275 at 5th Avenue North. So this is the interstate, and blinding rain.
It's rocking and rolling
and
down there.
that blinding rain is kind of blowing onto the camera lens here and covering it with rain.
It certainly is, and the wind direction is going to be key. This is we're looking north, okay? So the camera is looking to the north along the interstate, and the way the rain elements on the lens are going from right to left indicates to us that we have a strong east component to the wind. And that east component is driving any water that is over Tampa Bay towards the St. Pete Pier, towards the downtown area of St. Pete. So it's a little different situation given the position of St. Petersburg. It is on the east side of Pinellas County, and it's on the bay. So with an east wind, you can somewhat inundate the downtown area. Now, I'll have to check on the tide there at the St. Pete Pier to see what tide cycle we're at. We maybe even be in between tides, but all that is going to be critical at this point in time for Pinellas County. A little different situation, as I mentioned, for downtown Tampa.
Checking here on Wobble Tracker as well, and is the eye? What's happening to the eye as we look at it here on Wobble Tracker? What's exactly going on?
So we got the core of the storm. The eye wall is to the north, and eye wall is definitely the strongest portion of the storm. But the eye itself, and we're waiting a 8 o'clock advisory, which we'll get another point update. It's a little further to the east than what you see right now. The eye is somewhat ragged. It's undergoing land interaction. So on the south side and on the southeast and eastern side, we don't see a lot of precipitation. That's rainfall that you see on the radar. So Sarasota, Venice, it's light to occasionally moderate rain. The wind is there. And until the eye itself gets over you, the winds won't stop. But we don't see the tremendous amount of steady rain. And the models have been doing an excellent job with this, indicating that this storm would be front-loaded or top-loaded with a tremendous amount of rain. And that's what we're seeing from the Bay Area northward into the Nature Coast. So we're talking about Hillsborough, Pinellas, and then northward in the Nature Coast, Pasco, Hernando, and up into Citrus counties. So we got another camera here. This is live shaking around I-275 northbound at
it's in night mode, like a black and white night mode version of the picture. So this is from the Howard Franklin Bridge near the Kennedy exit, I'm told, and you can clearly see that nobody is on the Howard Franklin Bridge. You know, this is usually a great shot to show the water, you know, washing up onto the roadway, washing up onto the bridge itself, but it's really hard to see now that we no longer have sunlight in the area.
Yeah, it's a very eerie image, especially with it shaking, and you feel like you're on a ship.
Yeah,
bouncing
you
around
watch it
like
long
that.
enough, you'll get nauseous.
Oh my gosh!
So we'll continue cycling through, and we have one more here. Let's get it in from Dunedin. You can't even see anything.
Yeah.
I mean, this is live from Dunedin, Florida, which is basically located right there by the water, and
it's Pinellas County, north of Clearwater, to get your bearings there if you're familiar with the Dunedin area, south of Palm Harbor.
And let's get now to WFLA.com/report it. Videos and pictures that have been coming in from you, our audience. Please do so safely and responsibly. Do not compromise your safety for a piece of video or a photo. Let's next go to Andrew nope, that is Andrew. So we're going to move on from Andrew. This is Ethan in Pinellas. Wow. Next up, this is David, downtown Sarasota. The comment here is falling debris. Next up, thank you, David. Next up, this is Jimmy in Palm City. Wow, look at this. We talk about mobile homes. We talk about, how structurally they're just not as safe as a home that has been built more in recent years, obviously. And so, but also too, falling trees onto an RV can be obviously quite hazardous. So you hate to see this. This is but you know what? Look, for what it's worth, Jimmy says that this is the aftermath of a tornado. We can't independently confirm that, but that is the comment saying that a tornado came through Palm City, Florida. Next up, this is from Northport. Josh sending this in shortly after the sun went down. You can see there some flooding in the distance, some wind as well. Next up, Keith in Clearwater Beach.
Incredible stuff. And this is there's Pier 60 that we just saw there briefly. This is being hit again after Helene. It's just incredible, JB.
Yeah, nighttime video coming in. Austin from downtown Tampa says the winds are really picking up, and you can see it there.
At last report, the winds were the hurricane force winds extended out 35 miles from the center, and we're getting closer to that in Tampa as the storm is slowly moving northeast.
Carlisle, the Manatee River.
This is Bradenton, and look at that angry river. This is pretty close to Manatee Memorial Hospital here. If you're familiar with that Bradenton Riverwalk area, a really rough go of it.
Yeah, watch the water here again.
Just lapping over that Riverwalk. Beautiful real estate on a sunny day.
Carlisle, thank you for that video. Really appreciate it. Okay, this is Ryan, St. Pete, off of 66th, transformer blowing. Seeing a lot of this all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's what's going to, like I mentioned earlier, the power outage is going to be a big issue, and we're going to see a lot of these transformers blowing tonight.
This is from Rose in Northport, saying that a tree fell.
Wow.
Clearly you can see it there in the distance. Oh, no, that's the tree that fell. We were watching it fall in the video. Let's, yeah, out of focus here a little bit, but let's watch it here again.
And it comes from this gust. You can see it here.
Right there.
Here comes the wind. Bam.
Down it goes.
And that's what we always talk about, is those quick bursts of wind that can take down the trees in short order.
Thank you, Rose, for sending that in. Misty says a power line exploding. Dunedin, Florida.
Holy shit!
Oh, okay. That's
We forgive that,
yeah,
Langers,
no,
please
that one
forgive
made
that.
it through
Yep.
from Misty in Dunedin. Please keep. Look, I mean, that's just a.
It's understandable, but again, we apologize for that.
It's lightning! It's on fire! It's going!
Oh no. Yeah, that Misty, thank you for sending in that video onto WFLA.com/report it. Next up in the queue, we've got Douglas, Old Tampa Bay, footage in Tampa on a tugboat. Thank you, Douglas, for sending that in. Clearly, you can just see the rain, the volume of rain that is falling. We've got two more in this particular reported session. Next up, this is Safety Harbor next to Philippi Park. Philippi, excuse me. Yeah, I'm having difficulty pronouncing
This is in
because
Sarasota.
Wow, this is from Ferret. 40 feet above sea level. Says a video of the hurricane winds still have power, though. Let's listen. Barrett, thank you for sending that in. One more here. Sarasota 50 Paramount power, flickering and heavy winds from Timothy. And there you see it right there, the power going in and out.
Okay, I got the 8 o'clock advisory, JB.
All right, let's break it down. What do you got, Justin?
Okay, just coming in, the headline from the Hurricane Center. Milton close to making landfall on the west central Florida coastline. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains occurring in parts of central and southwest Florida. The wind speed right now, 120 mile per hour storm. The motion is interesting. It is now east-northeast. If we can go back to the wobble tracker, this is critical because it was northeast, and the heading is always critical when it comes to a landfalling system. So they've got it east-northeast now at 15 miles per hour. It slowed a bit. It was at 17 miles per hour, and the minimum central pressure has come up. 954 was a little lower than that at the last advisory at 5 p.m. So again, this is an intermediate advisory. We will not see a track update, but the plot that you see will update on your screen before too long. And the storm is closing in. Again, close to making landfall is a headline from the National Hurricane Center. And judging by what we can see here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center, that landfall point more than likely will be in Sarasota County. So if you are watching and listening to us in Sarasota County, more than likely you're going to get this landfall point from this hurricane, Milton, a historic system that we were very fearful would work its way to the north into the Tampa Bay area. But as it looks right now, the storm is going to stay to the south, sparing the bay of a tremendous water level rise and storm surge. Now, with that said, wind will be a big issue over the next several hours as we will be in the core, the eye wall of the storm that has been battering Manatee, Sarasota, and southern Pinellas counties. We had a report of 90 mile per hour wind in Sarasota. Pinellas County, 89 mile an hour wind gust at St. Pete Pier. So there's a lot of wind energy in that core that we can see with the Max Defender 8 radar. Again, that is building and working its way to the north, but again, with the 8 o'clock advisory, the top winds are at 120 miles per hour, and the motion east-northeast, that is the heading, at 15 miles per hour, a little slower, a little bit more east than north. So again, that's exactly what we were looking at, JB, with the wobble tracker, and judging by what we see with the radar trends from our Max Defender 8 radar. There it is right there. Our severe weather tool here at News Channel 8 is doing an excellent job of keeping this storm under surveillance as it is now in the process of making landfall here. So St. Petersburg, you're in that intense band right now. You should all be sheltering in place. Again, I got the report there of 89-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Things could get even worse with that wind off the bay. You could see a water level rise. Downtown Tampa winds will increase even further as this storm is now making landfall 2 hours south in Sarasota County. So you will need to brace over the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes as some of the worst will be moving in there. From there, we'll travel inland, Polk County. You're not off the hook. Lakeland, Winter Haven, also around Lake Wales, Bartow. I'm calling these names out to give you early warning as to what is heading in your direction. We remain under the high wind advisory for Manatee, Sarasota, and into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. So this is the time that everyone should be sheltering in place as this northern eye wall, the core of the storm, is impacting the southern portions of the Bay Area right now.
All right, a good look there at Max Defender 8 radar with Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley. Let me ask you this question, Justin. Storm surge, we've of course stressed how big of a deal that is going to be. Is the worst of the storm surge for the Manatee, Sarasota County beaches, is that happening now, still ahead, or in the past? What would you say?
It is still ahead. And a lot of this has to do with the wind direction. So there's the circulation of the storm that we can see on the radar here, that counterclockwise spin. So it's about the wind direction. I mentioned to the north, we have an east wind in St. Petersburg gusting to 89 miles per hour at last report. I think the winds will be even stronger. But if you go around that circle in a counterclockwise fashion, the winds are starting to come in out of the south and southwest from Sarasota southward. So what that is doing is starting the process of driving that water up against the coastline. So the surge is happening from here at this point and over the next couple of hours, I believe, for Sarasota, Manatee County, southward into Charlotte, where we had a report when Jeff was on a minute ago. We were trying to figure out, we had someone ask about Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet down there. It could be even higher a little further to the north. I know during Helene, we had a record surge in Sarasota of 7 feet. Very confident that we will overachieve that once again with this particular storm making landfall as we speak. We'll wait on the Hurricane Center to bring that landfall point. Again, landfall occurs. We have the center point of the storm. The center of lowest pressure crosses land. Wherever that occurs, we will get that report from the National Hurricane Center, and I think that probably will be imminent within the next half hour to 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the eye right there in that last frame, and it just very clearly, I think it's fair to say that the eastern edge of the eye wall is over the Sarasota beaches, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the
Yes.
innermost section of the eye wall, where basically, I mean, you could make the argument, Justin, that in the next several minutes, things could get clear for the beaches because they'll be in the eye wall, or at least a portion of the beaches will be in the eye wall.
They will be in the eye.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so
thank you for correcting me. In
with
the eye itself.
With that, looking at the satellite data, we won't see a traditional clear eye. Many times folks think they can go out and look up and see the stars if it's at night, or birds will be flying and during the day. This is not, it's going to be obscured, but the winds will calm down significantly and you'll be in the calm of the storm. But don't be fooled. It's a temporary process because we have the backside of this hurricane to get through. We've had several people come into the digital center and ask, so when is this all going to kind of let up? When is it going to kind of end for us here in Tampa? I think we've got hours to go. In fact, some of the worst is still to come for the Tampa Bay area because they're just entering that eye wall right now, the strongest portion of the storm, and is battering portions of Pinellas and Hillsborough. That just went through Sarasota and Bradenton. Now their winds are beginning to calm down a bit because that eye is beginning to kind of work their way onshore. And again, before too long, we'll get that update from the National Hurricane Center with official landfall. But again, there's a whole backside of the hurricane. We've got a ways to go. We should continue to shelter in place, JB.
Yeah, these areas are getting impacted now. For a lot of these areas, they are in the worst of what they might experience right now. So let's get back to some of the questions that have been coming in, like from Danielle Young. When are we supposed to be seeing the worst of the storm in Kissimmee?
Okay, so Kissimmee, that is Central Florida, Osceola County. This storm will be working its way towards you, and I think I would say maybe midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, some of the worst conditions passing across Central Florida. Kissimmee position just south of Orlando, where they remain under hurricane warnings. And with that core that I mentioned, passing very close to them, they may get into the eye wall. Again, that's the strongest portion of the storm. It will begin to weaken the entire structure after landfall itself. And we can see, judging by the radar trends, it's a little more ragged because of that land interaction that we've been talking about here all evening long. But so as the storm continues to progress to the east, again, things will begin to improve.
Hold that thought. Brittany Muller's shot's deteriorating. I want to get it in as quickly as we can.
Quickly deteriorating outside. The wind gusts have been reported to reach 60 miles per hour. A transformer just blew in this area. We just got out. We don't have any power in this area. So let's get over to this video from Bradenton Police Department. This is of the Green Bridge over the Manatee River, where you could see trees whipping in the wind. Here's what we know at this hour. Emergency services in Manatee County have been suspended. Manatee County utility crews are continuing to monitor the outflow at the Lake Manatee Dam. Crews are working to maintain the lake level at 36 feet. Conditions are expected to worsen before they improve. We continue to get those notifications on our phones, shelter in place, get off the roadways, and that's what the main message is from county leaders at this time. We don't really see anyone outside, which is a good sign, but of course we'll be here monitoring the conditions throughout the night. Stacy, Jen, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Brittany.
Hillsborough County leaders warn this is the time to stay indoors. Nowhere else to go right now. Stay hunkered down. Our Ty Russell has been outside. He's out by the Hillsborough River, very close to us here at the News Center. And Ty, can you visibly see the river going down?
Yeah, it's so dark right now, so we've been having a little issues trying to visibly see the river. Of course, we're staying yards away from it just because things are starting to worsen these conditions here. But if we can try to zoom in, Pat, I don't know if we could turn on the gain again just to get a closer picture here of the river. How is it, Pat? Can you see it okay in the camera?
Barely see it.
Oh, okay. So we're trying to give you a better picture here of the river, but it's still going the direction that we want it to go, which is away from the Bay Area. We want it to go out into the Gulf. Because last time during Helene, we were seeing the opposite, and then we were experiencing flooding. Like, it was unsafe for us to even stand right out here where we are. And this is in the downtown Tampa area. The WFLA studios were under a little patio area, but you can see downtown Tampa. You can see the rain is still falling. Rain has continued to fall in this area for the last several hours or so right now. At times, it gets harder. Over the last 10 minutes or so, we felt the winds pick up here in this area. Of course, you can hardly tell just by where we are standing because some of these trees are blocked by buildings, but the wind has been picking up. The rain has been getting a little harder. Thankfully, the water, we haven't been seeing it crash into the seawall here. And I know that there are many homes and businesses along like Bayshore. I'm pretty sure many of you remember Bayshore and how flooded that was. That is why we are closely monitoring the Hillsborough River, because we don't want to see that water going into these neighborhoods and these businesses all over again, you know, affecting so many lives. Now, I've been monitoring Tampa officials and Hillsborough officials. They've been sending messages out through email and over X. And right now, Tampa told me 3,000 people are in shelters. Of course, Hillsborough County leaders, they are saying that several of their shelters are already at max capacity. So they are telling people if they have to make those last-minute life-saving decisions, of course, everybody should stay in place, but if they have to make a last-minute decision, that there are definitely other shelters that they can go to. And course, those are last resort decisions. Like if, your mobile home community is flooding or your apartment, something happened. But again, officials are telling me to let you know to stay in place. Don't go anywhere for the next several hours. Of course, we will be dealing with power outages. As you can see over my shoulder, downtown Tampa has not been affected just yet when it comes to power outages, but we are closely standing by here to see if we see any flashes of light or anything like that. But the winds are picking up a little bit here. Of course, they will get worse and worse as the time moves on, and we will continue to monitor for any updates. But for now, we are live here in downtown Tampa. I'm Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
Thanks, Ty. It's 8:10 p.m. and we are just moments from landfall. Jeff Baradelli, our chief meteorologist, tells us it's going to make landfall in Bradenton, and it's just minutes away at this point. So that area expected to see some major storm surge.
Sarasota, indeed, is an area of great concern. News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers is in downtown Sarasota for us right now. You are safely indoors because it is a bumpy ride for folks down there right now.
It's definitely been a bumpy ride for sure, I can tell you. Right now, I'm waiting on a call from Sarasota County, from the EOC, so that I can get a glimpse of exactly what's going on across Sarasota County right now. I know I can tell you that we have video that we shot earlier that we're trying to get in of the transformers blowing left and right. It looks like a fireworks show out here in Sarasota. Again, just waiting on that phone call and to get the very latest information on what we're seeing here in Sarasota County. It's very important. Of course, the wind right now is our biggest issue. The surge is what we're really going to be waiting on, but the wind right now is our biggest issue here in Sarasota County. I know we've had gusts of 90 miles per hour and a 60 mile per hour sustained wind. That's a very important number because Sarasota County Sheriff's Office says after 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, their deputies will not be responding to emergencies or calls for service because it's simply not safe. That's why Sarasota County evacuated areas A, B, and C, those evacuation zones, because it might get to the point where they can't come save you, and it seems like that time is now. We've seen the winds just whipping across downtown, and we've spoken to several people who have evacuated who said Helene was really a wake-up call for them. They evacuated from the floodwaters after not heeding those warnings the last time, and they said they are not making that mistake again. I will be continuing to wait for this phone call so that we can get the very latest information on you guys to see exactly what's going on out there across the county and what we're seeing right now with those 911 calls, what calls for service are there, how are the power outages. We're going to get all those answers here in just a couple minutes. Live in Sarasota, Nicole Rogers, 8 on your side.
And Jeff and Rebecca join us now, and we are just moments away from landfall.
They mentioned in their 8 o'clock advisory that it's about to make landfall. It's going to happen right by the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport, which is originally where the National Hurricane Center said it was going to go. So everybody else is on the north side. If you're from Bradenton and you're into St. Pete or Tampa, you're on the north side of the eye wall, which turns out is the strongest part, at least in terms of the rainfall. And by the way, the backside has probably the strongest wind. So I think actually we're going to be surprised, or not now because I'm telling you, but surprised by the fact that the backside is going to be just as strong, if not stronger. We've had some pretty strong wind gusts.
And the governor and emergency manager said not too long ago that they have already seen 125 structures damaged or destroyed because of those strong winds.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of those winds right now. Look at this, Sarasota, Bradenton Airport, 93 miles an hour. And again, that's exactly where it's making landfall right now. So I suspect that we may see even higher wind gusts. This is just the front side of the storm. Downtown St. Pete, 89 miles an hour. North.
I want to point out that we did pass along all your advice for Jeff's voice, his vocal cords, and he's trying everything. That's what he said. He came in here earlier and during a break, said, JB, I'm trying everything, and I got to tell you, he's a trooper. Just give him a lot of credit. He's trying to plow through and do the best that he can with what he's got. And what he's got right now are vocal cords that have been gnawed down by endless coverage, both on air and on this show, on tracking the tropics. Bringing back in Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley from WSNN, joining us here in Tampa, Florida. Let's talk about the latest in Sarasota right now, Justin. Your home is, experiencing a rough go of it, but I'm telling you, landfall could be imminent. I mean, like when I say imminent, not like half an hour or two for now, like in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the center of the storm is just offshore from Sarasota County, where you've experienced a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is within hurricane force. Keep in mind, hurricane force begins at 74 miles per hour. And we've been talking about this all evening long and for the past several days, how we were fearful of these strong winds that might be moving into the Sarasota-Bradenton area. And indeed, that is what we have. You're looking at the live Max Defender 8 radar as our severe weather tool here at News Channel 8. And it really is tracking the northern eye wall, which is really beginning to batter the Tampa Bay area. Now, we are escaping in Tampa the highest storm surge values that were initially predicted because the center or the eye of the storm is passing to our south, because the wind direction is driving water either into Pinellas County or out of the bay right now, east to northeast winds right now, keeping the water levels under control for Tampa. They are elevated in St. Pete at the pier due to simply because of the physics behind this, that east wind, unrestricted, and I'm looking for some reports at the pier of how high the water is. A wind gust of 89 miles per hour at last report at St. Pete. And now this band that we're very concerned about, it's really not a band, it's the eye wall, the northern portion of the storm, is battering Pinellas in southern portions of Hillsborough County. It's working its way to the north, so it's downtown Tampa. We'll get into this over the next half hour. Now, JB was mentioning the landfall. I do believe that it is imminent. We're looking at different radar sources back here, and indeed, I think it's going to be pretty soon here along the Sarasota County coastline where you saw those winds at 93 miles per hour. That's damaging winds moving through there. All right, looking at the wobble tracker.
Yeah, I want to talk about wobble tracker because look at that section of the eye wall to the north. That's right over Tampa Bay right now. So we have really heavy rainfall coming down onto Tampa Bay itself. What exactly does that do, Justin?
Well, the rain helps to transport the strongest winds from above, aloft, which is unrestricted from the friction of the earth. That's why the winds aloft are so much stronger than what you see at the surface. That's so many times we tell folks to get to the lowest level of the structure you're in. If you're in a high rise, if you can get to a lower level, it certainly does help because the wind, as you go up in height, increases exponentially. And we know that. That's just the pure science. So when the winds are strong aloft, the rain that you see, that red shield on the Max Defender, helps to drag those strong winds down to the surface in burst or gust. And that's when you get trees to topple over. That's when you get awnings to fly off. That's when you can get some structural damage when wind gusts are over 80, 90 miles per hour with the reports that we are seeing here happening across the Tampa Bay area for tonight. Here we are at 8:18 in the evening, and we're in the midst of a Category 3 storm, which our icon on the wobble tracker, if you notice, JB, has been updated. We were waiting on that. The center of the storm is a lot closer, and look how close, at last report, at 8 o'clock with the update, how close the actual center is to making landfall in Sarasota County. So it's been many years, since the 40s, they saw a hurricane making landfall this magnitude in Sarasota County. Tampa Bay, the big storm, as we know, 1921, the Tarpon Springs storm north of Tampa Bay, which drove the water up into the bay of 11 feet of storm surge.
Real quick, we got Eileen Natchick, Pasco County. Let's listen in.
On a situation because of our live shots, but what's the power situation where you're at?
Yeah, where I'm at right now, specifically in Wesley Chapel, around the Hyatt Hotel, power is on. We are good. But yeah, power lines are actually down in the area. Cannot tell you specifically where they are, but they are causing significant blockages. And due to Hurricane Milton, those winds picking up now at 50 to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to step to the side here so my photographer, Jamie, can actually zoom in on some trees here just to give you a visualization of how windy things are. But Pasco County County Fire Rescue, guys, has suspended all emergency response in Pasco County because the roads are no longer safe to drive on. So please call 911 if you do need help. But Pasco County officials, they do ask everyone to remain sheltered where they are. And they actually just posted on their Facebook page, which is also a resource for you guys to check if you're in the area too, that they have received reports of downed trees blocking roadways. So the time to shelter is now. Do not go outside or attempt to go outside. It is extremely dangerous. Again, those power lines are down in the area. You see behind me, my hood is flying up. And yeah, that wind coming from the northeast. And guys, I don't think it's coming down anytime soon. If anything, it'll get stronger. But again, sustained winds at 35 miles per hour, close to tropical storm, up to 50 to 60 miles per hour here in the Pasco County area. Again, where I'm at currently, Wesley Chapel. Send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Eileen. And of course, she is inland, but even further inland in counties like Polk County, and actually all the way across Florida. The storm is going to go all the way across to Jacksonville. So these interior counties, which normally don't see a lot when it just skirts the coast, they're feeling the brunt of this as well.
Yeah, Georgia MacArthur joins us now from Lakeland in Polk County. And I'll tell you, this is an area that is no stranger to some big hurricanes. Charlie, Francis, and Jean crisscrossed that county in 2004. Folks have been worried about this one because they know what the impacts can be. Hurricane Irma left people without power for days and days, and they are in for a rough night there tonight. Georgia, tell us what you're experiencing.
Well, Jen, I'm experiencing the waves really packing the punch here. They've definitely picked up within the last half hour. We are seeing flooding, power outages, and a lot of people are really heeding some of those warnings here. Not a lot of people have been coming here to the downtown Lakeland area. We spoke to quite a few residents who migrated from Pinellas County to Polk to get away from some of that weather.
I've lived in my home for 35 years. And this is the first time ever that I've evacuated. And it was the fact that it was a Cat 5. And I just recall vividly the damage that was done to Fort Myers. And all of the models had it hitting directly at St. Pete. Now, that's changed, of course, but my wife has special needs, so I wanted her to be in a safe location.
And Jen and Stacy, the winds continue to pick up right here. This is why officials tell people to stay inside. Do not come out here in these conditions because the winds are nothing to play with. As you can see, they keep getting stronger and stronger by the minute, as well as some of that rain keeps coming down very heavily. Jen and Stacy.
All right, thanks, Georgia. And we know that the storm has made landfall at SRQ Airport. That's the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport. That is just within the last few minutes. At least it was moments away when we talked to Jeff a minute ago. So that area is really, might be in the eye of the storm right now, but it's going to see a lot on the back end.
Yeah, the backside of this storm, according to our meteorologist, is going to be a rough side. The conditions have been deteriorating in Manatee County all evening, and we want to get right over to News Channel 8's Brittany Muller. She's in Lakewood Ranch. And Brittany, you have someone standing by that you're going to talk to tonight because folks are really, they're worried there tonight.
Jen, they are worried, and it's very emotional here in Manatee County. Stacy, you just said it. We are 6 miles away from the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport, and it just made landfall. Hurricane Milton made landfall in this area. Sarah's joining me right now. She's riding out Hurricane Milton with us here at the hotel. How are you doing? We lost power, so how are you holding up right now?
I'm actually doing pretty well. I have my niece and her daughter with us, or with me, and we actually traveled earlier in the week thinking that the weather would not quite be like this. But I used to live in Florida, so this is not necessarily old or new to me, but this is the most severe one that I've been through, and I've not ever had to do it in a hotel. So a little bit different experience, but we're holding up okay. You know, we've got the preparations, we've got plenty of food, we've got all the things. And the big thing is you know, we're doing what we're told. Stay put, you know, shelter in place, don't go out, don't drive. So we've done all those things even up to the point where the hurricane was starting to really move a lot closer in.
Sarah, you were telling me you came down, you traveled from Colorado for a family reunion.
Yeah, family reunion of sorts. My nieces had not been here in quite a few years. I come back quite often, but they had not seen all their relatives, so I had scheduled this trip like 6 months ago, and we decided, why not? So it's now or never, and it turned out to be a different experience, but we did get to see all the relatives before all this started to happen.
What area, what community here?
Sarasota and Bradenton. So, and then I have friends that are in Sarasota and Bradenton area as well. I grew up here as a child, and then I moved away to Colorado, and then I've come back. I kind of go back and forth. I'm a good tourist, I'm a good local.
Right.
So a little bit of both.
This community could brace some of the worst impacts that we're seeing from Hurricane Milton. When that sun comes up tomorrow morning, we're going to see it for the first time. Yes. Are you fully expecting to see a different community?
Completely. And since a lot of my ties are to Siesta Key, and when I lived here, they were Siesta Key, I was heartbroken 2 weeks ago with Helene, and this is going to be even more heartbreaking because this is still home to me, and this is still my community. This is where I want to go out and help people if I can. But again, you know, you're limited with what you can do. But yes, I will 100% support, you know, whatever needs to be done, and obviously we've got to keep staying out of the way or figuring out what to do. But so many people that are staying here, I don't own a home here anymore, but so many people that are staying here, the devastation, you know, the devastation that they're going through with what do I take, what do I, you know, leave behind. It's just not anything you can really put in words. You know, it's something that if you've never been through it, you know, you obviously will experience it when you go through it, but it's really heartbreaking to see people going through this.
It's amazing to see here at this hotel. People are coming together. We lost power probably about an hour ago, and the hotel's giving us glow sticks. Obviously, we have battery-powered lights. That's why it's so light in this room, but your room next door is not like this. Completely dark.
Completely dark.